Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter became a demigod in Percy Jackson's world? The first bang on the front door made the whole house shudder. Harry sat bolt upright on the thin mattress under the stairs, heart slamming so hard it hurt. For a second he thought it was Dudley jumping around upstairs again, or Vernon slamming a cupboard in one of his midnight tantrums. Then the second bang came, sharper, followed by a pulse in the air like a headache that was not his. The hair on his arms rose. A voice shouted from outside, muffled by wood and brick. "Open this door. Ministry of Magic." Harry stared at the cupboard door like it might explode. His throat went dry. He grabbed his glasses off the floor and shoved them on with shaking hands. Ministry. They did not come to Privet Drive. Not like this. Another bang, and the letterbox rattled like someone was trying to tear it off. Upstairs, Petunia screamed. Dudley started wailing. Vernon bellowed something that was half anger, half fear. Harry shoved the cupboard door open and crawled out. The hallway was dark except for the faint orange glow of the street lamp filtering through the frosted glass at the front. He padded forward, bare feet silent on the cold tile. His wand was on the shelf behind the cleaning supplies, wrapped in an old sock he had stolen from Dudley weeks ago. He reached for it without thinking. The wand felt warm in his palm. It always did. Warm and a little alive. Vernon stomped down the stairs in his dressing gown, face red and sweaty. Petunia clung to the banister, her eyes huge. Dudley was behind her, shaking, his cheeks wet. "What is this?" Vernon roared at the door. "Who do you think you are, waking decent people at this hour?" The lock clicked on its own. Harry froze. Vernon froze too, mouth hanging open. The front door swung inward like someone had yanked it with an invisible hand, and cold air rolled into the hall. It did not feel like night air. Felt like the inside of a freezer. It smelled faintly of smoke and metal. For figures stepped in, robes whispering, wands raised, tips glowing. The first was a tall witch with her hair pinned back so tight it pulled her face sharp. The second was a broad wizard with a scar down his cheek and eyes that never stopped moving. The third wore a deep green cloak with the hood down and a look like he was bored already. The fourth was a woman with pale blonde hair and a case tucked under her arm like she was here to inspect furniture. The tall witch flicked her wand. The door slammed shut behind them. "Vernon Dursley," she said, voice clipped and official. "Petunia Dursley. Dudley Dursley. Remain where you are. Do not attempt to interfere." Vernon puffed up. "Interfere? You broke into my house." Her gaze slid to Harry and stuck there. It was not surprise. It was recognition. It was like she had been looking at him already, in her head, before she even arrived. "Harry Potter," she said. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. His fingers were damp. He hated that they could see him shaking. "What do you want?" he managed. The scarred wizard spoke next. His voice was softer, almost friendly, which made it worse. "We are here under emergency authority granted by the minister," he said. "There has been a containment breach risk identified. You will come with us quietly, Potter. It is for your safety." Harry blinked hard. "My safety?" Petunia made a small sound like she was choking. Vernon looked like he wanted to punch someone, but his eyes kept flicking to their wands. Harry swallowed. The hall felt smaller now, like the walls were leaning in. "I have a letter," Harry said. He hated how small his voice sounded. "For school. Hogwarts. I'm supposed to go soon." "You can't just—" "You will still receive an education," the tall witch said. "That is not your concern tonight." "That is literally my concern," Harry snapped, and the wand in his hand gave a faint twitch like it agreed. The woman with the case finally spoke. Her voice was careful, like she was trying not to startle a dog. "Harry," she said, "we are not here to punish you. You have done nothing wrong. But certain readings have been taken. Certain signatures. You are not safe here, and others are not safe around you." Harry stared at her. What are you talking about? The green-cloaked wizard stepped forward, chin lifting slightly. Death, he said, like it was a category on a form. An anomalous death influence. Flared. Twice. This month. It is drawing attention. Harry felt cold creep up his spine. He did not understand. Not fully. But something in his stomach twisted like it knew exactly what the word meant. That's not me, he said automatically. The scarred wizard sighed. Potter, listen to me. There are things you do not know about yourself. The ministry has decided it is best to move you to a secure facility until we can assess you properly. A secure facility, Harry repeated. Vernon barked a laugh that had no humor in it. Secure facility, you mean a prison? The tall witch's eyes flicked to him, then away, like he was a fly. This is not your matter, Muggle, she said. Harry's chest tightened at the word. Muggle. They said it like it meant nothing. Like Petunia and Vernon and Dudley were furniture in the room. Petunia's face went white. She whispered, Harry. He looked at her. She was terrified. Not for him. Of him. He had seen that look before, in small ways, in the way she flinched when he made things happen by accident. But this was bigger. This was full-body fear. Come on, the scarred wizard said, shifting his wand slightly. No drama. Put the wand down. We will take you somewhere safe. Harry's mouth went dry. Somewhere safe. Away. Like he was an object. I'm not going, Harry said. The air seemed to tighten. The tall witch's voice hardened. You will comply. I said no. The blonde woman's eyes narrowed a fraction. She opened her case and took out something that looked like a metal band, dull and heavy, with faint runes etched along it. Harry's stomach dropped. What is that? He asked. An inhibitor, she said softly. It will help reduce the dangerous output. It will be temporary. Harry took a step back. Vernon finally found his voice again. You are not putting anything on him, he snapped, surprising even himself. He is a child. The scarred wizard flicked his wand without looking at Vernon. Vernon's mouth snapped shut like invisible tape had sealed it. He grabbed at his throat, eyes bulging. Petunia shrieked. Dudley sobbed louder. Harry's wand came up on instinct. Let him go, Harry said, voice shaking with anger now. The tall witch's wand snapped toward Harry's face. Expelliarmus. Harry's wand jerked hard, but did not fly from his hand. Tugged like someone yanked it, then stopped like it hit a wall. The witch frowned, just for a second. Harry did not think. He reacted. Protego. A clear shield snapped into place with a crack of force. The air shimmered. Sparks skittered across it from her spell like rain hitting glass. The scarred wizard swore under his breath. The green-cloaked wizard's eyes sharpened with interest. That should not be possible at his level. Harry's heart raced so fast he thought he might throw up. His arms shook from holding the shield. You came into my house, Harry said, voice raw. You scared them. You sealed his mouth. You're not taking me. The blonde woman stepped forward, palms open, band still in her hand. Harry, she said, please. You do not understand what you are. That sentence hit harder than any spell. Harry felt the air shift again. Not magic like wand magic. Something deeper. Something under the floorboards. The lights flickered. The hallway dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. A smell rose, faint at first, then stronger, like wet earth after rain mixed with old stone. Dudley's sobbing slowed. He sniffed, eyes wide, like he could feel it too. Petunia's lips trembled. The tall witch took a small step back, and for the first time her confidence cracked. What is that? She whispered. Harry's scar burned. Not the usual sharp sting. This was cold. A cold burn, like ice pressed into skin. He sucked in a breath and tasted metal. He heard a sound that did not belong in the hallway. A faint splash, like a river somewhere close. A river that should not be here. The green-cloaked wizard's wand flicked, and a silver thread of light shot out, circling Harry like it was measuring him. The thread went black halfway around and snapped. The wizard's face went pale. Potter? The scarred wizard said, voice suddenly less friendly. Stand down. Now. Harry's hands shook harder. His knees felt weak. He did not know what was happening to him, but he knew one thing. They were afraid. That should have made him feel powerful. It made him feel sick. A crash came from the living room window, like something heavy slammed into the glass from the outside. The house shuddered again. Petunia screamed. The tall witch spun, wand raised. The window burst inward, not with shards flying, with the whole frame bowing and snapping, as if something huge forced itself through the gap. A creature landed in the living room with a wet thud, and the smell hit instantly. Rot. Sulfur. Dog breath mixed with grave dirt. It was a dog, but wrong. Too big. Too long. Its eyes glowed a dim red. Its fur was matted and smoking at the edges like it had crawled out of a fire. Drool hung in strings from its mouth, sizzling on the carpet. Dudley shrieked and scrambled back against the wall. The tall witch's wand flashed. Stupefy. The red bolt hit the creature's shoulder and did nothing but make it snarl louder. It turned its head, slow, like it was annoyed. Then it looked at Harry. Harry's stomach dropped into his feet. The creature's eyes locked on him with hunger. Not hunger for meat. Hunger for whatever was inside him. The scarred wizard stepped forward. Get behind me, he barked at the tall witch. Then to Harry. Potter, drop the wand and do not move. The creature lunged. Everything happened at once. The blonde woman flicked her wand and a shimmering net of light snapped toward the creature. Tore through it like it was spiderweb. The green-cloaked wizard shouted a curse Harry did not recognize. It hit the creature's ribs and made it stumble, but it kept coming. Harry's body moved before his brain caught up. Expelliarmus. The red bolt hit the creature square in the chest. It did not disarm it because it had nothing to drop, but the force slammed it sideways into the wall, cracking plaster. The creature shook itself, furious. It lunged again, and this time it went straight for Harry. Harry threw his shield up, but his arms were already trembling. The creature hit the invisible barrier with a boom that rattled his teeth. His claws scraped the shield, screeching, sparks flying. Its breath fogged the air, cold and foul. Harry gritted his teeth, sweat breaking out along his hairline. He could not hold this. He knew it in his bones. He was going to break. The scarred wizard shouted, Incarcerus. Ropes shot out and wrapped around the creature's legs. It snapped them like string. Petunia cried out again, high and panicked. Dudley's eyes rolled white. He was breathing too fast. Vernon made muffled choking sounds, trapped behind whatever spell sealed his mouth. Harry's hands shook so hard the wand rattled against his palm. The creature's claws dug at the shield again, and Harry felt something tear inside him. Not his magic. Something deeper, like a locked door in his chest cracking open. Cold flooded him, not cold air, cold presence. The hallway dimmed. The street lamp glow through the front glass turned greenish for a heartbeat. Shadows pooled at the base of the walls like liquid. The creature paused, mid-snarl. His ears flattened. His eyes widened. It backed up one step. The tall witch's voice came out thin. What are you doing? Harry did not answer because he could not. His mouth was full of iron taste. His heart hammered. His scar burned cold. Behind the creature, the shadow near the living room doorway thickened. It rose like smoke. It formed the shape of a hand, then another, long-fingered and pale as moonlight. They reached for the creature's hind legs. The creature yelped, a sound that was almost human for a second, and tried to spin away. The hands grabbed it. The creature struggled, claws scraping the floor, but the shadows held. Harry stared, horrified. I didn't, he whispered. The shadows pulled. The creature's body slid backward across the carpet like it was on ice, dragged toward the darkest corner of the living room. Its claws dug furrows. It snarled and snapped at the hands, but it was like biting fog. The blonde woman's face went slack with shock. That is not wizard magic. The green-cloaked wizard took a step back, wand raised higher. Potter, stop. Stop it now. Harry's legs felt weak. He was dizzy. The world tilted. The shadows yanked the creature into the corner. And for a split second, Harry saw something there that did not belong in the Dursleys' living room. A crack. A thin black crack in the air, like a seam splitting open. Behind it, there was darkness and the sound of water, louder now. A river close enough to hear. a river that made his stomach twist. The creature screamed, and the crack swallowed it. The corner went normal again. The carpet was ripped. The wall was scuffed. The window frame hung broken. But the creature was gone. Silence slammed into the house. Dudley's sobbing stopped. He sucked in a shaky breath. Petunia stared at Harry like he was a stranger. The ministry witches and wizards stared too, wands fixed on him like he might explode. Harry swayed. His wand felt heavy, like it was made of stone. Sweat dripped down his back. His stomach rolled. The scarred wizard spoke first, voice low and tense. That confirms it, the tall witch swallowed. We cannot leave him here. Harry blinked, trying to focus. Leave me, he rasped. The blonde woman's hand tightened around the metal band. She looked almost sad. Harry, you are not safe. That creature came for you. It came into my house because you broke in. Harry shot back, and the anger made his voice crack. The green-cloaked wizard shook his head. No, came because it smelled him. Because whatever he is, it is loud. Harry's hands trembled. He wanted to vomit. He swallowed it down, throat burning. What am I? He whispered before he could stop himself. None of them answered right away. The tall witch's eyes flicked to the scarred wizard, then back to Harry. You are a threat, she said, blunt as a slap. Not by choice, but you are. And we will not allow that threat to remain uncontained. Harry's breathing went shallow. His fingers clenched until they hurt. You're scared of me, he said. The blonde woman tried again, softer. Harry, please. If you come willingly, we can do this without pain. Harry stared at Vernon, still gagged by magic, eyes bulging and furious. He stared at Petunia, pale and shaking. Dudley had slid down the wall and was hugging his knees, staring at Harry like he expected Harry to kill him. Harry felt something sharp in his chest. Not pity. Not exactly. Something complicated and ugly and sad. He had wanted to leave this house for years. He had not wanted to be dragged out like a monster. The scarred wizard lifted his wand again. Enough. Bind him. Harry's body reacted before his mind did. No, the word came out stronger than he expected. It filled the hallway like a bell. The lights flickered again. Shadows deepened. The tall witch snapped. Incarcerus. Ropes shot toward Harry. Harry threw his wand up. Defindo. The ropes sliced apart mid-air. The ends dropped to the floor like dead snakes. The tall witch's face twisted with anger. The scarred wizard fired next. Stupefy. Harry tried to shield, but his arms were shaking. The red bolt hit his shield and cracked it like glass. Pain shot up his forearms. He gasped. The green-cloaked wizard lifted his wand and spoke a word that made the air thicken. Harry felt pressure clamp around his chest, squeezing. Harry stumbled back, wheezing, eyes wide. The blonde woman moved fast, stepping close, band raised. Hold still. Harry flinched away, and his back hit the wall near the cupboard door. The pressure on his chest tightened. His vision blurred at the edges. His lungs burned. Sweat ran down his face. He tasted blood where he bit his tongue. He could not breathe. Panic ripped through him. Not slow, not thoughtful. Pure animal panic. He did not want to be locked in a cell. He did not want to be strapped down while they decided what he was. He did not want to die in a room with white walls. He shoved with his magic, wild, and the pressure on his chest snapped for half a second. He sucked in air, ragged. Stop resisting, the scarred wizard shouted. Potter, stop. Harry's scar burned colder. The hallway shadows moved, restless. Harry's feet slid on the tile. His vision flashed with something that was not the hallway. A black shore, a dead sky, a river stretching endless, dark water rippling. A man in a hood, a pole, a boat, a voice, deep and distant, like it came from under the earth. Not now. Harry blinked, choking, and the hallway slammed back into place. The blonde woman was right in front of him, band inches from his neck. Harry jerked his wand up between them. Get away from me, he snarled. Something answered inside him. The shadow at his feet surged upward like a wave. It wrapped around his legs, his waist, his arms. Cold soaked into his skin through his clothes. He shivered hard, teeth clicking. The blonde woman stumbled back, eyes wide. The tall witch shouted a curse, but the words sounded far away now. The shadow thickened, turning the hallway into a tunnel. Harry's stomach flipped. The floor dropped. He felt like he was falling backward into ice water. He heard Petunia scream his name. He heard Dudley sob. He heard Vernon's muffled roar. He heard the ministry shouting spells. Then the world tore open, and Harry was gone. Cold hit him like a fist. Not hallway cold. Real cold. Wet cold. Harry tumbled out of darkness and slammed onto grass that was slick with dew. He rolled, choking, and the air tasted like salt and rain. The sky above him was black and full of stars, and the wind was stronger, carrying the sound of waves. Waves. He was near the sea. Harry pushed himself up on shaking arms. His lungs burned. His stomach heaved. He gagged and barely managed to swallow it down. His wand was still in his hand. He clung to it like it was the only solid thing in the universe. He turned in a circle, dizzy. He saw a stretch of coastline, rocky and rough. He did not recognize it. The houses were wrong, the lights in the distance too spaced out. He had never been anywhere but little whinging. How? He whispered, voice thin. The answer was not a thought. It was a pull. The shadows at his feet rippled again. The same cold presence. Harry's heart slammed. He backed away. No, he said. No, I'm not doing that again. The pull did not care. The shadow rose. Harry felt the floor drop again. He screamed, but the sound got swallowed as darkness folded around him. He fell through cold, through the sound of water, through a smell like old coins and damp stone. His stomach twisted hard. He tasted bile. His vision flashed with that river again, closer now. He saw a black boat cutting through water. He saw a pale hand on a pole. He slammed out again, and this time his knees hit sand. He coughed, hard, hacking until his chest hurt. The wind was louder. The waves were right there. He could see them now, rolling under moonlight. This was not the same coastline. The stars looked wrong. He staggered to his feet. His legs felt like they were made of rubber. He took 2 steps and nearly fell. He pressed a hand to his forehead. His scar burned with cold pain. His skin felt clammy. His shirt stuck to his back with sweat and dew. Okay, he whispered, trying to force calm into his voice. Okay. Think. Practical. Immediate. Get away. Hide. Breathe. He stumbled toward the water, not because he wanted to go in, but because the open space made him feel less trapped. He could see the horizon. He could see there were no ministry people here. No wands pointed at him. He took one shaky breath. Then the shadow behind him surged again like a tide. Harry spun. The darkness rose from his feet and pushed at him like hands on his back. No, he said, voice breaking. Stop. Please, stop. The darkness did not stop. It shoved him forward, and his heel slipped on wet sand. He went down hard, and the next thing he knew, the shadow swallowed him again. He did not land on sand. He landed in water. Freezing water. Harry came up spluttering, arms flailing, wand clenched so tight it hurt. Salt water hit his mouth and nose. He coughed and gagged, panic exploding. He was in the ocean, not close to shore. The shore was a dark line far away. Harry kicked, frantic. His clothes dragged him down. The cold locked his muscles. His lungs burned. He tried to shout, but a wave slapped his face and filled his mouth with bitter salt. He choked. His heart hammered. His body shook so hard his teeth clacked. He was going to die. Not by Voldemort. Not by the ministry. By drowning in the middle of nowhere. Harry's wand hand jerked up above the water. Magic. Now, he did not have time to think about spells. He just needed air. Bubblehead charm, he rasped, and the words came out as a cough. A clear bubble snapped around his head. It was shaky at first, like it might pop, but it held. Harry sucked in air through it, harsh and ragged. He kicked again, trying to orient himself. The sea was endless black around him. The sky above was big and cold. He could not see land close enough. His arms were already weak. Please, he whispered, and he did not know who he was talking to. The cold presence inside him answered, not with comfort, but with force. The shadow rose from the water around him. Harry screamed inside the bubble. The darkness wrapped his torso, tight as a belt, and yanked. The world folded. He felt like he was being dragged under a door, shoved through a crack. His stomach twisted. His head spun. He tasted metal again. He saw the river. He saw the boat. He saw a hooded figure turn its head toward him. And for a second, Harry thought he was looking at something that could see straight through his skin into his bones. Then the shadow threw him out again, and he slammed onto ground. Hard. Harry rolled, gasping. The bubble popped. He sucked in air that smelled like pine and damp earth. He lay on his back, staring up at dark branches. Leaves rustled above him. Somewhere close, insects buzzed. Farther away, he heard something like voices, faint, carried on the wind. He tried to sit up, but his body screamed. Every muscle felt like it was cramping. His hands shook so badly he almost dropped his wand. He curled on his side, shivering. His clothes were soaked through. Water dripped off his hair into the dirt. He felt sick. He swallowed, throat burning. His scar still burned cold, but it was fading now, like whatever force had yanked him across the world was retreating. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard, but the darkness at the edges stayed. Not like this, he whispered, voice hoarse. He tried to crawl, but his arms gave out. He collapsed again, cheek pressed into dirt. Pine needles prickled his skin. His breathing came in short, uneven bursts. He listened. There were footsteps somewhere in the trees. Light, fast. Not heavy like Vernon. Not cautious like the ministry. These were confident, practiced like someone who knew the forest. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. He tried to lift it. His arm trembled and dropped. Footsteps got closer. Harry forced his head up. Through the trees, he saw a flicker of light, like moonlight catching on metal. Then a shape stepped into view, and Harry's breath hitched. A girl older than him, tall, lean. Her hair was dark and wild, tied back loosely. Her eyes were sharp, stormy, scanning the clearing like she expected an ambush. She wore clothes that did not look like wizard robes or muggle pajamas, more like battle gear, leather, cloth, something strapped across her back. A spear. Harry's brain tried to make sense of it and failed. The girl froze when she saw him. Her grip tightened on the spear. The tip angled toward his chest. Steady. Harry swallowed hard. His throat hurt. He tried to speak and almost coughed instead. Don't, he rasped. And it came out like a plea and a warning at the same time. The girl did not lower the spear. Her eyes narrowed, not in fear, but in calculation. Harry felt it then. The same kind of pressure he felt from the ministry, but different. Not magic pressing down. Something older, like standing too close to a storm. The girl took one slow step forward. Harry's stomach twisted. He tried to scramble back, but his legs did not work. His body shook. He was too cold, too tired. The girl stopped again, just out of reach. She looked at his wand, then at his soaked clothes, then at the scar on his forehead. Her jaw tightened. Hades, she muttered under her breath, like it was a curse. Harry's eyes widened. He did not know why that name hit him like a punch. The girl's gaze snapped back to his face. Who are you? She demanded. Harry tried to answer. His mouth opened. Nothing came out. His tongue felt thick. He swallowed again and his stomach rolled. The girl's eyes flicked to the shadows around him, to the way the darkness under the trees seemed to lean a little closer, like it was listening. She shifted her stance, spear still ready. You smell like the underworld, she said, voice low. And you fell out of nowhere like a bad omen. Harry's breathing stuttered. He tried again. Harry, he forced out. Harry Potter. The girl's expression did not change. If anything, it hardened. Potter, she repeated, like she was testing the word. Never heard of you. Harry's head swam. He clutched his wand tighter. His fingers were numb. He started, then stopped because his throat closed up. He heard again, faint, the sound of water in his ears. That river, that pull. His eyes burned. He blinked fast. The girl watched him like she was deciding whether to stab him or drag him somewhere safe. Her grip on the spear loosened just a fraction. "You are a kid," she said, like that was an insult to the universe. "And you are not supposed to feel like that." Harry's lips trembled. He hated it. He hated feeling weak in front of anyone, especially someone who looked like they could fight a war on their own. "I didn't ask for it," he whispered. The girl's eyes flicked, just for a second, like she understood that sentence too well. Then the wind shifted. Somewhere behind her, deeper in the trees, a horn sounded. Not loud but clear. A warning. The girl's head snapped up. Harry's stomach dropped again. More footsteps. More than one person. Moving fast. The girl cursed under her breath. And this time there was no softness in it. She took one step closer to Harry and grabbed the front of his shirt with her free hand, yanking him up just enough to look at him properly. Harry gasped, pain flaring in his ribs. "Listen," she said, voice sharp and urgent. "If you are what I think you are, every monster within miles is going to sniff you out. You are not dying in my woods. Do you hear me?" Harry's vision blurred. He nodded because it was easier than trying to speak. The girl let go and straightened, spear up again. She glanced toward the sound of the horn, then back at Harry. Her eyes were hard, but there was something else under it. Guarded concern. Like she hated that she felt it. She took a breath. Then she said very clearly, like she was speaking to someone who was not in the clearing yet. "Percy," she called into the trees, voice carrying. "Get here. Now." Harry's head dipped. His body finally gave up. He sagged against the ground again, shivering uncontrollably. The last thing he saw before his eyes slipped shut was the girl standing over him like a storm made human, spear ready, looking into the darkness like she was daring it to come closer. And the shadows around Harry, quiet now, waited. Percy arrived like he was already late for a fight. He came out of the trees at a jog, sword in hand, curly hair damp from the night air. Annabeth was right behind him with her knife drawn, eyes scanning everything like she could see danger hiding in leaves. Grover trailed them, breathless, clutching his reed pipes like they were a lifeline. They all stopped the second they saw Harry. Talia stood over him with her spear angled down, shoulders tight. She looked like she had not blinked since she found him. Her eyes flicked to Percy and stayed there. "Do not start," she said. Percy did not lower his sword. He stared at Harry like Harry was a trap that might bite if Percy looked away. "What is that smell?" Percy said, voice flat. Harry forced his eyes open wider. His whole body was shaking. The cold from whatever had dragged him across the world was still in his bones. His clothes were wet. His teeth would not stop clicking. "Hi!" Grover squeaked, then cleared his throat like he was embarrassed. Hi. Are you okay?" Harry tried to answer and ended up coughing. It hurt all the way down. His ribs felt bruised. Annabeth crouched a few steps away, not close enough to be grabbed, not far enough to run. Her gray eyes flicked over Harry's wand, his scar, his soaked clothes, the way the shadows under the trees seemed to sit heavier around him. "You are not from around here," she said. "That is one way to say it," Talia muttered. Percy took one step forward. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. He hated how weak it made him feel, clutching it like a kid holding a blanket. Percy noticed. His gaze sharpened. "What is that?" Harry's throat worked. His voice came out rough. "A wand." Percy's eyebrows went up like he thought Harry was joking. Then he looked at Talia. "You found a wizard," Percy said. Talia did not blink. "I found a kid half dead in my woods with underworld stink on him and a stick that throws light." Percy's jaw tightened. Underworld. Harry flinched at the word. It hit the cold in his scar again, like a memory trying to surface. Annabeth's voice went softer, but her eyes stayed sharp. "Percy, look at him. He is freezing." Percy glanced at Harry's shaking hands. The way Harry's lips had gone pale. Grover took a step forward, then hesitated when Percy did not move. "He is a kid," Grover said, quieter now. "We can at least get him inside." Percy's grip on his sword loosened just a fraction. "Talia, why did you call me?" Talia's eyes flashed. Because you are the one who thinks every big three problem belongs to you. Percy's face twitched like he wanted to argue. Then he looked back at Harry and swallowed. That smell is not normal, Percy said. Harry wanted to snap at him. Wanted to say he did not ask to smell like anything. But his body picked that moment to betray him. A wave of dizziness hit, and he swayed where he sat. His stomach rolled hard. He clamped his jaw shut. Not here. Not in front of them. Annabeth moved, fast and practical. She shrugged off her jacket and tossed it toward Harry. It landed across his shoulders. Put that on, she said, like it was not a request. Harry's hands fumbled. The jacket was warm. It smelled like smoke and pine. He pulled it tighter, shivering. Percy watched him do it, then finally lowered his sword, keeping it ready at his side. Okay, Percy said. We take him to camp. But if he does anything weird, I am not letting him hurt anyone. Talia snorted. He already did something weird. That is the whole point. Grover swallowed. Can you walk? Harry tried. His legs barely listened. He pushed up on one hand and nearly went down again. Pain shot through his knees. Talia caught his arm before he face-planted. Her grip was firm, not gentle, but it steadied him. You are not dying on me, she said low. Harry blinked at her. He did not know why that sentence made his chest hurt. Thanks, he rasped. Talia's mouth tightened like she did not like gratitude. Save it. Move. Percy stepped in on Harry's other side. He hesitated like he expected Harry to bite, then hooked an arm under Harry's elbow. Harry stiffened automatically. Percy noticed. Relax. I am not the ministry. Harry's head snapped up. You know what that is? Percy's eyes narrowed. No. But you said it like it was a problem. Talia's grip tightened. Later. Walk first. They moved through the trees, Talia and Percy half carrying Harry. The forest felt alive in the dark. Crickets chirped. Leaves rustled. Somewhere far away, an owl hooted. Harry's head kept turning, trying to track where he was. Pine. Dirt. A distant glow ahead, warm and golden, like a campfire. Where am I? He asked, voice thin. Grover walked close now, as if he decided being scared was less important than being helpful. Long Island. Camp Half-Blood. Harry stared at him. That is not a real place. Annabeth's mouth quirked. It is very real, Percy muttered. Sometimes I wish it was not. Harry would have laughed if he could breathe properly. They reached a hill and the world opened up. Beyond the trees was a valley lit by torches and firelight. Cabins lined the edges, each different like they had been built by people who never agreed on a single design. A climbing wall glowed faintly in the distance, and Harry could see sparks and hear distant laughter, even this late. The air smelled like food, like smoke, like horses. Harry's chest tightened, not from fear this time, but from sheer shock. He had spent his whole life in a house that felt like a cage. This place felt like a world. Talia paused at the top of the hill, scanning the valley like she was checking for threats. Percy did too, then looked at Harry again. You okay? Percy asked, like he did not like saying it. Harry swallowed. I do not know. Grover's ears flicked. He frowned. The barrier is reacting. Harry did not understand what that meant until they started down the hill and he felt it. A line in the air. He stepped through it and the hairs on his arms lifted again. Not like wand magic. More like walking into sunlight after being underground too long. The cold in his scar eased for half a second, like something loosened its grip. Then it came back, quieter, but still there. Percy noticed his flinch. You felt it. Harry nodded once. Annabeth did not take her eyes off him. Most mortals do not. Harry did not answer, because he did not know how to explain that nothing about his life felt normal anymore. They crossed the valley fast. A few campers were still awake near a fire, whispering and laughing. The laughter died as soon as they saw Talia with her spear and Percy with his sword and a soaked kid between them. One girl with curly hair and freckles stared hard, then whispered something to the boy beside her. He looked at Harry and made a warning gesture like Harry might curse him. Harry's stomach twisted. Great. New place, same look. Talia's face went sharp. Keep staring and I will give you a reason. The campers looked away fast. Percy let out a slow breath. Welcome to camp. Harry did not know if Percy meant it as a warning or a joke. They reached a big farmhouse-type building on a porch with lights glowing inside. The smell of something sweet hit Harry, like warm bread. His stomach growled, then immediately flipped, like it could not decide if it wanted food or to vomit. Annabeth took the lead up the steps and pushed the door open. Inside was warmer. A fire burned in the hearth. The wood floors creaked under their feet. And then Harry saw him, a man in a wheelchair, dark hair, kind eyes, looking up from a book like he had been expecting them. He did not look surprised. That made Harry's skin crawl. Beside him was another man lounging on a couch with a can in his hand and a bored expression. He wore a Hawaiian shirt like he was trying to insult the concept of seriousness. The bored man's eyes flicked to Harry, and for a second Harry felt like he was being weighed. "Ah," the bored man said. "That is new." Talia's shoulders went tighter. "Chiron, Mr. D." Chiron's gaze softened when it landed on Harry. "You are hurt." Harry tried to say he was fine. Came out as a cough. Mr. D sighed like it was inconvenient. "Of course he is. They never arrive tidy." Percy helped Harry forward. "Talia found him in the woods. He is weird." Harry shot Percy a look. Percy did not look sorry. Annabeth spoke over him. "He smells like the underworld. He is not from our world. And he has a wand." Mr. D lifted his can slightly. "I heard. The air tastes like grave dirt." Harry's grip tightened on his wand again. He did not like the way that sounded. Chiron wheeled closer. His eyes flicked to Harry's scar, then down to Harry's shaking hands, then to the damp lines on his clothes. "Sit," Chiron said. Harry did because he could not stay standing anyway. His legs gave out, and he landed on the edge of a chair with a soft thud. Talia leaned her spear against the wall but did not step far away. She watched Harry like she was guarding him from the room, or guarding the room from him. Chiron reached out, calm and steady. "May I?" Harry hesitated, then held out his wrist. He did not know why he did that. It just felt like the least dangerous place to be touched. Chiron's fingers pressed gently to Harry's pulse. Harry felt it instantly. Not pain, not cold. Something like a ripple deep under his skin. Chiron's expression changed. Not fear. Recognition. Mr. D sat up a little. "Well, that is unpleasant." Percy's mouth tightened. "What is it?" Chiron did not answer yet. He turned to Annabeth. "Fetch ambrosia and nectar. Small amounts." Annabeth nodded and moved. Harry frowned. "What are those?" "Food," Percy said. "Magic food." Harry's stomach churned. "Sounds safe." Mr. D snorted. "It is, mostly, unless you eat too much and burst into flame. But I am sure nobody will let you do that." "Probably." Harry stared at him. "You are not funny." Mr. D's eyes narrowed. "I am a god. I am hilarious," Percy muttered. "Do not encourage him." Talia crossed her arms. "What is he?" Chiron finally looked straight at Harry. His voice stayed gentle. "Tell me your name." Harry swallowed. "Harry. Harry Potter." Mr. D made a face. "Potter. Like a potter. That is the best your mother could do." Talia shot him a look. "Enough." Mr. D raised his hands. "Fine. Fine. I am quiet." He was not. Chiron's gaze did not leave Harry. "Harry Potter. Do you know who your father is?" Harry's throat tightened instantly. He felt 13 years old in the worst way. "No." Percy's eyebrows lifted. "That is not weird. Most of us do not." Harry looked at Percy, confused. Annabeth returned with a small plate and a glass. She set them down in front of Harry like she was placing evidence. The food looked like a tiny piece of bread. The drink looked like honey. Harry stared at it. "This is ambrosia and nectar." Annabeth nodded. "Take a bite." "Small." Harry looked at Talia, then Percy. Percy gave a small nod. Not friendly, not hostile, just a warning that this was happening. Harry took a small bite. Warmth hit his mouth instantly. Not the taste. The feeling. The taste was ridiculous. Tasted like the best thing he had ever eaten. Like the smell of fresh laundry on a sunny day. Like a meal he had never gotten at the Dursleys. like something safe. His throat tightened. His eyes stung. Then the warmth sank into his chest, and his shaking eased a fraction. The dizziness backed off. Harry swallowed hard, trying not to look like he was about to cry over a bite of bread. Mr. D watched him with mild interest. Yep. DemiGod, Harry choked. What? Percy leaned forward slightly. Wait, you did not know. Harry stared at him. Know what? Talia exhaled through her nose. Oh, great. He is clueless. Chiron's voice stayed calm, but the room felt heavier now. Harry, your blood is not entirely mortal. Harry's pulse spiked again. I am human. Annabeth tilted her head. You can be both. Harry's fingers clenched. You are saying I am, what? Half-god. Mr. D waved his can. DemiGod. Half-blood. All that fun stuff. Harry blinked at the words. They sounded insane. Then again, a few hours ago he had been dragged through darkness that smelled like old stone and rivers. So, Harry said slowly, forcing his brain to keep up, you are telling me my dad is a god. Percy's expression went tight. If he smells like the underworld, that narrows it down. Harry felt cold creep again, like his scar remembered the river. Talia's eyes sharpened. Do not say it out loud. Mr. D looked amused. Oh, we are doing this. Chiron's gaze flicked to Mr. D, warning. Mr. D shrugged like he did not care. Percy's voice went flat. Big 3. Harry stared. Big what? Annabeth's voice went quiet, like she was explaining something dangerous. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. Their children cause problems. The world notices. Monsters notice. Harry's stomach dropped. Talia's jaw tightened. And it makes people act like you are a walking bomb. Harry's mind flashed to the ministry, to the word threat, to the metal band. He swallowed. They said I was dangerous. Chiron leaned forward slightly. Who are they? Harry's grip on the chair tightened. The government. The Ministry of Magic. Percy's face scrunched. Magic government. Harry nodded once. They broke into my house. They tried to put a thing on me. They said I was a containment risk. Annabeth's eyes sharpened at the word. Containment. Like they wanted to lock you up. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes. Talia's voice went low. And you ran. Harry's chest tightened. They tried to bind me. Panicked. Something happened. Shadows. A crack. A creature got dragged into it. Chiron's expression went grave. Mr. D's mouth twisted. Lovely. Percy's eyes narrowed. What creature? Harry swallowed. It looked like a huge dog. Wrong. Its eyes were red. Came through the window. It tried to eat me. Grover made a small choking sound. That sounds like a hellhound. Harry's skin prickled. A what? Grover's ears drooped. It is an underworld monster. They usually only show up when someone powerful is nearby. Percy stared at Harry like he was trying to decide if Harry was lying. And after that, you teleported here. Harry's mouth went dry. I did not mean to. Annabeth leaned forward. You shadow traveled. Harry blinked. I did not do anything called that. Talia's eyes stayed on Harry's face. You did. You just did it blind. Harry felt a weird mix of anger and relief. Anger that everyone kept acting like they knew him. Relief that someone had a name for what happened. He took a sip of the drink. Sweetness hit his tongue. Then warmth. His stomach settled a bit. Not fully, but enough. Chiron spoke gently. Harry, if you are a child of Hades, Talia cut in fast. Do not. Chiron's gaze flicked to her. Talia's voice was sharp. Saying it makes it real. Percy's jaw clenched. And for a second Harry saw something behind Percy's eyes. Not just suspicion. Fear. Old fear. Annabeth noticed too. Her hand brushed Percy's wrist, quick and grounding. Harry's throat tightened. Why are you scared of that name? Mr. D finally smiled, and it had no warmth. Because his father is not the kind of god who sends birthday cards. Harry glared at him. Stop talking like I am not here. Mr. D shrugged. Fine. You are here. You smell like death and rivers, and it is making my wine taste worse. Better. Talia's eyes flashed. Mr. D sighed. What? I am honest. Chiron took control again, voice steady. We will not decide anything tonight. Harry needs rest. And we need to keep him safe. Percy scoffed. Safe? Yeah. Because that always goes well. Chiron's eyes softened. Percy. Percy looked away like he hated that Chiron said his name like that. Annabeth's eyes returned to Harry. You said you have magic. Wizard magic. Show me. Harry's stomach tightened. No. Annabeth blinked. No. Harry's voice went hard. Every time I use it, something else happens. And your people keep looking at me like I am a problem. Percy snapped. Because you might be. Talia's head whipped toward Percy. Percy. Percy stepped forward, frustration cutting through him. No. Listen. We have been through this. Big 3 kids show up and monsters show up and people get hurt. I am not doing that again without asking questions. Harry's heart started racing again. His sentences shortened. I did not ask to be this. I did not even know. Percy's eyes narrowed. You are holding a weapon. Harry lifted his wand slightly. So are you. Percy's grip tightened on his sword. This is a sword. Harry almost laughed. Sharp and humorless. And this is a wand. It does spells. Like your knife does stabbing. Annabeth's mouth twitched. He is not wrong. Percy shot her a look. Thanks. Grover stepped between them like he was trying to stop 2 cats from fighting. Okay. Maybe we all calm down before someone actually stabs someone. Talia's gaze stayed locked on Percy. You do not get to talk to him like he is already guilty. Percy's voice went low. And you do not get to pretend this is normal. Talia's shoulders lifted. Tense. I never said it was. I said we do not abandon kids. Harry's throat tightened at that, because nobody ever said it like that for him. Chiron lifted a hand. Enough. The room quieted. Even Mr. D shut up, which was honestly terrifying. Chiron looked at Harry again. You said the ministry tried to restrain you. That implies they have experience dealing with unusual powers. Harry nodded once. They have laws. They have prisons. They were going to put me in one. Talia's jaw tightened. Over my dead body. Harry blinked. He did not know what to do with someone saying that. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. This other world. Wizards. If they exist, that means the mist is either failing or being manipulated. Harry frowned. Mist. Grover's ears flicked. The mist keeps mortals from seeing the truth. Harry stared. Like a spell. Annabeth nodded. Yes, but it is older than our magic. It is baked into the world. Harry's thoughts raced. Practical. Immediate. So my people are mortals. They should not see your world. Percy grimaced. Yeah, except sometimes they do anyway. Especially when monsters go on a rampage in the middle of a city. Harry swallowed. The ministry people used magic. They are not normal mortals. Chiron's gaze sharpened. That is important. Mr. D leaned back. Fantastic. 2 groups of idiots with different magical laws. Talia ignored him. We need to hide him. Percy's eyes narrowed. Hide him where? Annabeth answered before anyone else. The safest place is inside the camp barrier. But if his father is who we think, his cabin will be a problem. Harry swallowed hard. Cabin, Grover offered. We have cabins for each god. It is like family houses. Harry's stomach twisted. Family houses. He did not know if that made him want to laugh or cry. Chiron's voice stayed calm. Until he is claimed, he can stay in the Hermes cabin. Percy's eyebrows went up. You are assuming he will be claimed. Mr. D took a sip from his can. He already is. The smell is not subtle. Harry's scar burned faintly again, like the name was circling closer. Talia reached out and tapped Harry's shoulder. Not gentle but grounding. You are staying here. You will not go back to that ministry. Harry looked at her. You do not know what they can do. Talia's eyes were stormy. And you do not know what we can do. Harry hated that a part of him believed her instantly. Chiron wheeled back slightly. Percy. Annabeth. Take Harry to cabin 11. Make sure he eats a little more ambrosia and drinks water. He needs rest. Percy opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. His jaw worked. Finally he nodded once, stiff. Annabeth stood. Come on. Harry tried to stand and almost fell again. Percy caught him without thinking, then immediately looked annoyed with himself for it. I have got you, Percy muttered. Harry swallowed. Thanks. Percy did not answer. They left the big house and stepped back into the night air. The valley was quieter now. Most torches still burned, but the voices had faded. Somewhere a horse snorted. The smell of lake water and pine hit Harry again, grounding him. Annabeth walked ahead, leading them along a path between cabins. She kept glancing back, not nervous, just checking. Percy stayed on Harry's other side like a guard. Talia followed a few steps behind, spear resting on her shoulder like it weighed nothing. Harry's legs felt heavy. Every step sent a dull ache up his calves. His skin still felt damp and cold, even with Annabeth's jacket. They passed a cabin that looked like it was made of rough stone. Another with bright red paint and trophies. Another that glowed faintly like it had its own moonlight. Harry stared, exhausted and overwhelmed. Percy noticed. Do not stare too long. Some cabins do not like it. Harry let out a shaky breath. Everything here is insane. Annabeth's voice floated back, matter of fact. You will get used to it, or you will not. Most of us do not get a choice. Harry's throat tightened. Yeah, same. They reached a bigger cabin with a porch and lots of bunks visible through the windows. It looked like a summer camp building, but warmer, lived in. The smell of chocolate hit him as soon as they got close. Percy opened the door and guided Harry inside. The room was dim. A few kids were asleep on bunks. Some stirred as the door creaked. One boy sat up, eyes squinting. Percy, the boy mumbled. Why are you bringing a drowned rat in here? Percy hissed. Shut up, Connor. Connor blinked, then stared at Harry. Oh, new kid. Harry stiffened. He did not like being looked at. Annabeth spoke quickly. He is staying for now. Do not be stupid. Connor's eyes widened. You look like you crawled out of the lake. Harry's lips twitched despite himself. Close. Another boy sat up on a bunk, rubbing his face. Can we rob him later? Percy snapped. Travis. Travis grinned. Kidding. Mostly. Harry stared at them, too tired to process the fact that someone was joking about robbing him like it was normal. Talia leaned against the doorframe, watching. Her eyes flicked to the bunks, then to the windows, then back to Harry. Always scanning. Percy guided Harry to an empty bunk near the back. Sit. Harry sat, then immediately swayed. His stomach rolled. He clenched his jaw. Annabeth handed him a canteen from a shelf. Drink. Harry drank. The water was cold and clean. It helped. Percy reached into a box and pulled out a square of something. Eat. Harry looked at it. What is that? Percy shrugged. Brownie. Harry hesitated, then took a bite. It was warm and sweet. His stomach protested, then eased. He breathed out slowly. Connor leaned forward, curious. So what are you? Like a new demigod? Or a monster in disguise? Percy's eyes flashed. Connor held up his hands. I am asking. That is what Hermes kids do. We ask questions. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand again. I am not a monster. Travis smirked. That is what monsters say. Talia's voice cut in sharp. Say one more word and I will staple your mouth shut with my spear. Travis shut up instantly. Connor blinked at Talia. Okay, noted. Angry spear lady. Talia's eyes narrowed. I have a name. Connor's grin flashed. Yeah, Talia. We know. You are famous. Talia rolled her eyes like she hated that. Percy leaned closer to Harry, voice low so the others would not hear. Do not mind them. Hermes' cabin is chaos. Harry swallowed. Seems like it. Percy looked like he wanted to say something else, then stopped. His eyes flicked to the wand again. You can do spells with that. Harry nodded. Percy's voice went blunt. Can you kill with it? Harry's stomach twisted. He remembered spells in books, dark curses whispered in old corridors, the way the ministry called him a threat. He swallowed. I do not want to. Percy's jaw tightened, like that answer mattered more than Harry expected. Annabeth sat on the edge of a bunk across from him. Show me a simple spell. Something harmless. Harry shook his head. Not here. Not with kids sleeping. Annabeth's mouth quirked like she respected that. Fair. Talia pushed off the doorframe and walked closer, stopping right in front of Harry. Her eyes were sharp. You are still shaking, she said. Harry hated that she noticed. I am fine, Talia snorted. No, you are not. She pulled something off a hook, a dry blanket, and tossed it at him. It hit his lap. Harry stared at it like it was a trap. Then he pulled it around his shoulders. The warmth helped. His shivering eased a little. Talia's voice went lower, only for him. You are safe here. For now, Harry swallowed. You keep saying that, like it is a promise you can make. Talia's eyes held his. It is the only promise I am making tonight. Harry's throat tightened again. He nodded once. Percy watched the exchange, expression unreadable. Annabeth stood. Percy, we should let him sleep. Percy did not move. He kept looking at Harry like he was trying to solve a puzzle. What is your world? Percy asked finally. Wizard world. How does it work? Harry hesitated. We have schools, laws, wand magic. Monsters too, I guess, if that thing was one. Percy's eyes narrowed. You fight monsters with spells. Harry nodded. Sometimes. Percy's jaw worked. And your government attacked you. Harry's fingers clenched under the blanket. They were scared. Percy's voice went low. We know how that feels. Talia's eyes flicked to Percy, sharp. Percy did not look away. Annabeth put a hand on Percy's arm again. Later, Percy exhaled through his nose, then finally stepped back. Fine. Sleep. But I will be watching. Harry stared at him. That is comforting. Percy's mouth twitched. Yeah. You are welcome. Percy turned and headed toward the door with Annabeth. Grover had stayed quiet in the corner, watching Harry like he wanted to help but did not know how. Grover gave Harry a small, nervous smile. Good night. Harry nodded. Night. Percy and Annabeth left. The door clicked shut behind them. The cabin settled. The other kids mumbled, shifted, went back to sleep. Connor and Travis whispered for a minute, then quieted too. Talia stayed. Harry noticed after a few breaths and looked up. You are not leaving, he said. Talia shrugged. Not yet. Harry swallowed. Why? Talia's gaze flicked to the corner shadows, like she did not trust them. Because you are a beacon right now. And because I called Percy for a reason. Harry's stomach twisted. You think something is coming. Talia's eyes narrowed. Something always comes. Harry lay back slowly, blanket tight around him. His body felt like it had been beaten with sticks. His arms were heavy. His wand was still in his hand. He did not want to put it down. Talia noticed again. You sleep with that. Harry's voice came out quiet. It is the only thing I trust. Talia's expression softened just a fraction, then hardened again like she hated that softness. Sleep. If you do not, you will collapse anyway. Harry stared at the ceiling. He tried to sleep. His eyes closed, but his mind would not. Every time he drifted, he heard that river. The splash. The pole. The boat. He swallowed hard and forced his eyes open again. Talia was still there, leaning against a bunk, spear in hand. Her gaze stayed on the door and the window like she was guarding the whole cabin. Harry's voice came out before he could stop it. Who are you? Talia's eyes flicked to him. Talia Grace. Harry frowned. You said it like I should know. Talia's mouth twitched. You do not. Lucky you. Harry hesitated. You called Percy like he is important. Talia snorted quietly. Percy thinks he is not. Everyone else knows he is. Harry took a slow breath, then asked the question that had been clawing at him. What is a demigod? Talia stared at him for a beat, then looked away toward the window. Her voice went flat, like she was reciting facts she hated. Half human, half god. It means monsters want you dead, and the gods pretend you are not their problem unless it is convenient. Harry's throat tightened. Sounds familiar. Talia's eyes flicked back to him, sharp, like that sentence hit her in the ribs. Yeah, Harry swallowed. And you think my dad is? Talia's jaw tightened. Do not say it yet. Harry stared at her. Why are you protecting me from a name? Talia's voice went low. Because that name changes how everyone looks at you. It changes what they expect. It changes what you think you are allowed to be. Harry's chest tightened. He thought of the ministry calling him a threat. He thought of Petunia looking at him like he was something wrong. He whispered, It already changed. Talia did not answer for a moment. Then she said, quiet and rough, "Not all changes are bad." Harry's eyes stung again. He blinked hard. He hated that he was close to crying. He hated that this girl with a spear who barely knew him was the first person to say something like that. His voice came out small. "How do I stop the shadows?" Talia's gaze went distant for a beat. "You do not stop who you are. You learn control. You learn boundaries." Harry swallowed. "Boundaries did not help when I was drowning." Talia's eyes sharpened. "You drowned." Harry nodded once, throat tight. "I ended up in the ocean. The shadows yanked me out again. I did not choose it." Talia's grip on her spear tightened. "That is not normal shadow travel." Harry stared. "It felt like something was dragging me." Talia's expression went hard. "Yeah, that is the part one do not like." Harry's stomach twisted. "So what am I?" Talia's eyes held his. "You are a kid who got thrown into a war you did not know existed." Harry swallowed. "That does not answer the question." Talia's mouth tightened. "No, but it is the truth." Silence settled again. Harry finally felt his eyelids getting heavier. Not sleep, just exhaustion dragging him down. He fought it for a few breaths, then lost. His eyes closed. The river came immediately. He stood on black sand under a dead sky. The air smelled like old coins and damp stone. The water was dark, thick, moving slow like it did not care about time. A boat drifted near the shore. A hooded figure held a pole, face hidden. The figure did not speak. It did not need to. Harry's scar burned cold, like a hand pressed against it. The hooded figure tilted its head toward him. Harry's chest tightened. He forced himself to breathe. Practical. Immediate. Run. Wake up. Move. But his feet would not move. The water rippled. A shape rose just under the surface, long and pale, like a hand reaching up. Harry tried to shout. No sound came out. The hand touched the side of the boat. The boat jerked. The hooded figure turned its head toward the water, and for the first time Harry felt something like annoyance radiate through the air. The hand slid away. The water stilled. Then a voice spoke from behind Harry, deep and calm and heavy like a mountain. "Stop running in the dark. It will tear you apart." Harry spun. He saw nothing. Only shadow. Only cold. He whispered, "Who are you?" The voice answered like it was already inside his bones. "Your father is not a comfort. He is a fact." Harry's stomach dropped. He tried to breathe. His lungs felt tight. The voice continued, slow, steady. "They will fear you. Some will worship. Some will try to chain you. Your choice is what you do when you are tired." Harry's throat worked. "I do not want this." The cold pressed in, not cruel, just absolute. "Want does not change blood." Harry's hands shook. "Then what changes it?" A pause. Then the voice came again, quieter. "Loyalty. And a line you will not cross." The river behind him rippled again, like something listened. Harry swallowed. "What line?" The cold shifted, like the voice was turning away. "No civilians." Harry blinked, confused. The words sat in him like a rule carved into stone. Then the air snapped. Harry woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright on the bunk. His heart hammered. Sweat clung to his skin. His hands shook so hard the blanket slid off his shoulders. The cabin was still dim. Most kids were asleep. The fire in the small stove had burned lower. Talia was still awake, eyes on him instantly. "You had a nightmare," she said. Harry swallowed hard. His throat burned. He forced the words out. "I heard a voice." Talia's jaw tightened. "Say more." Harry tried to breathe. His sentences shortened. "It said my father is a fact. It said people will chain me." Talia's eyes went sharp. "Did it say a name?" Harry's mouth went dry. He nodded once. Talia's grip tightened on her spear. "And you are still alive, so that is something." Harry stared at her. "You are not surprised." Talia's voice went low. "I am surprised. I am just also tired of being surprised." Harry swallowed again. "It said no civilians." Talia's eyes narrowed. "That sounds like a rule, not a threat." Harry's hands trembled. It did not feel like comfort. Talia's expression softened just a fraction. "It will not." Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. Outside, A horn sounded again. Not the same as before. This one was closer.
Urgent.
Talia straightened instantly. Stay. Harry's heart jumped. What is that? Talia's voice was sharp. Problem. She moved to the door. She cracked it open just enough to look out. Torchlight flickered outside. Shadows moved fast along the path. Footsteps. Voices. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. He swung his legs off the bunk, ignoring the ache. Talia shot him a look. I said stay. Harry's voice came out rough. I am not staying in bed while something comes for me. Talia's mouth tightened like she wanted to argue. Then she did not. She just said low. Fine. But you listen. Harry nodded, jaw clenched. They stepped outside. The night air hit Harry again. Colder than inside. His wet clothes clung to him. He shivered, but adrenaline kept him upright. A group of campers ran past, some half-dressed, weapons in hand. Percy was among them, sword out, eyes sharp. He spotted Harry and Talia and swore under his breath. What are you doing out? Percy snapped. Harry stared at him. What is happening? Percy's jaw clenched. A hellhound got through the barrier. Harry's stomach dropped. Talia's eyes narrowed. How? Annabeth appeared at Percy's side, hair tied back, knife ready. Her gaze flicked to Harry, quick. It is not just a hellhound. It is tracking something. Percy's eyes cut to Harry. Great. Harry's chest tightened. It is tracking me. Grover showed up behind them, breathing hard. It came from the woods. It is headed toward the cabins. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook. Practical. Immediate. If it is coming for me, move away from people. Harry took a step back from the cabin line. Talia grabbed his arm. No. Do not run blind. That is how you get someone killed. Harry swallowed hard. Then what do I do? Percy stared at him, jaw tight. You tell us if you can control those shadows. Harry's stomach turned. I do not know. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. You used them on the creature in your house. Harry forced the words out. I did not choose it. It happened. Percy's voice went hard. Then choose now. Harry's breathing went shallow. His sentences shortened. I am trying. Talia stepped in front of him. Spear up, eyes on the dark path between cabins. If it comes, I hit it first. Percy scoffed. Of course you do. Talia did not look at him. Shut up and cover the left. Percy did because he did not have time to argue. Harry stood between them, wand raised, hands shaking. The torchlight made long shadows across the ground. Harry hated the way those shadows seemed to notice him. A growl rolled through the night. Low, wet, hungry. Harry's stomach dropped. The hellhound burst into view between cabins, bigger than the one in his living room, fur smoking at the edges. Its eyes locked on Harry instantly. Harry's scar burned cold. The hellhound lunged. Percy moved like lightning, sword flashing. Talia met it head-on with her spear. Metal hit flesh with a sick thud. The hellhound yelped, but kept coming. Annabeth darted in, slashing at its flank, then rolled away before its jaws snapped shut. Grover played a sharp note on his pipes. The hellhound's head jerked like the sound hurt. Harry raised his wand, breathing hard. Stun it. Bind it. Anything. Stupefy, Harry shouted. A red bolt hit the hellhound's shoulder. It stumbled, then shook it off like it was a fly bite. Harry's chest tightened. What? Percy yelled. Magic does not always work right on monsters. Try again. Harry's hands shook harder. He fired again, aiming for its eyes. The bolt hit. The hellhound yelped, blinked hard, then snarled and turned toward Harry even more focused. That was not a win. That was a challenge. Charged straight at him. Harry's stomach flipped. He stumbled back. He threw up a shield. Protego. The barrier snapped into place with a crack. The hellhound hit it with a boom that rattled Harry's teeth. His arms screamed. The barrier held for one breath. Then it started to crack like spiderweb lines across glass. Harry's heart hammered. Sweat ran down his temples. Talia lunged and drove her spear into the hellhound's side. Hard. The hellhound snarled and twisted, claws scraping the barrier again. Percy shouted, Harry, drop it. Move. Harry tried. His legs felt glued. The barrier cracked more. Harry's breath came fast. He tasted metal. The shadows under his feet thickened. He felt the cold presence inside him shift, like it woke up. Harry whispered, panicked. No, not here. Not now. The shadows did not listen. They surged up, not as wild as before, but fast. Cold wrapped around Harry's calves, then his waist. His stomach lurched like he was about to fall through the ground. Harry gasped. Stop! Talia shouted. Harry! Percy's eyes widened. Oh no! The barrier shattered. The hellhound lunged into the space where Harry had been. Harry was not there. He dropped into darkness. For a heartbeat, he was in the river smell again. The cold and the weight, the sound of water moving slow. Then he slammed back out, coughing, on the other side of the hellhound. He hit the ground hard and rolled. Dirt filled his mouth. He spat, gasping. The hellhound spun, confused for half a second. Talia did not waste it. She drove her spear through its chest. Percy followed with a slash that took its head clean off. The hellhound dissolved into black dust and smoke, fading into the night air like it had never existed. Silence hit hard. Harry lay on the ground, shaking, breath coming in short bursts. His stomach churned violently. He rolled to his side and gagged, then threw up into the dirt. It was mostly water and a little brownie. It still burned. He sat there, hunched, shaking, eyes stinging. Talia crouched beside him, one hand on his shoulder, steady. Breathe. Harry sucked in air, ragged. Percy stood over him, chest heaving, eyes sharp. He looked furious. Annabeth wiped her blade on the grass, then looked at Harry like she was trying to pin down a theory. Grover swallowed hard. You just shadow traveled. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, shaking. I did not mean to. Percy's voice was tight. But you did it. And you did not kill anyone. That is good. Harry stared at him. Is that your standard? I did not kill anyone. Percy's jaw clenched. It is a start. Talia's eyes narrowed at Percy. Back off. He just puked out his lungs. Percy took a breath, then stepped back. Fine. Annabeth crouched on Harry's other side. Her voice was quieter. That was controlled. Not perfect, but not random. You went where your mind wanted you to go. Harry swallowed, throat burning. My mind wanted away. Annabeth nodded. Then you can train it. Harry's stomach rolled again. He swallowed it down. I do not want to be a monster. Talia's grip on his shoulder tightened. Then do not be. Percy watched him for a long second, then looked away toward the dark treeline. More will come, Percy said. Harry's chest tightened. Because of me. Grover's ears drooped. Not only because of you, but yes, your scent is loud. Harry hated that word. Scent. He pushed himself up slowly, legs trembling. Talia helped him, not letting him fall. Annabeth stood too. She looked at Percy. We cannot keep him in Hermie's cabin. It is too close to everyone. Percy frowned. What are you suggesting? Annabeth's gaze flicked to the far edge of camp. We wait for the claiming. Then he goes to the correct cabin. Harry's stomach dropped again. Claiming. Talia's jaw tightened. Percy's expression went flat. Yeah, that. They walked Harry back toward the big house. Not because Chiron told them to, but because nobody else had answers. On the way, campers peeked out of cabin windows, whispering. Harry felt every stare like a weight on his shoulders. He kept his eyes down. His hands still shook. When they reached the porch, Chiron was already there, looking out into the night like he had heard the horn and known. Mr. D stood behind him, can in hand, expression bored. So, Mr. D said, the underworld puppy wanted a snack. Shocking. Percy's voice came out sharp. A hellhound got in. Chiron's gaze flicked to Harry. And Harry's shadow traveled again. Harry's stomach twisted. I did not mean to. Chiron's eyes softened. Intent can come later. Survival comes first. Talia's voice went hard. He cannot stay exposed. You know that. Chiron nodded once. Yes. Annabeth spoke quickly, practical. His magic worked, but not enough. His underworld ability reacted when he panicked. He needs training. Mr. D sighed. Training. Wonderful. Another child of dramatic parentage to train. Harry's eyes snapped to him. Stop talking like I am a burden. Mr. D's eyes narrowed. You are a burden. You are also a person. Both can be true. Harry's chest tightened. His sentences shortened. I did not ask to be here. Mr. D leaned forward slightly. None of you did. Yet here you are, leaving mud on my porch. Talia stepped toward Mr. D like she might actually stab a god, which was probably a bad idea. Chiron lifted a hand, calming. Enough. Harry, come inside. Harry followed because his legs were about to give out. Inside, Chiron sat him back down by the fire. Annabeth fetched water. Grover hovered like he wanted to be useful. Percy paced, restless. Talia leaned against the wall, eyes sharp. Chiron looked at Harry steady. The hellhound confirms what we suspected. You are being hunted. Harry swallowed. By monsters. Chiron nodded. Yes, and possibly by other forces. Harry's stomach tightened. My ministry. Chiron's gaze sharpened. We will discuss that later. First, you need to understand the basics of this world. Harry exhaled shakily. Okay. Chiron's voice stayed calm. The gods have children with mortals. Those children attract monsters. The camp exists to protect and train them. Most demigods are claimed by their divine parent at some point, often around your age. Harry's mouth went dry. And if I am not claimed, Mr. D shrugged. Then you stay in cabin 11 and steal things with Hermes brats. Connor would probably love that. Harry did not. Annabeth spoke, focused. The problem is your scent. If it is Hades, you will be claimed. It is just a matter of when. Harry swallowed hard. Why are you all acting like it is certain? Percy's voice went low. Because nobody smells like the underworld by accident. Harry stared at the floorboards, fighting the cold in his scar. So my dad is Hades. Talia flinched like the name was a slap. The fire popped, loud in the silence. Mr. D's mouth curved like he was amused. There, you said it. The sky did not fall. Harry's chest tightened. He waited for something. Lightning. A scream. Anything. Nothing happened. Except the cold in his scar pulsed once, slow, like a heartbeat. Chiron's voice went gentle. Names have power. Not because they cause storms. Because they change people. Harry swallowed. They already changed the way you look at me. Percy stopped pacing. His eyes met Harry's. There was something raw there. Something exhausted. Yeah, Percy said. They do. Harry's hands shook. He clenched them, trying to stop it. So what now? Chiron's gaze stayed steady. Now you rest. Then you train. Then you learn control. And we keep you safe inside the barrier. Talia's voice went hard. And we keep him away from any idiot who thinks they can chain him. Chiron nodded slightly. Yes. Annabeth looked at Harry, eyes sharp. Tomorrow, we test your wand magic properly. Controlled conditions. Harry's throat tightened. Tomorrow. Mr. D yawned. Tomorrow. Always tomorrow. I remember when immortality sounded exciting. Harry stared at him. Why are you here? Mr. D smiled without warmth. Because I run this camp. Unfortunately, Percy muttered. He is Dionysus. Harry blinked. The wine guy. Mr. D's eyes narrowed. The wine guy. Talia looked like she was trying not to laugh. Harry did not know how he felt about that, but it made the tightness in his chest ease for one breath. Chiron spoke again. Percy, Annabeth, take Harry back to cabin 11. Talia, you may rest as well. Talia's eyes flicked to Harry. I am fine. Percy snorted. You are never fine. Talia shot him a look that could kill. Harry pushed himself up, moving slowly. His body was still trembling with aftershock. His stomach still churned. He followed Percy and Annabeth out again. This time, there were more campers awake, peeking out, whispering. Harry kept his eyes down again. Annabeth walked close, voice low. Do not let it get to you. Harry's voice came out rough. They are scared. Annabeth nodded. Yes, and they are not wrong to be. But that does not mean you are a villain. Harry swallowed. My old world already decided I am a threat. Annabeth's gaze flicked to him. Then prove them wrong. Here. Harry did not answer. He did not know if he could. Percy opened the cabin 11 door again, and they slipped inside. Most kids were asleep. Connor and Travis were whispering, then shut up when they saw Percy. Percy jerked his head. Back to sleep. Connor yawned. Was that the horn? Did we miss something cool? Percy's voice went sharp. No. Connor's eyes flicked to Harry, then widened. Oh, it was about him. Cool. Talia stepped in behind them and shut the door with a soft click. Her eyes scanned the room again. Percy looked at her. You are staying again. Talia shrugged. Yeah. Percy's jaw tightened. You do not have to babysit him. Talia's eyes flashed. I am not babysitting. I am making sure Camp does not do something stupid. Percy's voice went flat. Camp. Talia's gaze cut to Percy. You know what I mean. Percy looked away, jaw working. Annabeth sighed like she hated that they were doing this. Both of you stop. They did, barely. Harry sat on the bunk again, blanket still around his shoulders. His wand was still in his hand. Annabeth leaned in slightly. Sleep. For real this time. Harry swallowed. I will try. Annabeth studied him for a beat, then nodded once and left, pulling Percy with her. Grover lingered at the door, then gave Harry a small, worried look. If you need anything, just shout. Quietly. Harry nodded. Okay. Grover left. The cabin settled. Talia stayed. Harry lay back again, staring at the ceiling. He tried to sleep. His eyes closed. This time he did not fall into the river immediately. Instead he heard footsteps. Soft. Hesitant. Harry opened his eyes. A boy stood near the bunks, half hidden in shadow. He looked about Harry's age, maybe a bit younger. He had dark hair that fell into his eyes, and his skin looked pale in the dim light like he spent too much time underground. His gaze was locked on Harry. Harry's stomach tightened. He sat up slowly, blanket slipping. The boy took one step forward, then stopped like he was afraid. Talia's spear lifted a fraction instantly. Who are you? The boy's eyes flicked to Talia, then back to Harry. His voice came out quiet, hoarse, like he had not used it much tonight. I felt him, the boy said. Harry's throat went dry. Felt me. The boy's gaze stayed on Harry like he was staring at a mirror he did not trust. The shadows, the river, the pull. It is like home. Harry's scar burned faintly again. Talia's voice went hard. Name. The boy swallowed. Nico. Percy had said something earlier. Percy had looked tired when he said the underworld. Harry's stomach dropped. Nico. Nico took another step. His eyes were dark, intense. You said his name. Harry's breath caught. Hades. Nico nodded once. Sharp. Yes. Talia's spear stayed up. How did you get in here? Nico's mouth twisted. I walked. Talia did not look convinced. Harry stared at Nico, throat tight. Why are you here? Nico's expression flickered. For a second he looked younger, lost. Then it hardened again. Because if you are his, Nico said, voice shaking just a little, then you are my brother. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. Brother. The word felt wrong in his mouth. He did not have a brother. He had Dudley, and Dudley did not count. Harry swallowed hard. I do not know what I am. Nico's gaze flicked to Harry's wand. That is not how our powers work. Harry's fingers tightened. It is from my world. Nico nodded slowly like he accepted that. Your world tried to chain you. Harry went still. How do you know that? Nico's eyes dropped for a second, like he hated admitting it. The underworld hears things. Shadows carry secrets. Harry's stomach rolled. Talia's voice went low. Nico, you cannot just show up and claim him. Nico's eyes snapped up. I am not claiming. I am telling the truth. Talia's jaw tightened. Truth gets people killed around here. Nico looked at Talia like he did not care. Then he looked back at Harry. You are shaking, Nico said. Harry let out a sharp laugh that had no humor. Yeah, that is my thing tonight. Nico stepped closer to the bunk, slow, like he was giving Harry space to say no. He stopped a few feet away. You shadow traveled without control, Nico said. That is why you are sick. Harry swallowed. I keep falling through it. Nico nodded once. You are tearing yourself. It will get worse if you panic. Harry's throat tightened. Easy solution. I will just stop panicking. Nico's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Then it vanished. You can train it. Here, Harry stared. You can help me. Nico looked away for a second, like he was embarrassed. Maybe. Talia watched them, eyes sharp, spear still ready. But her grip loosened a fraction. Harry noticed. Harry's voice came out quiet. Why do you care? Nico's eyes snapped back to him, fierce. Because nobody helped me when I first found out. And because he does not send comfort. Harry's stomach tightened, remembering the voice in the dream. Nico continued, voice lower. He sends facts. Harry swallowed hard. Talia muttered. That is an understatement. Nico's eyes flicked to her. You do not like him. Talia's jaw tightened. I do not like the way the world treats his kids. Nico's gaze returned to Harry. You will be treated like a weapon, or a curse, or a trophy. Harry's chest tightened. That sounds like my old life. Nico nodded once, grim. Then you know the game. Harry stared at him. I do not want to play games. Nico's voice went flat. You will anyway, or you will die. Harry's stomach dropped. Talia's voice went sharp. Nico. Nico did not look away. It is true. Harry swallowed hard, forcing himself to breathe. Practical. Immediate. Okay. So what do I do? Nico took a breath. First, you stop thinking you are alone. Harry's throat tightened again. He hated how close he was to crying. Again, over words he had wanted his whole life. He forced out, I do not know you. Nico's gaze held his. I know. Then, quiet. But I know what it feels like when everyone looks at you like you are death. Harry's scar pulsed cold. He whispered, you feel like that? Nico's mouth tightened. Every day. Silence stretched. Talia finally lowered her spear, just a little, but kept it in hand. She looked between them, expression hard and tired. Fine, Talia said. Talk, but quietly, and if anyone else comes in, I handle it. Nico nodded once. Harry swallowed, then asked the question he had been holding back. Why does Percy hate the idea of Hades' kids? Nico's expression flickered. Percy does not hate us. Harry stared. He looked like he did. Nico's voice went low. Percy is scared of what it costs. He has been the big three kid before. Monsters, prophecies, death. He does not want it for anyone else. Harry's chest tightened. He remembered Percy saying, we know how that feels. Harry's voice came out small. So he is not my enemy. Nico shook his head. Not if you do not make him one. Harry nodded slowly. His hands still shook. Nico's eyes flicked to Harry's wand again. Your wand magic. It is different. It does not belong here. Harry swallowed. It is the only thing I know. Nico nodded. Then keep it. But do not rely on it alone. Monsters are not like your ministry wizards. Some will resist. Some will eat spells. Harry's stomach turned. Great. Nico's mouth twitched again. Yeah. Talia watched, quiet, then finally spoke to Harry, voice rough. You need to understand something. If you are his kid, people will not just whisper. They will panic. Harry's throat tightened. Already happening. Talia nodded once. So you control what you can. You do not give them a reason to say I told you so. Harry swallowed. No civilians. Talia's eyes sharpened. What? Harry hesitated, then said it. A voice said it. In a dream. Said it like a rule. Nico went still. His eyes narrowed. That sounds like him. Harry's stomach dropped again. So he is really talking to me. Nico nodded once. Maybe. Or maybe your blood is remembering. Harry did not know which was worse. He swallowed, then asked, do gods actually care about their kids? Nico's face went blank for a second. Then it hardened. Sometimes, Nico said. In their way, it does not feel like care. It feels like distance. And consequences. Harry's chest tightened. So basically my whole life. Nico's gaze softened just a little. Yeah. Talia looked away toward the window, jaw tight. Harry took a slow breath. His hands stopped shaking for one breath, then started again. He stared at Nico. If you are my brother, where do you live? Nico's voice went quiet. Cabin 13. Harry blinked. 13. Nico nodded. The underworld cabin. Harry's stomach tightened. Talia muttered. That cabin is not exactly popular. Nico's eyes flashed. I know, Harry swallowed. Do you want me there? Nico hesitated. It was small, but Harry saw it. Then Nico nodded once. Sharp. Yes, Nico said. If he claims you, that is where you go. And it is safer for you. Away from everyone. Harry's throat tightened, because the idea of being shoved away again made him feel sick. He forced out, I do not want to be locked up again. Nico's gaze held his. It is not a prison. It is quiet. Harry swallowed. Quiet can be lonely. Nico's jaw tightened. Not if you are there. The words landed heavy. Harry stared at Nico, then looked away fast, because it was too much, too soon. Talia's voice cut in low and firm. You are not alone, Harry. Do not let fear turn you into something you hate. Harry swallowed. You keep saying that like it matters. Talia's eyes held his. It does. Harry's chest tightened again. Outside, the camp quieted. The torchlight flickered through the windows. The distant lake made a soft sound, like a breath. Harry's eyelids finally started to sink again, heavy and unavoidable. Nico spoke quietly. Sleep. Tomorrow will be worse. Harry let out a weak laugh. That is comforting too. Nico's mouth twitched. I am not good at comfort. Harry nodded, eyes closing. Same. He drifted, not into the river this time, but into a shallow, exhausted half-sleep where he could still hear the cabin creak and the wind move through trees. Voices came through the dark. Not the campers. Not Talia. Not Nico. A low murmur, like stone grinding. Harry's scar burned cold again. He opened his eyes, breath catching. The cabin looked the same. Dim. Quiet. But the shadows in the corner near the door were darker than they should be. They moved, just a little, like they were breathing. Harry's heart hammered. He sat up, blanket slipping. Talia was there, eyes on the corner instantly, spear lifting. Nico went still, face pale. Do you feel that? Harry swallowed hard. His sentences shortened. Yes. The shadow in the corner thickened, like a seam splitting in the air. A thin crack appeared, blacker than the darkness around it. Harry's stomach twisted, and he tasted metal. The sound of water drifted into the cabin, faint but real. Nico whispered, That is not supposed to open here. Talia's voice went sharp. Harry, do not touch it. Harry did not move. He could not. His whole body felt pinned by cold. The crack widened a fraction, just enough for something to slip through. A single coin fell from the darkness and hit the wooden floor with a sharp clink. It rolled in a small circle, then stopped near Harry's bare foot. Harry stared at it, breathing hard. The coin was old, dark, and cold. It looked like it had been pulled from the bottom of a river. Nico's voice was barely a whisper. Someone is spending drachma to reach you. Talia's eyes were stormy. That means this is not just monsters. Harry's scar burned cold again, and the crack in the air pulsed like it was alive. The coin stopped moving, and the room got colder. Harry could not look away from it. It sat on the wooden floor near his foot like it owned the place, dark and wet-looking even though nothing was dripping now. The crack in the air above it pulsed once, slow, like a heartbeat. Nico's face had gone pale. Talia's spear was up, angled toward the crack. Her shoulders were tight like she was holding back lightning with sheer will. Harry's throat worked. His mouth tasted like metal again. The sound of water drifted into the cabin, faint but real, like someone had opened a window to a river that did not belong in this world. Talia's voice was sharp and low. Do not touch it. Harry's hands were shaking. His wand felt too heavy. I was not going to. The crack widened a fraction. Something moved inside it, not a full shape, just a suggestion, like a hand behind a curtain. The darkness in the seam thickened and the air around it went wrong, like the cabin was bending to make room. Nico swallowed hard. Someone paid to open a path. Harry forced his eyes up from the coin to Nico. Paid who? Nico's voice came out quiet, bitter. The underworld does not do free favors. Talia's jaw tightened. Close it. Harry stared. How? Talia did not look at him. I do not care. Figure it out. The crack pulsed again, and this time the sound of water was louder. Harry's scar burned cold like someone pressed a block of ice to it. He could not breathe right. His chest felt tight, practical, immediate. Do not panic. If you panic, the shadows will grab you. Harry swallowed, forcing air in through his nose. The crack widened again. Pale hand slipped through. Not human. Too long. Fingers thin and sharp like carved bone. The hand pressed against the air like it was pushing through jelly. Talia moved first. She jabbed her spear straight at the wrist. The tip hit nothing, then caught like it stuck in thick mud. Talia's face twisted with effort. She shoved harder. The hand jerked, then grabbed the spear shaft. Talia sucked in a sharp breath. Her boots slid a little on the floorboards. Nico snapped, "Talia, let go." Talia snarled. No, the hand pulled. Talia's shoulder yanked forward, and for a second Harry thought it was going to drag her into the crack. Talia gritted her teeth, muscles shaking. Lightning flickered faintly along her fingers, but it did not fire. Nico's eyes flashed. Harry. Shield. Harry's wand came up on instinct. Protego. The barrier snapped into place with a crack, not around himself, but angled between Talia and the crack, like a wedge. The pale hand slammed into it, and the shield shuddered hard. Harry's arms screamed. His vision blurred at the edges. Talia's voice came out strained. Good. Hold. Harry's hands shook. Sweat broke out on his forehead. I am. The hand clawed at the shield. Its nails screeched like metal on glass, and sparks flew. The smell of river stone hit Harry's nose, sharp and wet. Nico moved. Fast. He dropped to one knee beside the coin and pulled a drachma from his pocket. Harry stared. You just carry those. Nico did not look up. Shut up. He pressed the drachma to the floor near the coin and whispered something under his breath. Not in English, not in anything Harry knew. The drachma flashed faintly, then went dull again. The crack shuddered. The hand froze for half a second. Talia took that moment and ripped her spear back. Hard. The hand lost its grip and snapped back a fraction into the seam. Harry's shield wavered. His arms felt like jelly. He gritted his teeth. Talia shifted her stance. Again, Nico's fingers closed around the strange coin on the floor. He did not touch it bare. He used the edge of his shirt, wrapped around it like a glove. The moment he lifted it, Harry felt the cabin air change. The crack widened like it wanted the coin back. The pale hand lunged again. Faster. Harry's shield cracked. Harry! Talia barked, and he heard it like an order that mattered. Harry's lungs burned. He could feel panic rising, the ugly kind that made his mind go blank. Do not fall. Do not let the shadows choose for you. He forced his voice steady, even if his body was not. Hold. Just hold. He shoved more magic into the shield. It brightened, then steadied. His arms trembled like he was lifting a car. The hand slammed into the barrier again and again. Furious. Nico backed away with the coin clutched tight in his wrapped hand. The crack screamed. Not a sound exactly. More like pressure. Like the air itself hated being stretched open. Talia's eyes narrowed. We need Chiron. Nico's jaw clenched. Too slow. Talia snapped. Then shout. Nico hesitated for one heartbeat, then turned his head toward the cabin door and yelled, Chiron. His voice carried like it had weight, like the name itself was a signal. Harry did not know if that was magic or just Nico being Nico. The crack pulsed again. Harry's shield flickered. The pale hand shoved harder, and the barrier cracked like ice under a boot. Harry gasped. His stomach flipped. He tasted bile. Talia lunged again, not with her spear this time, but with her free hand. She slammed her palm against the air near the seam. Lightning burst out. It did not hit the hand. It hit the crack itself. The seam spasmed like it felt pain. The pale hand jerked back, fingers curling like it was trying not to be cut off. Harry's shield held for one more breath, then started to crumble again. Harry's hands shook so hard his wand rattled. He could feel the shadows at his feet stir. No, not now. Footsteps pounded outside, fast and heavy. The cabin door flew open. Percy burst in with his sword out, eyes wide and furious. Annabeth was right behind him, knife ready, face sharp. Grover stumbled in after them, half awake, clutching his pipes. Percy saw the crack and swore. What did you do? Talia barked. Less talking. Percy's eyes flicked to Harry's shaking arms, to the shield that was barely holding, and then Percy moved. He slammed his palm down on the floorboards. Water rose, not from a cup, not from a bucket, just from the air itself, like it got yanked out of the world. A wave of cold water surged forward and crashed into the seam. The crack shuddered. The pale hand screamed again, that pressure sound, and snapped back into the darkness. Harry's shield flickered hard, then steadied again, like Percy's water gave it something to push against. Annabeth's voice was sharp. Nico, what is that coin? Nico's knuckles were white around it. A problem. Grover's ears flattened. That is underworld. Talia snapped. Obviously. Percy's jaw tightened. Close it. Nico's eyes flashed. We are trying. Percy glanced at Harry. Can you do anything else besides shielding? Harry's breath came short. His sentences shortened. I am holding it. Percy's voice went hard. Then hold harder. Harry almost laughed. It would have come out hysterical. That is not how arms work. Annabeth cut in, calm and sharp at the same time. Percy, stop yelling and think. Percy glared at her, but he shut up. Annabeth's eyes locked on the crack. It is anchored to the coin. Nico said. Yes. Annabeth's voice stayed focused. Remove the anchor farther away, then reinforce the barrier, then let it collapse. Like pulling a nail out of a board. Talia nodded. Do it. Nico backed away toward the bunks, coin still wrapped in cloth. The crack shuddered like it noticed. Harry's shield cracked again. Percy's water surged again, pressing against the seam, forcing it back. Talia's lightning flickered along the edges of the crack, not striking inside, just cutting the space like she was sealing a wound. Harry's arms burned. His vision blurred. He heard the river sound louder for a second, like it was right behind his ears. Then, as Nico got far enough away, the crack wobbled. It lost shape. It pinched inward like it was being squeezed shut. Harry felt pressure release, suddenly, like a fist unclenching around his lungs. The pale hand vanished. The crack snapped shut with a soft sound, like a book closing. The cabin air warmed a fraction. Harry's shield collapsed instantly. His arms dropped. His wand almost slipped from his hand. He sucked in air, chest heaving. Percy stood there breathing hard, sword still out. Annabeth kept her knife ready, eyes on the corner where the crack had been, like she expected it to open again just out of spite. Grover let out a shaky breath. That was not normal. Talia wiped sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand. Nothing about him is normal. Harry flinched, then hated that he flinched. Nico still held the coin like it was radioactive. Percy's eyes cut to Nico. Give it. Nico's voice went cold. No. Percy stepped forward. Nico. Nico's eyes flashed. You do not get to order me around. Annabeth snapped. Both of you stop. Chiron needs to see it. As if the name was a cue, the cabin door opened again, slower this time. Chiron rolled in, calm face, but his eyes sharp. Mr. D followed behind him, looking annoyed like the crack had interrupted his sleep. Mr. D took one look at the scuffed floorboards, Talia's spear, Percy's wet footprints, and Harry's pale face and sighed. Oh good, Mr. D said. Nightmares that leak into my cabins. That is exactly what I wanted. Chiron's gaze landed on Harry first. Are you injured? Harry swallowed. Just tired. Chiron's eyes narrowed slightly. That is not the same thing. Nico stepped forward and held out the coin, still wrapped. Chiron's expression changed the moment he saw it. Mr. D's mouth twisted. Well, that is disgusting. Chiron held his hand out, careful. Nico, give it to me. Nico hesitated, then placed it in Chiron's palm without unwrapping it. The second it touched Chiron, the fire in the cabin hearth flickered, even though nobody touched it. Chiron's face went grave. Annabeth's voice was quiet. What is it? Chiron's eyes lifted. A drachma. Percy frowned. It looks wrong. Chiron nodded. It is wrong. It has been altered. Harry's stomach twisted. Altered how? Chiron's gaze met Harry's. By magic that does not belong to the Olympians alone. Mr. D snorted. I told you. Two groups of idiots with different rules. Talia's eyes narrowed. This is connected to his ministry. Chiron did not answer immediately. He looked at Harry, then at the others. We will take this to the big house, Chiron said. Now. Quietly, Percy muttered. Too late. Chiron ignored him. They moved fast. The camp was not fully awake yet, but there were campers peeking out of windows, whispering. Harry felt every stare like a pinch. He kept his eyes down and forced his feet to move. His legs still felt weak. His stomach rolled in little waves. He kept swallowing bile. Talia walked close, spear resting against her shoulder like she could lift it forever. She kept scanning the treeline. Percy stayed near Harry too, not touching, just hovering like he was ready to grab him if he fell or if he did something dangerous. Annabeth walked a little ahead, thinking hard, eyes flicking back occasionally to check Harry's face and the shadows around his feet. Nico followed behind, quiet, jaw clenched, like he was holding back words he did not want to say in front of everyone. Inside the big house, the warmth hit Harry like a blanket. Chiron set the coin on the table, still wrapped. He placed his hands flat on the wood on either side of it like he was anchoring the room. Mr. D dropped into a chair and looked bored again. If anyone asks, I was not here. Annabeth leaned in. Unwrap it. Chiron did. The coin looked like a drachma, but darker, older. One side had a faint torch symbol. The other side had marks that were not Greek. Thin, angular lines. Runes, maybe. They made Harry's scar itch faintly. Harry stared. That looks like my world. Percy frowned. How do you know? Harry swallowed. Because I have seen runes in books. Old magic. This is not normal coin. Nico's voice was low. It smells like the river. Grover's ears drooped. And like fire. Talia's eyes narrowed. Fire. Annabeth looked at Harry sharply. Your world uses fire for spells. Harry nodded. Sometimes. Mr. D leaned forward slightly. You are telling me mortals have their own little magic government, and now that magic is messing with a drachma. That is adorable. Harry glared at him. Stop acting like this is funny. Mr. D met his stare. His eyes were ancient for a second. It is not funny. That is why I am annoyed. Harry did not know what to do with that, so he looked away. Chiron's voice stayed calm. Harry, you said your ministry tried to restrain you with an inhibitor. Harry nodded, throat tight. A metal band. Chiron's gaze flicked to the coin again. Metal. Runes. Containment. Someone is building bridges between systems that were never meant to mix. Annabeth's eyes sharpened. The mist. Chiron nodded. Yes. Talia's voice was hard. So someone is trying to break the barrier between worlds. Grover swallowed. That is very bad. Percy's voice went flat. That is apocalypse bad. Mr. D waved a hand. Everything is apocalypse bad with you people. Percy shot him a look. It keeps happening. Mr. D shrugged. Fair. Chiron looked at Harry again. Harry, I need you to be honest. When the crack opened in the cabin, did you feel it pulling you? Harry's stomach clenched. Yes. Chiron's voice stayed gentle. Did it feel like shadow travel? Harry hesitated. It felt like being yanked. Nico's jaw clenched. That is what I said. Chiron nodded. Then someone is using underworld pathways like a wire to reach you. Not to talk. To grab. Harry's chest tightened. Talia's eyes flashed. They are hunting him with portals. Chiron's gaze went grave. Yes. Annabeth's voice was quiet. So we need to find who is paying. Mr. D leaned back. Or we let the boy figure it out by getting eaten. That is also an option. Talia's spear lifted a fraction. Say that again. Mr. D sighed. Calm down, Thunder Girl. I was joking. Mostly. Harry's hands were shaking again. He clenched them to stop it. Practical. Immediate. He is safe here. For now. Chiron's eyes softened. You are exhausted. I can see it. But we cannot ignore this. A drachma altered by foreign magic means someone wants a crack they can control. Annabeth's voice sharpened. Oracle. Chiron nodded once. Yes. We will consult the Oracle as soon as it is safe. Percy frowned. Rachel. Harry blinked. Rachel. Annabeth glanced at Harry. She is our Oracle. Harry stared. You have a person who does prophecies. Percy's mouth twisted. Yeah. It is as fun as it sounds. Chiron turned his gaze to Nico. Nico, stay close to your brother today. Harry's chest tightened at the word brother again. Nico nodded once. Sharp. I will. Talia's eyes flicked to Harry. He needs training too. Chiron nodded. Yes. After breakfast. Mr. D waved them away. Go. All of you. I need silence. Nobody listened, but they moved anyway. Outside, the sky was turning gray. Birds started chirping in the trees. The camp began to wake fully, and with waking came whispering. Harry could feel it like static. He walked with Nico now because Chiron said so, and because Nico kept his pace matched to Harry's without making a big deal about it. Talia walked a little ahead, spear on her shoulder, posture like she was daring the world to try something. Percy walked beside Annabeth, voice low, annoyed, worried, trying not to look like he cared. Grover trailed behind, chewing his lip. They headed toward the dining pavilion. The smell of food hit Harry and his stomach growled, then twisted. He swallowed hard and forced himself to keep moving. He sat on the edge of a bench. Nico sat across from him, elbows on the table like he did not care who stared. Campers stared anyway. Harry kept his eyes on the plate in front of him. Someone slid a plate toward him. Bread, fruit, eggs. It looked like real food. Harry stared like he was suspicious. Then he took a bite of bread, and his throat tightened. He forced himself not to react. Nico watched him. Eat, Harry muttered. I am. Nico's voice was blunt. More. Harry took another bite. Across the pavilion, Percy was watching Harry too. Not openly. More like he kept glancing and looking away. Annabeth leaned toward Percy and whispered something. Percy's jaw tightened. Then he nodded once. Talia sat at another table, not with Zeus kids exactly, just near enough that it was obvious she belonged there. She kept her gaze flicking toward Harry like she was checking he was still breathing. Harry hated that it made him feel better. Chiron stood near the fire, calm as always, eyes on the whole pavilion. Mr. D was nowhere to be seen, which felt like a blessing. Harry ate slowly, because his stomach still felt unstable, but the warmth from real food helped. Then the air changed. It started as a hush. The pavilion was never fully quiet, but it dipped like someone lowered the volume on the world. Harry's skin prickled. Nico went still. Talia's head snapped up. Percy's hand went to his sword without thinking. Annabeth's eyes narrowed, already calculating. Harry swallowed hard, feeling the cold in his scar pulse. The shadows under the tables deepened. Not the normal morning shadows. These moved like ink spreading through water. A chill crawled up Harry's spine. Campers began to whisper. Harry's breath hitched. What is happening? Nico's voice came out quiet. Claiming. Harry's stomach dropped. The air above Harry's head darkened. Not like a cloud. Like night folded into a point. A shape formed. It was not a friendly symbol. It was not pretty. It was a dark helm, heavy and ancient, hovering above Harry like a crown made of shadow. For a second, Harry heard the faint sound of water again, that slow river sound, like it was applauding. Then the helm sank down into Harry's chest, and the shadows under the tables snapped back to normal. The pavilion erupted. Some campers gasped. Some muttered names. Some looked like they wanted to back away from Harry as far as possible. Harry sat frozen, throat tight, hands clenched around the edge of the table. Nico's eyes went bright, not with joy, more like relief that had nowhere to go. He exhaled hard. Percy's face went tight. He did not move, but his eyes were sharp on Harry like he was bracing for the world to break. Annabeth's expression was focused, but her gaze softened a fraction. Like this confirmed a theory and ended a fear. Talia stared at Harry with something complicated in her eyes, then looked away like she did not want anyone to see her face. Chiron's voice carried over the noise, calm and clear. Enough. The pavilion quieted. Slowly. Chiron looked straight at Harry. Harry Potter has been claimed by Hades. The name hit like a stone in water. Harry's scar pulsed cold once, like agreement. Whispers surged again, but Chiron lifted a hand and the sound dipped. Chiron's voice stayed steady. This does not make him your enemy. This does not make him a curse. It makes him our responsibility. A few campers looked embarrassed. A few looked angry. A few looked terrified. Harry swallowed hard. His chest felt tight. His sentences shortened. So what now? Nico stood up. He did not smile. He just looked at Harry like he was about to drag him out of the pavilion himself. Now you come with me, Nico said. Harry stared. To your cabin. Nico nodded once. Cabin 13. The word 13 felt like a weight. Harry pushed himself up slowly. His legs still felt weak. He could feel stairs following him like hands on his back. He kept his head down and walked. Nico walked beside him, close, not touching, but present. Talia stepped out of her seat and moved too, drifting behind them like a guard. Percy and Annabeth followed at a distance, not crowding, just not letting Harry be alone. As they passed tables, some campers pulled their feet back like they did not want Harry's shadow near them. Harry's stomach twisted. He forced his breathing steady. No panic. No shadows. Cabin 13 sat at the edge of the camp like it was deliberately separate. The stone looked darker than the other cabins. The air around it cooler. The door had a carved pattern that made Harry's scar itch faintly. Nico opened it without hesitation. Inside it was quiet. Not lonely quiet, not dead quiet. More like a room that held its breath. The air smelled like cold earth and smoke, faintly, and something else Harry could not name. A few small torches flickered on the walls, blue-green flames that did not warm the air. Harry stood in the doorway, throat tight. Nico's voice was blunt. Come in. Harry stepped inside. The door closed behind him with a soft click. The cabin was mostly empty. A few bunks, a few shelves, a table with old board games and cards stacked like someone tried to make it feel normal. Nico walked to a shelf and pulled something out. A short sword, dark metal, simple and sharp. It did not shine. Harry's stomach dropped. What is that? Nico held it out, handle first. Stygian iron. Harry stared. You are giving me a sword. Nico's voice went flat. You need more than a wand. Harry's fingers twitched. Uncertain. I have never used one. Nico shrugged. Then you learn. Harry hesitated, then wrapped his fingers around the handle. The metal was cold, but it did not bite him. Felt heavy, solid, like it wanted to be used. Harry's chest tightened. He had held weapons before, wand included. This felt different. This felt like a promise and a warning at the same time. Talia stepped further into the cabin, spear still in hand, gaze scanning. You are arming him. Nico did not look at her. Better than watching him die. Percy's voice came from the doorway. Or watching him accidentally drag someone into a crack again. Harry's jaw clenched. I did not do that on purpose. Percy stepped inside, expression tight. I know. That is why it is scary. Annabeth followed, eyes on the walls, already noting exits and shadows. We do not have time to argue. The oracle will speak. Harry swallowed. Now. Annabeth nodded once. Now. Chiron's voice came from outside. Come. They walked back toward the big house, and Harry's stomach tightened with every step. The claiming sign did not just change his cabin. It changed the air. People moved out of his path now, fast, like he carried a disease. Harry kept his eyes forward. Nico walked beside him like a wall. Talia stayed close behind. Percy walked on Harry's other side this time, not touching, but close enough that Harry could feel his presence. Annabeth walked ahead. The big house attic smelled like dust and old wood. The air felt thick. Harry climbed the stairs behind the others, fingers clenched around the hilt of the short sword Nico gave him. His wand was still tucked in his pocket, warm against his leg. At the top, the attic space opened up. Candles burned in odd places, even though it was morning. A greenish haze lingered near the far corner like someone spilled fog, and it never left. Rachel Elizabeth Dare stood there, arms crossed, face pale, eyes sharp. She looked like she had not slept. Her red hair was messy like she ran her fingers through it too much. Harry blinked. She looked human. Normal human. No armor, no weapon. And yet everyone in the room treated her like she could drop a bomb. Rachel's gaze flicked to Harry and narrowed. Well, she said. That is new. Percy groaned. Do not start. Rachel's mouth twisted. I am not starting. I am reacting. Annabeth stepped closer to Rachel, voice gentle but urgent. We need the prophecy. Rachel's eyes stayed on Harry. He smells like the river. Harry's stomach twisted. Everyone kept saying that. Nico's voice was low. Just do it. Rachel's jaw tightened. Fine. She took a breath. Then her eyes went unfocused, like the person inside stepped away and something else moved in. The green haze thickened. Harry's scar burned cold, faintly, like it recognized the taste of this kind of magic, even if it was not his. Rachel's voice changed. It was still her, but older, wider, like the words did not come from her throat, but from the air. From wand and iron, shadow and sea, Rachel said, voice flat, unstoppable. The child of death will hold the key. Harry's stomach dropped. Percy's hand tightened on his sword. Rachel's eyes stayed unfocused. 3 must seek where bright towers crowd, she continued, where mortal noise is thick and loud. Harry's heart hammered. New York City. Rachel's voice did not stop. A serpent many heads will test their will, she said, and pride will tempt, and blood will spill. Talia's jaw clenched. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. Percy's face went pale for half a second. Rachel's voice lowered, heavy. A coin of 2 worlds marks the door, she said. Break it once, it opens more. Harry's throat tightened. Rachel's eyes snapped back into focus, and she staggered a little like she got shoved back into her body. Annabeth caught her elbow. Rachel blinked hard. Yeah. That was awful. Percy exhaled, sharp. Thanks. Rachel glared at him. You are welcome. Chiron's voice was calm. 3 must go. Annabeth's eyes flashed. I should go. Percy's head snapped toward her. Annabeth's voice went hard. I am the best planner we have. Talia cut in, blunt. And you are also exactly who a trap would target. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. Do not. Talia's eyes stayed stormy. You know it is true. Percy's jaw clenched. Stop. Harry stood there, heart hammering, stomach tight. He did not want to be the reason they fought. He hated that he was. Chiron's voice stayed steady. The quest requires speed and combat. Talia lifted her chin. Then I go. Percy's eyes narrowed. You want to go? Talia's mouth twisted. Yes, I do. Annabeth looked at Chiron, then at Percy, then at Harry. Her gaze lingered on Harry's wand pocket and the sword at his side. Her voice went quieter, but it still had teeth. He is untrained. Nico snapped. So help him. Annabeth's eyes flicked to Nico. I will. From here. Harry's chest tightened. He hated the way that sounded. From here. Like he was being sent out with no map and no promise of coming back. Chiron looked at Percy. Percy Jackson. Percy's shoulders lifted like he expected it. Yeah. Chiron looked at Talia. Talia Grace. Talia nodded once. Chiron looked at Harry. Harry Potter. Harry's throat went dry. I do not know this city. I do not know your monsters. Percy's voice was blunt. Then stay close and do what we say. Harry's jaw clenched, but he nodded. Fine. Chiron's gaze softened slightly. You will go to New York City. The prophecy points to a place of crowd and noise. There will be a serpent many heads. Harry swallowed. Hydra. Annabeth's eyes snapped to him. You know that. Harry nodded. Stories. Books. It is not just Greek myths in my world, but I have read some. Percy's mouth twisted. Great. At least you know what will try to eat you. Mr. D's voice floated from the stairs, annoyed and loud. Try not to die. It makes paperwork. Talia muttered. He was listening. Percy rolled his eyes. He is always listening. He pretends he is not. Rachel's gaze stayed on Harry. You are not supposed to exist. Harry stared at her. Thanks. Rachel shrugged, unapologetic. I am not being mean. I am stating a fact. Harry swallowed. The word fact hit too close to the voice in his dream. Annabeth stepped close to Harry, voice quick and focused. Listen, the mist will cover you, but your wand magic might not blend right. Do not cast in front of crowds. Harry's throat tightened. No civilians. Percy frowned. What? Harry hesitated, then said it. I heard it. Like a rule. Talia's eyes sharpened. Good. Keep it. Percy's jaw tightened. If you blow up a street, we are dead. Harry shot back. I am aware. Annabeth's voice went even sharper. Also, the Hydra problem. Cutting heads makes more heads. You need fire, lightning, or something that stops regeneration. Harry nodded, gripping the short sword hilt tighter. Fire spells. Percy's eyes narrowed. Can you do those without burning a building? Harry's voice went flat. Probably not if you keep yelling. Percy's mouth twitched, almost a grin, then vanished. Fair. Talia looked at Harry, eyes hard. You follow my lead in a fight. You do not run off. Harry swallowed. I ran because I was being chained. Talia's voice went low. You are not being chained now. You are being protected. Harry's chest tightened again. Nico stepped closer to Harry, voice quiet so only Harry heard. Do not let them push you into panic. If you panic, you fall through again. Harry nodded once, throat tight. I know. Nico's gaze flicked to the coin on the table. And do not touch another crack. Harry tried to laugh. Came out rough. That was not my plan. Nico's mouth twitched. Good. Chiron moved them downstairs. They prepared fast. Not a big dramatic speech. Not a montage. Just practical steps. Percy grabbed a backpack with supplies, his sword, a spare shirt. Annabeth shoved a folded map into Percy's hand and murmured directions like she could not stop herself. Talia checked her spear and a small quiver on her back, then glanced at Harry. You have clothes, she said. Harry stared. I have whatever I arrived in. Talia made a face, then tossed him a spare camp shirt. Put that on. Harry caught it, confused. You just carry spare shirts. Talia shrugged. I learned. Harry's throat tightened, because he could hear the unspoken words. She learned because people got hurt and bled and needed clean clothes after. Harry changed quickly behind a tree, hands shaking, then shoved his soaked shirt into Percy's bag because Percy told him to. He kept his wand tucked safe. He strapped the Stygian iron sword the way Nico showed him, awkward but workable. When he came back, Percy looked him over once, then nodded like he approved the fact that Harry at least looked like a camper now. Talia's eyes lingered on Harry's face for a second. She noticed the tremor in his hands. She noticed the pale look. Her voice went quieter, not soft, just less sharp. Eat. Harry swallowed. I ate. Talia's eyes narrowed. More. Harry did because she was right, because he could feel how thin his energy was. Then they moved. Chiron drove them part of the way, because he did not trust them to get there without causing a scene. Mr. D did not come. Thank gods. The ride was tense. Percy sat in the front, restless, knee bouncing. Talia sat in the back with Harry, spear angled carefully so it did not poke him in the eye. Harry sat stiff, hands clenched, trying not to look out the window too much. The world outside looked normal. Trees, roads, houses, cars. But the air felt different here. Like the camp barrier was a blanket that kept the sharp edges off the world. Outside it, the sharp edges came back. Harry's scar burned faintly again. Percy noticed in the rearview mirror. You okay? Harry's voice came out tight. No. Percy blinked, then snorted quietly. Honest. Talia leaned closer to Harry, voice low. Breathe. Do not let the noise get in your head. Harry swallowed, forced air in. Chiron's voice was calm from the driver's seat. Remember, mortals will not see what we see, but your wand magic may cut through the mist in unpredictable ways. Use it only when necessary. Harry nodded, throat tight. They reached the edge of New York City and Chiron stopped. You go on foot from here, Chiron said. Blend. Do not draw attention. Percy swung out of the car, stretching like he was warming up for a fight. Talia stepped out next, spear hidden under a long jacket now, because apparently that was a thing. Harry stepped out last. The city hit him like a wall. Noise, smells, heat from pavement, car horns, people talking too loud, sirens far away. His stomach twisted. Practical. Immediate. Keep moving. Do not panic. Annabeth's map was in Percy's hand. Percy glanced at it, then at the coin Chiron let Percy carry in a cloth pouch. Percy's voice went flat. It is pulling. Harry frowned. Like a magnet. Percy nodded. Yeah, Talia looked around, eyes sharp. Where? Percy pointed down the street. That way. They moved. They blended as much as three armed teenagers could blend, which was not much. Harry kept his wand hidden. His fingers kept twitching for it anyway. The pull from the coin led them deeper into the city, toward taller buildings and thicker crowds. Harry hated it. He could hear too much, smell too much. People bumped his shoulder and did not even look. It made him feel invisible and trapped at the same time. Percy noticed Harry's stiffness and muttered, "You are walking like someone is going to stab you." Harry's voice came out sharp. "Because something probably is." Percy's mouth twitched. "Fair." Talia's eyes stayed scanning. "We find the source, we hit it, we leave." Harry swallowed. "And the Hydra." Talia's jaw tightened. "Yeah." The pull led them toward a side street, quieter, less crowded. Harry's shoulders eased a fraction. Then the smell hit. Rot. Sulfur. Wet dog. Harry's stomach dropped. Percy went still. "You smell that?" Harry nodded once. Talia's grip tightened on her spear under her jacket. "Corner." Now, they turned into an alley. The noise dropped instantly. The air got cooler. Shadows stretched longer between buildings. Harry's scar burned cold. A laugh drifted from the far end of the alley. Not a human laugh. Too wet. Too hungry. Percy's sword flashed into his hand like it appeared from nowhere, and Harry had no time to question it. Talia pulled her spear out, eyes hard. Harry's wand was in his palm before he even thought. A shape stepped out of the shadows. It looked like a woman at first. Beautiful hair, sharp cheekbones, eyes bright. Then it smiled, and the smile was wrong. Too wide, teeth too pointed. It sniffed. Its eyes locked on Harry. "Oh," it purred. "There you are." Harry's stomach flipped. Percy moved in front of Harry without thinking. "Back off." The creature laughed again. "Little sea boy, still playing hero." Percy's jaw clenched. "You know me." The creature's smile widened. "Everyone knows you." Talia's voice went cold. "What are you?" The creature's eyes flicked to Talia. "Thunder Girl. Still angry. Still cute." Talia's spear twitched like she wanted to throw it straight through its face. Harry's wand shook in his hand. His sentences shortened. "What do you want?" The creature's gaze slid back to Harry, hungry. "A boy who smells like the river. A boy who should not exist. A boy whose shadow tastes expensive." Percy snarled. "Stop talking." The creature sighed like Percy was annoying. Then its skin rippled. The human disguise slid off like it was made of paint. It was something else underneath, something with long claws and a body too thin, too sharp. Smoke curled off its shoulders. His eyes burned red now. Talia hissed, "Impausa." Percy's jaw clenched. "Of course it is." Harry did not have time to ask what that meant. The Impausa lunged. Percy met it head on, sword slashing. The blade cut deep, and black dust sprayed instead of blood. The Impausa shrieked and snapped its claws toward Percy's face. Percy ducked, then slammed his shoulder into it, driving it back against the brick wall. Talia jabbed her spear into its side. Hard. The Impausa screamed, body flickering like it wanted to dissolve and run. Harry raised his wand. He did not want to cast in the city. No civilians. But this alley was empty. Quiet. No one watching except the monsters. Harry's voice came out rough. "Stupefy." The red bolt hit the Impausa in the chest. It did not fully knock it out, but it staggered, head snapping back, mouth open in a hiss. Percy took that opening and slashed again, clean and fast. Talia twisted her spear, then yanked it free. The Impausa dissolved into black smoke. The smoke did not vanish. It curled and slithered like it was trying to escape, then got sucked into the ground like the earth swallowed it. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook. Percy wiped his sword on his jeans like this was routine. "That was the warm-up." Harry's voice came out tight. "It called me expensive." Talia's eyes stayed sharp. "Because you are." Harry hated that. "Great." Percy pulled the coin pouch out. The pull was stronger now. Percy frowned. "It is close." Talia's gaze moved down the alley, toward a rusted door. There, the door led into a building that looked abandoned. Boarded windows, graffiti, a smell of mold. Harry's stomach twisted. Percy pushed the door open. Inside, The air was damp. The sound of the city faded, replaced by dripping water somewhere deep. Harry's scar burned cold again. The river sound came faintly, like a memory. Talia whispered, "Hydra." Harry swallowed hard. They moved down a stairwell into darkness. Percy's hand tightened on his sword. Talia's spear tip glinted faintly. Harry's wand stayed ready, but he kept his finger loose, not clenched, trying to control the tremor. The stairs opened into a wide underground space, like an old maintenance tunnel. Water trickled along the edges. The air smelled like sewage and rust. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed bile. Then the sound came, a wet, heavy breathing, a scrape, like something dragging itself across stone. Percy's voice was low. There, the darkness ahead moved. Something huge shifted in the shadows, and then heads rose into the faint light. Not 1, 3, then 4, then more, unfolding like a nightmare that kept growing. Each head was reptilian, jaws lined with teeth, eyes glowing faintly. The body was thick, scaled, and the necks writhed, all of them turning toward the sound of 3 human heartbeats. Then every head turned toward Harry. Harry's lungs locked. The Hydra hissed, and the sound filled the tunnel. Talia's voice was hard. "Back. Lure it away from the street." Percy nodded, already moving. "Harry, stay behind us." Harry's voice came out sharp. "I know." The Hydra lunged. Percy met it with a slash across one neck. The blade cut deep, and the head toppled, hissing. Harry felt a split second of relief. Then the stump bubbled. 2 new heads burst out of the wound, snapping, snarling, twice as angry. Harry's stomach dropped. Percy swore. "Yeah, that." Talia's spear flew, punching through one head's eye. It shrieked and whipped away, but it was still alive, still trying to bite. Harry raised his wand. He needed fire. He could do that. He had practiced small flame spells in secret. He had never used them on something that large. No civilians. Empty tunnel. "Do it." "Incendio!" Harry shouted. Fire burst from his wand. A hot stream that hit the Hydra's neck stump. The flesh sizzled. The smell was awful. Burnt meat and chemicals. Harry gagged, then swallowed it down. The stump blackened. The regrowth slowed. Percy's eyes flicked to Harry, startled. "That worked." Harry's hands shook. "It is fire." Talia snapped. "Keep doing it." The Hydra lunged again. One head snapped toward Percy, another toward Talia, another toward Harry. Harry's heart hammered. He threw up a shield. Protego. The jaws slammed into the barrier and the whole thing shuddered. Harry's arms screamed. He staggered back, boots sliding on wet stone. Talia slammed her shoulder into a wall, dodging a bite, then jabbed her spear upward into a mouth, forcing the jaws open. Lightning crackled along the spear shaft, and the Hydra shrieked as the electricity cooked tissue. Percy yelled, "Talia!" Cauterized the cuts. Talia snarled, "I know." Percy slashed another neck. 2 more heads tried to grow. Harry's fire snapped toward the stump, burning it closed. Harry's chest burned. Sweat ran down his back. His wand hand trembled. His other hand clenched around the sword hilt at his side, useless right now because he could not get close enough without being bitten in half. The Hydra's heads snapped and thrashed. One head whipped around and bit into Percy's shoulder. Percy yelled, pain sharp. Harry's stomach dropped. Percy slammed his fist into the Hydra's snout, then grabbed the head and shoved it away with brute force that made Harry's eyes widen. Percy's shirt tore. Blood smeared. Percy's jaw clenched. "I am fine." Harry's sentences shortened. "You are bleeding." Percy snapped. "I noticed." Talia's eyes flashed. "Move." She shoved Percy sideways with her shoulder, then took the next bite attempt herself. Spear shaft braced across the Hydra's jaws like a bar. Her arms shook with the strain. Harry's heart hammered. He could see Talia's teeth clenched, sweat on her forehead. He wanted to help. He could not just throw more fire because Talia was too close now. No civilians, but also no friends in the flame. Harry's scar pulsed cold. The shadows under his feet stirred. He could feel the underworld pull like a hook in his gut. No, not like that. Not a crack. Not swallowing things. Harry forced his breathing steady. He pointed his wand and shouted, "Expulso!" A blast of force hit the Hydra's side, shoving the massive body sideways just enough that Talia's spear slipped free and she stumbled back. Talia sucked in a sharp breath, eyes flashing at Harry. Good. Harry's chest tightened at the praise. Percy took advantage of the shift and drove his sword into the Hydra's side. Not a killing blow, just a distraction. The Hydra screamed, heads thrashing. Harry's hands shook. He aimed again. Incendio. Fire shot out, angled low, burning the stone floor near the Hydra's feet, not the heads. Heat rose, forcing the Hydra to recoil. It worked for half a second. Then one head snapped at Harry's wand arm. Harry threw up his shield again. The jaws hit the barrier, and the impact rattled Harry's bones. The shield cracked. Harry's arms shook. He could feel panic rising again. If the shield breaks, I die. If I panic, I fall through. Harry's throat tightened. Practical. Immediate. Move. He stepped sideways toward a wider part of the tunnel, trying to pull the Hydra away from the stairwell, away from any path that led up to the street. Talia saw what he was doing and nodded. Quick. She moved with him, spear ready, drawing the Hydra's attention. Percy moved too, limping slightly now, blood soaking his sleeve. The Hydra followed. Harry's chest burned. His stomach rolled hard, and he gagged, swallowed it down, kept moving. The tunnel widened into an older chamber, more open, with broken pipes and damp walls. No stairs up here, no doors, just a contained space. Good. No civilians. Talia shouted. Here. Percy growled. Now. They turned and faced it together. Percy slashed two heads in quick succession. Talia stabbed another through the throat and sent lightning down the spear again, cooking it from inside. Harry's fire hit the stumps, burning them closed. The Hydra shrieked, head snapping. It was slower now, angry and wounded, but still dangerous. One head lunged low at Harry's legs. Harry jumped back, heart hammering, and drew the Stygian iron sword without thinking. The weight grounded him. The Hydra head snapped again. Harry swung. He did not swing like a swordsman. He swung like a kid who learned fights in a cupboard, desperate and raw. The blade bit deep into the Hydra's snout. Black blood sprayed. The Hydra head recoiled, screaming. Harry's arms jolted from the impact, pain shooting through his wrists. He stumbled, nearly fell. Talia grabbed the back of his shirt and yanked him out of the way as another head snapped where his face had been. Harry gasped, chest tight. Thanks. Talia's voice was rough. Do not die, Percy barked. Less flirting, more stabbing. Talia snarled. Shut up. Harry's cheeks burned. Not because of flirting, but because Percy said it like it was a thing. He did not have time to think about it. The Hydra lunged again. Harry moved, smaller steps, keeping distance, using the sword only when a head got too close, using the wand fire when Percy or Talia severed a neck. The work was brutal. Cut, burn, dodge, breathe. Harry's lungs burned. His hands shook. Sweat made his grip slippery. Percy's shoulder bled more, but he kept moving like pain was a suggestion. Talia's hair stuck to her forehead. Her spear arm trembled from repeated strikes and lightning pulses. The Hydra's body sagged slightly, finally showing fatigue. Percy yelled. Now, Talia, burn the last stump hard. Talia's eyes flashed. She jabbed her spear into the thickest neck and tore it open with a savage twist, then slammed lightning into it, longer than before. The stump blackened. The regrowth stopped. The Hydra screamed, whole body convulsing. Harry's wand arm lifted without thinking. He did not choose a crack. He did not choose swallowing. He chose a bind. Petrificus totalis, Harry shouted. The spell hit the Hydra's body, and for a heartbeat it stiffened, not fully frozen, but slowed, like its muscles turned to stone. Percy took that moment and drove his sword straight up under the Hydra's chest, deep, aiming for whatever counted as its heart. The Hydra shuddered. Talia slammed her spear down like a stake. Harry threw fire again, burning the wound, sealing it. The Hydra let out one final wet hiss, then collapsed. His body did not dissolve instantly. It sagged, heavy, leaving a pool of black blood that smoked faintly on the stone. Harry stood there shaking, sword and wand both in hand, chest heaving. His stomach rolled hard. He turned, stumbled 2 steps, and threw up against the wall. It burned. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, shaking, eyes stinging. Percy leaned against a pipe, breathing hard, blood running down his arm. Good news. We did not die. Harry coughed, voice raw. That is great. Talia paced around the Hydra body, spear tip still ready, eyes scanning for movement. It is not dissolving. Percy's jaw clenched. Hydra sometimes leaves remains. Annabeth had told them to look for clues. Harry forced himself to breathe and focus. Practical. Immediate. Find the reason it was here. Harry stepped closer, stomach turning at the smell. Talia stopped him with a hand to his chest. Wait, Harry frowned. What? Talia's eyes narrowed. Listen. Harry listened. Drip, drip, distant city noise above. Then something else. A faint clink. Metal. From inside the Hydra. Percy's eyes sharpened. Inside it, Talia muttered. Gross. Percy looked at Harry. You do the cutting. Your sword does not bounce. Harry swallowed hard. He did not want to do this. He nodded anyway. He stepped in, breathing through his mouth, and used the Stygian iron sword to slice into the Hydra's thick hide. Black blood oozed out. The smell hit him again. Harry gagged, swallowed it down and kept cutting. He found something hard. He dug it out with shaking fingers. A small pouch, cloth soaked, but intact. Harry stared at it, heart hammering. He opened it. Inside were coins. Not just drachma, a mix, Greek drachma, dark and cold, and another kind of coin, rounder, heavier, with a different sheen. Harry's breath caught. His scar prickled. He picked up one of the other coins. It had runes on it, thin and sharp, not Greek. Wizard runes. He swallowed hard. This is from my world. Percy leaned in, eyes narrowing. That is a coin. Harry's voice was rough. A wizard coin. Talia's eyes sharpened. So the prophecy was right. Coin of 2 worlds. Harry's hands shook. He held the coin up to the torchlight glow from above, faint and distant. One side had a face like an old king. The other side had marks that made Harry's scar itch. And there, faint like someone scratched it in later, was a torch symbol. The same as the altered drachma. Harry's stomach dropped. They are merging them, Harry said. Percy's jaw clenched. Someone is making currency that works in both worlds. Talia's voice went cold. That means they can buy passage in both worlds. Harry's chest tightened. The crack in the cabin. The pale hand. The pull. Percy's voice went low. That means they can reach you again. Harry swallowed hard. His sentences shortened. We have to destroy it. Talia's eyes narrowed. Or track it. Percy looked at the pouch, then at the tunnel ceiling like he could see through it into the city. If there is more of this out there, we need to know where it is coming from. Harry's wand hand trembled. He could set the whole pouch on fire. No civilians, but fire here would still smoke out into the city. Annabeth's voice echoed in his head. Do not draw attention. Harry swallowed. We take it back. Percy nodded once. Yeah. Talia's gaze flicked to Harry, then softened a fraction. Almost invisible. You did good. Harry's chest tightened again. He hated how much he needed that. He forced his voice steady. I threw up twice. Talia's mouth twitched. Still did good. Percy snorted quietly. Welcome to quests. Harry did not like that word. Quest. Like this was a game. They moved fast after that. Percy led them back through the tunnels, limping now. Talia stayed close to Percy's injured shoulder, eyes scanning. Harry walked behind them, clutching the pouch in one hand and his wand in the other, sword sheathed again. He kept his breathing steady. No panic. No shadows. They climbed the stairs back into daylight, and the city hit them again. Noise. Crowds. Cars. Harry's stomach rolled. Percy's shoulder bled through his shirt. Talia's hair was a mess. Harry's hands shook. They looked like a disaster. The mist would cover some of it, but not all. Talia grabbed Percy's sleeve and pulled him into a quieter street. Percy hissed. Ow! Talia snapped. Stop whining. Percy glared. I got bitten by a hydra. Talia's eyes flashed. And you are alive. Harry watched them, chest tight, The way they argued was strange. It was not hate. It was trust that could handle shouting. Harry did not have that with anyone back home. He tightened his grip on the pouch. Then he felt it. A gaze. Not a monster gaze. Not hungry. Watching. Harry's scar prickled cold. He turned his head slowly, scanning the crowd. People moved around them, ignoring them, laughing, talking on phones. Then he saw it. A blond guy across the street, leaning against a wall like he belonged there. Hoodie. Hands in pockets. Face half shadowed by the hood. He was looking straight at Harry. Harry's stomach dropped. The guy's mouth curved into a small smile like he knew exactly what Harry was holding. Then he turned and walked away into the crowd, disappearing like he was swallowed. Harry's heart hammered. His sentences shortened. Percy. Percy looked at him, annoyed. What? Harry pointed. That guy. Percy turned, eyes scanning. What guy? Talia's head snapped up, instantly alert. Harry, what did you see? Harry's throat worked. Blonde. Hoodie. Watching us. Percy's jaw clenched. Where? Harry's hands shook. Gone. Annabeth's voice echoed again. Even though she was not here. Traps target what you love. Traps target the big three. Percy's face went hard. We are being followed. Talia's voice was cold. Good. Let them try. Harry's stomach twisted. He looked down at the pouch in his hand. The mixed coins inside clinking faintly with each step. Coin of 2 worlds marks the door. Break it once, it opens more. Harry swallowed hard, and the cold in his scar pulsed once like a warning. Percy kept his hand clamped over his shoulder like he could squeeze the pain out of it, but the blood still slid between his fingers. His jaw was tight. He was walking fast anyway. Talia moved a half step ahead, scanning every corner like she expected the city to sprout teeth. Harry stayed close, pouch of mixed coins shoved deep in his pocket, wand in his right hand inside his sleeve. His left hand kept brushing the hilt of the Stygian iron sword like a habit he did not trust yet. The crowd shoved past them. Nobody looked twice. The mist covered the worst of it. Still, Harry felt watched. He kept seeing that blonde hoodie in his head. You are being followed. Percy glanced at Harry without turning his head fully. You sure about what you saw? Harry's throat was dry. I am sure. Talia's voice stayed low. Where? Harry forced himself not to spin around. Back there. Across the street. He was looking at me. Not you. Percy exhaled hard through his nose. Of course. Talia's eyes narrowed. Of course what? Percy's mouth twisted. It means they know the coin is with us, and they know you are the key. Harry's stomach clenched at the word key. Talia's hand brushed Percy's arm. Quick. Not gentle. You are bleeding through your shirt. Percy tried to shrug like it was nothing and hissed instead. I know. Talia's voice went sharper. We need cover. Percy nodded once. Yeah. Harry watched Percy's shoulder. The bite marks were not huge, but they were deep enough that the blood did not stop. Percy's skin around it looked angry and swollen. Harry swallowed. Can I help? Percy's eyes flicked to the wand. Not in front of people. I know, Harry said, too fast. His sentences were already shortening. Just when we are hidden. Talia cut in. We do not go back to camp like this. Percy looked at her like he wanted to argue. Then he glanced around the street, crowded and loud, and he swallowed whatever comeback he had. Fine. We hide. Briefly, Talia's mouth tightened. Briefly, Harry's scar pulsed cold, and he hated that it felt like agreement. Percy's gaze slid to the coin pouch in Harry's pocket. That thing is pulling again. Harry held still. Which way? Percy's eyes narrowed, like he was listening to something only he could feel. Down. Talia's lips pressed together. Subway. Percy nodded. Or something worse. Harry tried not to show how much he disliked the idea of going underground. Underground meant shadows. Shadows meant the pull. The pull meant cracks. No panic. He kept walking. Talia led them to a side street, then to a metal door half hidden behind a dumpster. It had a faded sign that looked official once, but now it was just rust and grime. Percy frowned. You know this place. Talia shrugged. Hunters sleep in weirder spots. Harry blinked. You just hide in cities. Talia glanced at him. You think monsters only attack in forests. Harry did not answer. He did not know what he thought anymore. Talia yanked the door open and slipped inside. Percy followed, then Harry, and the city noise dropped behind them like someone shut a lid. The stairwell smelled like damp concrete and old piss. Harry's stomach rolled. Percy muttered, "Lovely." Talia shot him a look. "Keep moving." They went down 2 flights, then another door, then into a service corridor lit by flickering yellow lights. Water dripped somewhere. A rat skittered past Percy's foot and vanished. Percy did not even flinch. Harry did, then felt stupid for it. Talia stopped near a junction where the corridor split. She pressed her palm to the wall like she was listening through it. Harry watched her hand. Her fingers were steady. No tremor. Like fear was something she stored away and used later. Percy shifted his weight, wincing. "Talia." Talia lifted her head. "This way." Percy's eyes narrowed. "That is not the subway." Talia's mouth twisted. "Good." Harry's chest tightened. "What is it?" Talia started walking again. "Old access tunnels. Monsters avoid them sometimes because they get lost." Harry followed, careful with his footing. The corridor narrowed, then widened. Pipes ran along the ceiling. Some were broken, leaking water into shallow puddles. Percy glanced at the puddles like they were comfort. He flexed his fingers. Harry noticed the tiny relief in his shoulders. Like water made him feel less alone. They took a turn, then another. Talia did not hesitate once. Harry finally asked, "How do you know?" Talia glanced back. "I have been running since I was 12. You learn." Harry's throat tightened. He knew about running, just a different kind. Percy's voice was rough. "We are not staying here long. We patch me up, we figure out who is tailing us. Then we go back." Talia's eyes flashed. "We are not dragging him back to camp while someone can grab him on the road." Percy's jaw clenched. "And what, we live underground?" Talia did not answer that. She slowed and stopped in front of a wall that looked like any other wall, except the stone was smoother, older, like it did not belong in a modern tunnel. Harry's scar prickled cold again. Talia lifted her chin. "Here." Percy stared. "This is." Talia's voice went quiet. "Labyrinth access." Harry's stomach dropped. "Labyrinth." Percy's expression went hard. "We are not going into that." Talia's gaze stayed flat. "We are not going deep. We are using the entrance room. It is warded. Keeps noise out. It buys us a few hours." Harry looked at the wall again. He did not see a door, but he felt something wrong in the air, like the space was waiting for a word. Percy's hand tightened on his sword. "If it shifts, we die." Talia's eyes narrowed. "Then do not let it." Harry swallowed. "How do you open it?" Talia glanced at Percy. "You do." Percy's mouth twisted. "Of course." He stepped forward, pressed his palm to the stone, and muttered something under his breath. Harry did not catch the words. The stone shivered. A line appeared, thin as a crack, then widened into a doorway. Cold air spilled out. Harry's scar pulsed, and the sound of water whispered at the edge of hearing again, like the river was amused. Percy stepped back. "Quick! In and out." Talia moved first, spear in hand. Percy followed. Harry forced his feet to move and he stepped through. The doorway closed behind them with a soft thud that made Harry jump. Inside, the air changed. It was still damp, still underground, but quieter. The room was wide enough to stand without brushing walls. The stone was older here, carved with faint lines that looked like Greek letters half worn away. In one corner sat a broken lantern, rusted. In another corner, a pile of old rope and wood like someone tried to make a nest once. Percy leaned against the wall, breathing hard, and his hand finally dropped from his shoulder. Blood had soaked his shirt. Harry's chest tightened. "Sit." Percy blinked at him. "What?" Harry's voice went sharper. "Sit down." Percy stared like he was deciding if he wanted to argue. Then he slid down the wall and sat with a grunt. "Fine." Talia crouched beside him, eyes on the wound. "Show me." Percy grumbled. "I am fine." Talia's gaze went cold. "Percy." Percy shut up and tugged the collar of his shirt down enough to show the bite marks. Harry swallowed hard. The skin around it was torn, bruised, swollen. It looked infected already, like Hydra venom was trying to be clever. Talia's voice went tight. Ambrosia, Percy's face pinched. I do not want to waste it, Talia snapped. You will waste more if you pass out and we have to carry you. Percy glared, but he pulled his backpack off and dug inside with his good hand. He pulled out a square of golden stuff wrapped in foil. Harry stared. That is ambrosia. Percy nodded. God food. Harry's mouth felt dry. That helps. Percy gave him a look like he did not have patience for the obvious. Yeah, Talia broke off a small piece, smaller than Harry expected, then shoved it into Percy's hand. Eat. Slow. Percy shoved it into his mouth, chewed, then his face twisted like it tasted too sweet. He swallowed and breathed out, shoulders easing a fraction. Talia watched him hard. Again, Percy muttered, Bossy. Talia's mouth twitched like she was almost smiling. Not dead though. Percy sighed and ate another small piece. The wound did not vanish, but the bleeding slowed. The swelling eased a little. Percy's breathing steadied. Harry watched, trying to keep his mind practical. He did not like the idea of god food. Too much power in one bite. Too easy. Talia glanced at Harry. You are shaking. Harry looked down at his hands. His wand hand was steady enough. His other hand was not. Harry forced his voice flat. I am fine. Talia's eyes narrowed. You are lying. Percy snorted. He does that. Harry shot Percy a look. You do not get to talk. You got bitten. Percy's mouth curved for half a second. Then it dropped again. Fair. Talia shifted her weight. We need to check the coins. Harry's stomach clenched. He nodded and pulled the pouch out. Careful. The mixed clink sounded too loud in the quiet room. Percy sat up a little, eyes sharp again. Let me see. Harry held it out, then stopped. If it pulls again. Percy's gaze was steady. Then we run. Harry did not like that answer, but it was honest. He opened the pouch and spilled a few coins into his palm. Greek drachma, dark and cold. Wizard coin, heavier, with runes. Harry's scar prickled again. He hated that his body reacted before his brain did. Talia leaned in. Those marks are yours. Harry nodded. Old runes. They used them for wards and binding. Percy frowned. So someone merged them on purpose. Harry's throat tightened. Yes. Talia's gaze went hard. To buy underworld passage and wizard passage. Harry swallowed. Or to force it. Percy's eyes flicked to Harry's face. That crack in the cabin wanted the coin back. Harry's voice came out quiet. It wanted me. Percy went still for a heartbeat. Talia's eyes softened a fraction, then hardened again like she was angry at herself for softening. If they can pull you across worlds, then camp is not safe. Harry's stomach dropped. Chiron said it was warded. Percy's voice went flat. Everything has holes if you hit it hard enough. Harry's fingers tightened around the coins. Talia leaned back, spear resting across her knees. We need to know who is behind it. Percy nodded. And we need to stop them before they build more. Harry's mind flashed to the pale hand in the cabin. The pressure sound. The feeling of being yanked. He swallowed hard. His sentences shortened. How? Talia's gaze flicked to him. We track the pull. Percy nodded slowly. The coin still pulls. Harry held still, listening with his body the way Percy did, trying to feel it. He felt something. Not a direction exactly. More like a tug in his chest, low and cold. Like someone hooked his ribs and pulled. Harry breathed out. Down. Deeper. Percy's face tightened. Labyrinth. Talia's mouth twisted. Of course. Percy looked at Harry. You good. Harry almost laughed. It would have sounded bad. No. Percy nodded once like that was acceptable. Good. Honesty. Talia leaned back against the stone wall and exhaled. We wait until night. The city is louder then. Easier to move. Percy looked like he wanted to argue again, but his shoulder was stiff, his face still pale under the grime, and he knew it too. Fine. Harry stared at the coins in his palm. Talia's voice softened. Barely. Put them away. Harry shoved them back into the pouch and tied it tight. Percy shifted and rested his head against the wall. I am taking 10 minutes. Talia shot him a look. You are taking more. Percy's eyes closed. Wake me if I die, Talia muttered. I will kick you first. Percy's mouth twitched. Love you too. Talia ignored that, but Harry saw the way her shoulders eased a fraction anyway. Percy drifted off fast, exhaustion taking him the moment he stopped fighting it. The room got quieter. Harry stayed standing because sitting felt like giving up. He kept his wand in hand. He kept checking the doorway line in the stone, like it might open without warning. Talia watched him for a minute, then said, "You should sit." Harry's voice was rough. "I am fine." Talia's eyes narrowed again. "Stop saying that." Harry swallowed. "If I sit, I think." Talia's mouth tightened. "And you think too much." Harry shot her a look. "You do not know me." Talia's gaze did not flinch. "I know the look. Strong kid. Hard eyes. Trying not to fall apart." Harry felt his chest tighten. He looked away. "I do not fall apart." Talia's voice went quieter. "Everyone does. Just not always in front of people." Harry swallowed hard. He sat anyway, slow, on the stone floor a few feet from Percy, back against the wall. His legs were still shaky from the fight. His stomach still rolled when he remembered the smell of burning Hydra flesh. Talia stayed standing, spear in hand, positioned between Harry and the closed door like she was the only lock they had. Harry watched her for a few seconds, then said, "You know the labyrinth." Talia shrugged. "Enough." Harry hesitated. "Why are you still here?" Talia glanced at him. "Because someone has to be." Harry's throat tightened. "Nico should be here." Talia's eyes narrowed. "Nico is better at shadows than you are right now. If he comes, the pull gets worse." Harry flinched at how true that felt. Talia leaned her shoulder against the wall, eyes still scanning. "Also, Nico would stab Percy in the throat if Percy said one wrong thing." Percy, asleep, muttered something incoherent like he was trying to argue even in his dreams. Harry almost smiled. Talia's mouth twitched. "See." Silence stretched. Harry forced himself to breathe slow. No panic. The shadows in the corners stayed still, but Harry could feel them, like a living thing that recognized him. Talia spoke again, softer. "You did good back there." Harry stared at the stone floor. "I threw up." Talia's voice stayed steady. "You still fought. You still protected." Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. "I did not protect enough. Percy got bitten." Talia's gaze sharpened. "Percy jumped in front of a Hydra. That is what he does." Harry's voice came out tight. "He does not have to." Talia's eyes flicked to Percy. "Sleeping. Try telling him that. He will ignore you." Harry exhaled, shaky. "Sounds familiar." Talia looked at him. Really looked. "You did that too." Harry swallowed. "I did not have a choice." Talia's mouth tightened. "Neither did he. Not in his head." Harry's chest tightened at that. He hated understanding someone he barely knew. Talia shifted her stance. "I am taking first watch. You sleep." Harry's stomach flipped. "No." Talia's eyes narrowed. "Yes." Harry's voice sharpened, the edge of panic trying to slip in. "If I sleep, I might open something." Talia's face went still. Percy shifted in his sleep, groaned, then settled again. Talia's voice went low. "You are scared of yourself." Harry's throat worked. "Yes." Talia stared at him for a long beat, then nodded once like she respected the honesty. "Fine. You do not sleep yet. You rest. Eyes open. Breathe." Harry swallowed and nodded. Talia's gaze flicked to his hands. "Put the wand down. You are gripping it like it is a knife." Harry did not want to, but his hand ached, and the tremor got worse when he held it too tight. He set the wand on his thigh, still within reach. Talia nodded. "Good." Harry stared at the doorway line in the wall. "If it opens," Talia's voice went flat. "I will cut it." Harry blinked. "You cannot cut space." Talia's mouth twisted. "Watch me." Harry almost smiled again. Came out small and tired. Time passed in thick quiet. Percy slept. Talia stood watch, spear steady. Harry sat and tried not to shake. Eventually Talia spoke again, like she could not stand silence forever. "What happened to you?" Harry's throat tightened. "You mean the ministry?" Talia's gaze stayed on the doorway. "Yeah." Harry swallowed, then forced the words out. "They were scared. They said I was too powerful. They said I was dangerous. Talia's voice went sharper. And they put a collar on you. Harry's stomach rolled. He nodded once. A band. On my wrist. It burned. Talia's grip tightened on her spear. That is disgusting. Harry stared at his own hands. They said it was for safety. Talia snorted low. They always say that. Harry's chest tightened. He looked up at her. People said that to you too. Talia's face went still. For a second, Harry thought she would shut him down. Tell him to stop asking. Tell him it was none of his business. Instead she exhaled. Yeah. Harry stayed quiet, waiting. Talia's voice came out rough. When you are a kid with lightning under your skin, people either want to use you or lock you up. Sometimes both. Harry swallowed. Who tried to lock you up? Talia's eyes flicked to him. A lot of people. Monsters. Titans. Even gods. Harry's stomach clenched. Gods. Talia's mouth tightened. You will learn. They are not all kind. They are not all cruel either. They just do what they do. And we get crushed if we are in the way. Harry's throat tightened. So you joined the hunters. Talia's eyes narrowed. You know about that. Harry hesitated. I heard it. Talia's gaze stayed flat. Yeah. I am a hunter. Harry's chest tightened again. A vow. A rule. No romance. No normal life. Forbidden. Harry's voice went quiet. Why? Talia's eyes flicked away. Because I was tired of being a pawn. Because Artemis offered a way out. Because I did not want to watch more friends die. Harry swallowed. You still watch people die. Talia's jaw clenched. Yeah. But I choose who I fight for now. Harry stared at his hands. His thumb rubbed over his knuckles, raw from gripping the sword earlier. Talia's voice softened. Barely. What about you? You had friends. Harry's throat worked. I did. Talia waited. Harry forced the words out. I lost a lot of them. I kept going anyway because if I stopped, it felt like they died for nothing. Talia's face went tight. That is the worst trap. Harry laughed once, sharp and humorless. Yeah. Silence again. Talia's voice came quieter. You know what is funny? Harry looked up. What? Talia's mouth twisted. You look like you have been fighting a war for 10 years. And you are still a kid. Harry swallowed. His sentences shortened. I am tired. Talia nodded once. Me too. Percy shifted again. Groaned. Then muttered. Annabeth. Harry's chest tightened at the name. Talia rolled her eyes, but her gaze softened when she looked at Percy. See, boys got it bad. Harry blinked. He loves her. Talia glanced at him. Yeah. Harry stared. Does she love him? Talia's mouth twitched. Yeah. Harry felt something twist in his chest. Envy and grief mixed together. Must be nice. Talia's gaze slid to him, sharp. Do not start. Harry swallowed. Sorry. Talia's voice stayed low. Do not think you do not deserve good things because you have been hurt. Harry stared at her. You think I deserve good things? Talia's eyes narrowed like she was angry at the question. Yes. Harry's throat tightened so hard it hurt. He looked away quickly, because he did not trust his face. Talia did not push. She just stood there, steady, guarding. Hours later, when the tunnel air felt colder and Percy finally woke up with a grunt, Talia made them switch. You rest, she told Harry, voice like an order. Harry shook his head. I can keep watch. Talia's eyes went hard. You are running on fumes. If you keep going, you will snap. Then you will open something. Harry's stomach clenched. Percy sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. His shoulders still looked bad, but his color was better. He glanced at Harry, then at Talia. She is right. Harry stared at Percy. You are not allowed to agree with her. You are supposed to argue. Percy's mouth twitched. I can argue later. Sleep now. Harry hesitated, then forced himself to lie back on the stone floor, using his jacket as a pillow. It was uncomfortable. Cold seeped through his shirt. He kept his wand in his hand anyway. Talia's voice came from above him. If you start twitching, I am going to hit you. Harry's voice was muffled. That is comforting, Percy muttered. She hit me once. It works. Talia snapped. Shut up, Jackson. Percy grinned, then winced because he moved wrong. Ow. Okay. Shutting up. Harry closed his eyes. He tried to breathe slow. He tried to keep his mind empty. But the moment his body relaxed, the memories rushed in like they were waiting behind a door. Metal biting into skin. Voices in a courtroom. Fear disguised as law. Hands grabbing him. Harry's chest tightened. He tried to push it away. He could not. The dream hit him hard. He was back in a white room that smelled like bleach and cold stone. His wrists were bound. Not with rope, not with chain, but with iron bands that hummed with runes. The bands burned into his skin, and the pain was constant, like a toothache that never stopped. Someone was speaking above him. Calm voice, official voice. Harry tried to look up, but his head felt too heavy. The voice said his name like it was a verdict. Harry's stomach twisted. He tried to pull back, but the bands tightened. Magic pressed into his bones. His breath came short. He heard a whisper then, cold and soft, like it was inside his skull. A laugh. Not Percy. Not Talia. Voldemort. Harry's heart slammed. He tried to scream, but his throat locked. The white room flickered, and the walls turned into dark stone. The smell changed to wet earth. The sound of water rose, slow and endless. The floor beneath him became a river. Harry looked down and saw black water lapping at his ankles. The bands on his wrists dragged him lower, like they wanted to drown him. He fought, panic rising, and the shadows in the water reached up, fingers curling around his legs. Harry tried to cast. He did not have his wand. He tried anyway. Nothing happened. The whisper laughed again. Harry's scar burned cold, and the river swallowed his knees. He thrashed, desperate, and the shadows grabbed harder. Then a hand grabbed his shoulder. Real hand. Warm. Harry jolted awake with a gasp that tore his throat. He sat up too fast and the room spun. His heart hammered. Sweat drenched his shirt. His hands shook so hard his wand rattled. Talia was crouched in front of him, one hand gripping his shoulder, the other braced on the floor. Her eyes were sharp, worried, angry, all at once. Percy was half standing near the doorway line, sword in hand, hair a mess, eyes wide. Harry's chest heaved. His sentences broke. Do not touch me. Talia froze for a split second. Then her grip loosened but did not fully leave. Harry, breathe. Harry's eyes flicked to her hand like it was a threat. Talia's voice stayed steady. You were thrashing. Your shadows were moving. Harry's stomach dropped. He looked down. The shadows near his legs were darker than they should be. They curled along the stone like smoke. They were not reaching for Talia, not yet, but they were restless, hungry. Harry's throat tightened. I did it. Percy's voice was tight. You almost did. Harry's breath came short again. He could feel panic clawing up his spine. No, not now. Talia leaned closer, not touching more, just close enough that Harry could see her eyes clearly. Look at me. Harry's eyes snapped to hers. Talia's voice went low, hard. Breathe. In. Do it with me. Harry's chest hurt. He forced air in, shaky. Forced it out, shaky. Talia breathed with him, slow and controlled. Harry's hands still shook, but the shadows eased a fraction, like they listened to her tone. Percy hovered near the door, sword ready but not pointed at Harry. His knuckles were white. Harry swallowed hard. I saw it again. Talia's gaze sharpened. The courtroom. Harry nodded, throat tight. The bands. The river. Talia's mouth tightened. They did that to you. Harry's voice came out raw. Yes. Talia stared at him like she wanted to hit something. Then her expression shifted, softer, and it looked like it surprised her. She moved before Harry could stop her. Talia wrapped her arms around him. Harry froze. Every muscle locked. His skin went cold. His brain screamed at him to pull away. Touch meant control. Touch meant restraint. Talia held him anyway, firm but not crushing, like she was anchoring him to something real. Her voice was quiet near his ear. You are here. You are not there. You are not alone. Harry's throat worked. His breath came out in broken bursts. He wanted to push her away. He did not. His hands hovered in the air like he did not know what to do with them. They shook. They ached. Talia's grip did not tighten. It did not trap him. It just stayed. Harry swallowed hard. I cannot, Talia whispered. You can. Harry's chest heaved, and then the sob punched out of him before he could stop it. It felt ugly, like it did not belong in him, like weakness spilling out. Talia did not flinch. She did not mock him. She just held him. Percy shifted his weight and looked away, giving them space without leaving the door. Harry's hands finally moved. One of them grabbed Talia's jacket sleeve, fingers clenched like he was holding a lifeline. He hated that he needed it. He also hated how much it helped. His breathing slowed, little by little. The shadows by his legs settled back into normal darkness. Talia's voice was still quiet. That is it. Keep breathing. Harry swallowed, throat burning. Sorry. Talia leaned back just enough to look at his face. Her eyes were hard. Do not apologize for surviving. Harry's lips parted, but nothing came out. Talia's gaze flicked to his mouth, then away fast, like she had caught herself thinking something she was not allowed to think. Harry noticed anyway. His chest tightened. Forbidden. Talia's voice went rough. I should not be doing this. Harry's throat was dry. Then do not. Talia's eyes flashed, then softened. Shut up. Harry almost laughed through the leftover shake in his chest. Came out like a breath. Talia hesitated, then spoke quieter, more careful. Can I? She did not finish. Harry stared at her, heart still racing, sweat cooling on his skin. He forced himself to be honest, even if it scared him. What? Talia's jaw clenched. Can I kiss you? Harry's brain went blank for a second. Nobody had asked him that in a long time. Not like this. Not when he was shaking and wrecked and covered in sweat and fear. He swallowed hard. His sentences shortened. Yes. Talia's eyes searched his face like she was checking for a lie. Harry nodded once. Yes. Talia leaned in. It was not dramatic. It was not perfect. It was quick, warm, and real. Her lips pressed against his, soft but sure, like she was making a choice and daring the world to punish her for it. Harry froze for half a heartbeat. Then his hand tightened on her sleeve and he kissed back, clumsy, honest, like he did not know how to be gentle anymore. Talia pulled back first, breathing hard. Her eyes were wide, like she could not believe she did it. Harry's mouth felt warm. His chest hurt. Talia whispered. Rough. That was stupid. Harry swallowed. Yeah. Talia's mouth twitched, like she wanted to smile but would not let herself. We are not talking about it. Harry nodded because he did not trust his voice. Percy cleared his throat from the doorway, loud on purpose. Cool. Great. Love the emotional growth. We have a problem. Talia's eyes flashed. Percy. Percy held up his hand. Not me. Outside. Harry's stomach dropped. He pushed himself up, legs shaky. Talia stood too, spear in hand again, face switching back to soldier in a blink. Harry hated how good she was at flipping that switch. Percy pointed at the doorway line. The entrance is reacting. Harry looked. The stone line shimmered faintly, like the door wanted to open. A low scraping sound came through the wall, like something on the other side was dragging metal against stone. Talia's eyes narrowed. They found us. Percy's jaw clenched. How? Harry's scar pulsed cold. He looked at his pocket. The coin pouch. Harry's throat tightened. It is the coins. Percy's eyes narrowed. Of course it is. Talia moved closer to the doorway, spear angled forward. Positions. Percy stepped to her left, sword in hand, shoulders squared despite the bite wound. He glanced at Harry. Stay behind us. Harry's voice was tight. I am not hiding. Percy's mouth twisted. You are not front-lining either. Talia snapped. Both of you, shut up and listen. Harry shut up. Talia's voice was low. If it is a monster, we kill it. If it is a demigod, we disable. No mercy, but no killing. Percy nodded, jaw tight. Harry swallowed. And if it is a wizard? Talia's eyes flicked to him. Then you counter. Harry's wand lifted. The scraping grew louder, closer. The doorway line shivered. Then the stone split open like it was being forced from the outside. Cold air rushed in. 3 figures stepped through. Not monsters. Teenagers. They wore dark hooded jackets, faces half covered by bandanas. One of them held a sword that looked like celestial bronze. Another held a short spear. The third held something that made Harry's stomach drop. A wand. Not wood, metal, bronze, carved with faint runes. Harry's scar prickled. Percy's voice went flat. Are you kidding me? Talia's spear lifted. Who sent you? The wand holder did not answer. He raised the wand and snapped. Petrificus totalis. Harry's blood went cold. Wizard spell. The curse shot out fast, and it was not red like Harry's spells. It was pale green, thin, sharp. Percy moved without thinking, shoving Talia sideways. The curse hit the wall and splintered stone. Harry's eyes widened. That would have hit Talia's spine. Talia snarled. You aimed for my back. The hooded sword kid lunged at Percy. Percy met him, blades clashing, celestial bronze ringing sharp in the small room. Percy's injured shoulder jerked with the impact and he hissed, but he did not step back. Talia jabbed her spear toward the second attacker, forcing him to dodge. Lightning flickered at her fingertips, restrained, controlled. Harry's wand snapped up. Expelliarmus. Red light hit the wand holder's wrist. The wand flew out of the attacker's hand and clattered across the stone floor. Harry's chest tightened with relief. Then the wand skidded, and the shadows under it moved. The wand slid into the dark like it was pulled by an invisible string. Harry's stomach dropped. The shadows delivered it right back into the attacker's hand. The attacker's eyes flashed, surprised, then pleased. Harry's throat went dry. You can do that too. The attacker did not answer. He snapped his wand again. Bind. It was not a spell Harry knew. It was not Greek either. It was something stitched together from both. A line of dark light shot out and wrapped toward Harry's wand arm like a rope. Harry threw his shield up fast. Protego. The barrier flared, and the binding line slammed into it, sparking like it hit glass. Harry's arms shook with the impact. Talia glanced back at Harry. Harry. Harry's voice was tight. I am holding. Percy grunted as the sword kid pressed him hard, forcing him back a step. Percy snapped. Talia, I am fine. Talia shouted. Nobody asked. She slammed her spear butt into the spear kid's knee. The kid stumbled, then swung his spear for her ribs. Talia twisted and caught the shaft with her hand, lightning crackling down her fingers. The kid screamed and yanked back, shaking his hand like it burned. Harry's shield shuddered again as another binding lash hit it. Harry's vision blurred at the edges. His breathing went short. No panic. He forced his feet to move, shifting sideways, keeping a clear angle. He lifted his wand again. Stupefy. The red bolt hit the wand holder in the chest. He staggered, but he did not drop. He shook his head like he was fighting through it, then snarled something under his breath in Greek that Harry did not catch. The wand holder raised his wand again. Percy yelled, Harry, that is not normal. Harry's voice came out sharp. I know. The sword kid slammed Percy's blade aside and swung for Percy's shoulder, the injured one. Percy barely twisted away, and the bronze edge nicked his sleeve, cutting fabric and skin. Percy hissed, then drove his sword up, forcing the attacker back. Talia moved with him, back to back with Percy for a heartbeat, spear guarding Percy's blind side. Harry's chest tightened. They moved like they had done this 1,000 times. He had never had that. The wand holder's gaze locked on Harry again. He pointed his wand straight at Harry's pocket. Not at Harry's chest. Not at his head. At the pouch. The wand holder snapped a word. The coins in Harry's pocket went cold, then hot, then cold again, and the pull in Harry's chest yanked hard. Harry stumbled. His stomach flipped. The shadows at his feet stirred like they smelled blood. Talia's voice cut through. Harry, stay with me. Harry swallowed hard. I am. The wand holder's spell tightened, trying to rip the pouch out of Harry's pocket. Harry clenched his fist around the fabric, holding it in place. He raised his wand with his other hand and shouted, Expulso. The blast hit the wand holder's shoulder and threw him sideways into the wall. Stone cracked. The attacker slumped, stunned for a beat. Harry's breath came short. Percy took advantage of the opening and drove his sword forward, not to kill, but to shove the sword kid back into the doorway. Percy's blade pressed at the kid's throat, and Percy's voice went low and dangerous. Stop! The kid froze, breathing hard. Talia snapped her spear point toward the spear kid's chest. Drop it! The spear kid hesitated. Then his gaze flicked past Talia, past Percy toward Harry. His eyes looked wrong. Not angry, empty, like someone turned off the person inside and left the body running. Harry's stomach dropped. They are controlled. Talia's jaw clenched. Yeah, the spear kid lunged anyway. Like the order in his head did not allow surrender. Talia cursed under her breath and struck. Fast. Spear butt to the stomach. The kid folded with a grunt. Then Talia swept his feet and slammed him onto the stone floor. Percy shoved the sword kid down too hard, pinning him with a knee. Harry stepped closer, wand raised, chest heaving. His hands shook, but he kept the wand steady anyway. The wand holder was pushing himself up against the wall, blinking hard. He looked younger than Harry expected, maybe 15. His hood had slipped back enough to show dark hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. He stared at Harry like he hated him, or like he needed him. Harry's voice was rough. Who are you? The kid's lips moved. Then his eyes rolled back for a second. He jerked like someone yanked a leash, and a new voice came out of his mouth. Not his. Older. Calm. Familiar in a way that made Percy go rigid. Give me the coins, the voice said. Percy's head snapped toward the kid. Luke. Harry's stomach dropped. Talia's face went hard. No. The kid's mouth moved again, still not his own. You are slow, Percy. You always were. Percy's face went pale, then furious. Where are you? The kid smiled, and it was not his smile. Close. Harry's scar burned cold. He looked past the doorway, into the open stone corridor beyond. And there he was, at the edge of the doorway, half in shadow, half in the cold light from the tunnel. Blonde hair. Hoodie. The same guy Harry saw in the street. Luke Castellan. He leaned against the stone like he owned it, hands in his pockets. Expression relaxed like this was a casual chat. Harry's stomach clenched. He had never seen Luke before, but he knew that look. That look was someone who already decided how this ends. Percy's voice went raw. Luke. Luke's eyes flicked to Percy's shoulder, then back to Percy's face. You look rough. Percy's grip tightened on the pinned sword kid. What is this? Luke glanced at Harry, slow. His gaze landed on Harry's pocket, and Harry felt exposed in a way he hated. That, Luke said, is the point. Talia stepped forward, spear angled toward Luke's chest. Her voice was cold. You are using kids. Luke's mouth twitched. Everyone uses kids. The gods started it. I am just better at it. Harry's throat went dry. Percy's voice shook with anger. Why are you here? Luke's gaze stayed on Harry. Because he does not belong. And because someone wants him badly enough to pay. Harry's chest tightened. Someone from my world. Luke shrugged. Easy. A government. A ministry. Call it what you want. They hate what they cannot control. Harry felt sick. Talia's spear tip trembled. Not with fear, with rage. You made them wands. Luke's mouth curved slightly. I made them tools. Like they made him. Harry's stomach twisted. His sentences shortened. I am not a tool. Luke's eyes met his. They were colder than Harry expected. Not yet. Percy snarled. Back off. Luke sighed like Percy was annoying. I am not here for you, Percy. Percy's voice went deadly. You always were. Luke's gaze flicked to Talia for a heartbeat, and something complicated flashed there. Then it vanished. Still protecting people. That is cute. Talia's voice went sharp. Do not. Luke's smile thinned. Do not what? Remind you who broke you first. Talia's eyes flashed, lightning sparking at her fingertips. Harry's chest tightened. He could feel Talia's anger like heat. Luke's gaze slid back to Harry. Hand over the pouch, Harry Potter. Harry's stomach dropped at hearing his full name. Percy's eyes widened. How do you know his name? Luke shrugged. Information is easy to buy. Harry's wand lifted higher. His hand shook. His throat was tight. You cannot have it. Luke's expression did not change. Then I take it. He nodded once, small. The wand holder kid's body jerked like a puppet. He raised his bronze wand and snapped. Accio. Harry's stomach flipped. The pouch ripped out of Harry's pocket like a fist grabbed it. Harry lunged, grabbing at air, missing by inches. The pouch flew across the room and slammed into Luke's palm. Luke caught it like it weighed nothing. Harry's chest went cold. No. Talia moved like a storm. She threw her spear. Luke shifted aside like he predicted it, and the spear slammed into the stone wall behind him, cracking it. Luke's gaze flicked to the spear, then back to Talia. Still fast, Percy roared and launched forward, sword swinging. Luke stepped back through the doorway line into the corridor, smooth and calm, like he was letting Percy exhaust himself. Percy's blade slashed air. Luke raised his hand, and the stone doorway shivered. The labyrinth door started to close. Talia yanked her spear back with a sharp motion, lightning snapping from her hand to the metal shaft, and the spear flew back to her palm. Harry's chest hammered. He ran, not away, toward the door. He threw his wand forward and shouted, "Expulso!" The blast hit the stone edge of the doorway. The door shuddered, slowed, but it still kept closing. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly, like Harry was more trouble than expected. Harry's scar burned cold. The shadows at his feet surged. Harry felt the pull, sharp and hungry. No crack. Not like that. He shoved the shadows down, forced them still. Talia grabbed Harry's sleeve, yanking him back a step as the door narrowed. "Stop. You will get trapped." Harry's voice broke. "He has the pouch." Percy slammed his fist into the stone edge, furious. Luke's voice came through the narrowing gap, calm. "You will chase me, Percy. You always do." Percy snarled. "I will kill you." Luke's laugh was soft. "You will try." The door snapped shut. Silence hit like a slap. Harry stood there shaking, staring at the stone wall that looked normal again. Like nothing happened. His chest heaved. His throat burned. He felt empty without the pouch, like someone ripped something out of his ribs. Percy turned, eyes wild, breathing hard. "He took it." Harry's voice was raw. "I know." Talia's face was tight, pale under the grime. She stared at the wall like she wanted to tear it apart with her hands. "He used those kids like puppets." Percy looked down at the pinned sword kid under his knee. The kid was shaking now, eyes wide, back in his own head. He looked terrified. I did not. Percy's grip loosened a fraction. "What did he do to you?" The kid swallowed hard. "I do not know." He said it was for the war. He said it would make us strong. Talia's voice went cold. "Did you know you were attacking Percy?" The kid's eyes flicked up, guilty. I thought we were taking a weapon." Harry's stomach twisted. Percy stared at the kid like he wanted to scream. Then he exhaled hard and forced himself not to. "Get out." The kid blinked. "What?" Percy's voice went flat. "Leave. Now. And if Luke comes back, you run." The kid nodded fast, scrambling to his feet, grabbing his sword like it was a comfort blanket. The spear kid and wand kid were both coming to, groaning, confused, scared. Talia stepped back, spear lowered but still ready. "Go." They did not wait to be told twice. They stumbled past Percy and Talia and ran toward the corridor, vanishing into the tunnels. The room fell quiet again. Harry's hands were shaking. His wand felt too heavy. Percy dragged a hand down his face, then hissed as his shoulder pulled. "Ow!" Talia turned on him. "Sit." Percy glared. "We have to chase him." Talia's eyes flashed. "You cannot chase anyone if you drop dead." Percy's jaw clenched. "I am not dropping." Talia's voice went sharp. "You are bleeding again." Percy looked down. The stress and movement had reopened the bite wound. Blood was seeping through his shirt again. Percy swore under his breath. Harry stood there, chest tight, looking at Talia, looking at Percy and feeling useless. His sentences shortened. "It is my fault." Talia's head snapped toward him. "No." Harry's throat worked. "He took it because of me." Talia's eyes were hard. "He was going to take it anyway. He found us. He planned it." Harry swallowed hard. "I should have stopped it." Percy's voice was rough. "You did stop it for a second. That is why he ran instead of killing us." Harry stared at him. Percy did not look away. "Luke does not run unless he has to." Harry's stomach dropped. So he is scared. Talia's mouth twisted. Or cautious. Harry's chest felt tight. He could still taste the nightmare in his mouth. He could still feel Talia's arms around him. He looked at her without meaning to. Talia's gaze flicked to him, and something softened there, then hardened again like she was slamming a door. Talia's voice went low. We are going back to camp. Percy's head snapped up. Now. Talia nodded. Now. Luke has the pouch. If he merges more coins, he can open more doors. We need Chiron, and we need Annabeth, and we need Nico. Harry flinched at Nico's name, like it hurt to say it when Nico was not here. Percy pushed himself up with a grunt. Fine. Talia glanced at Harry. Can you walk? Harry nodded, even though his legs felt like they might give out. Yes. Talia's eyes narrowed. Do not lie. Harry swallowed. I can walk. Talia nodded once. Good. Percy stepped toward the stone wall, palm raised, ready to open the labyrinth door again. Harry's scar pulsed cold. Harry's stomach tightened. Percy paused, then looked at Harry. You good with going through? Harry's voice was tight. No. Percy nodded like he respected the honesty. Same. Talia shifted closer to Harry, not touching, but close enough that Harry could feel her heat. Her voice was low. If you start to panic, you tell me. Harry swallowed. I do not want to tell you. Talia's mouth twitched. Too bad. Percy muttered. Get married later. Talia snapped. Percy. Percy held up his hands. I am coping. Harry's cheeks burned, and he hated that it happened. Talia glanced at him, and her eyes softened again for a heartbeat. Then she looked away and squared her shoulders. Percy opened the door. Cold air spilled in. The corridor beyond looked different than before. Longer, twisting, like the labyrinth had shifted when Luke forced the door. Percy's face tightened. Great. Talia gripped her spear. Move. Harry stepped through, wand in hand, sword at his side, heart hammering. He hated the underground. He hated the pull. He hated how the shadows seemed to lean toward him like they recognized their own. But he followed anyway, because Luke had the coins, because Luke knew his name, because the next door might not open in a cabin, because if he ran now, he would run forever. And Harry was tired of running. The labyrinth corridor kept changing behind them. Harry didn't look back more than once because every time he did, the stone felt different. The air smelled different. Even the drip of water shifted like the tunnel was trying to distract him. Percy led with his sword up, shoulders tight. His injured shoulder looked stiff, and when he moved too fast he sucked in a breath like it stung. Talia kept pace on Percy's right, spear angled low, eyes cold and sharp. She didn't look at Harry much. Harry could still feel the kiss on his mouth anyway, like his skin remembered it even when his brain tried to shove it away. Harry stayed a half step behind them, wand in his hand, sword at his side, heart thudding too hard for how quiet it was. Percy muttered, If this place decides to eat us, I'm blaming you. Harry blinked. Me? Percy glanced back, face tight. Yeah, you brought wizard chaos into my life. Talia snorted. Percy, your life was already chaos. Percy shot her a look. It had rules. Sort of. Harry tried to swallow. His throat was dry. Are we close? Talia nodded once. Nico said the entrance is near the woods. If the labyrinth behaves. Percy huffed, then winced and pressed his shoulder. Please behave, creepy maze. The corridor ahead widened into a low chamber. Old roots hung from the ceiling like dead vines. The floor was cracked stone with shallow puddles. Harry felt the cold pull in his chest again, lighter than before but still there, like a hook had sunk into him and never fully let go. He took a breath. Slow. In. Talia glanced at him without turning her head fully. You good? Harry wanted to lie. He forced himself not to. No. Talia's mouth tightened like she respected the honesty. Keep walking anyway, Percy muttered. That's the DemiGod spirit. Harry didn't answer. He focused on the sound of their boots, the scrape of Percy's blade shifting, the faint hum of his own wand. Then the shadows in the corner moved. Not like normal shadow. Not like a flicker from a bad light. Something crawled out of it. A monster low to the ground, all legs and chitin, like a huge spider mixed with a centipede. Its eyes weren't eyes, just pale dots that looked wrong in the dark. Clicked its mouth parts, hungry. Percy's sword lifted. Oh, come on. Talia's spear snapped up. Harry, behind. Harry didn't move back. He lifted his wand. His fingers shook, but the wand stayed aimed. The creature lunged. Percy met it first, stepping into the swing despite his shoulder. Celestial bronze slammed into the creature's side with a sharp metallic crack. The monster didn't die. It skittered sideways, fast, and snapped at Percy's ankle. Percy yanked back. Nope! Talia slammed the spear down, pinning one of its legs to the stone. The creature screeched, high and ugly. Harry's pulse spiked. No panic. He raised his wand. Stupefy. Red light hit the creature's head. Staggered, legs jerking. But it didn't collapse. It was like the spell didn't know where the brain was. Talia shouted, Use the sword, wizard boy. Harry's jaw clenched. He didn't like her calling him that, not now. He pulled the Stygian iron sword and stepped in, copying Percy's stance as best as he could. The creature snapped at him. Harry's heart hammered so hard it hurt. He swung anyway. Stygian iron bit into chitin. The monster's shriek went lower, like it didn't expect a blade that could hurt it properly. Black dust exploded from the cut. The creature writhed and tried to retreat into the shadow it came from. Harry stepped forward, breath ragged. He swung again, harder. The creature burst into dust. The chamber went quiet except for Percy's breathing. Percy leaned on his sword for a second, face pale. Great. Labyrinth flees. Talia's eyes stayed on the corners. Keep moving. More will come. Harry's hands were shaking. He lowered the sword and stared at the dust fading into nothing. Percy glanced at him. You okay? Harry's voice came rough. I killed it. Percy blinked, then snorted. Yeah, that's kind of the job description. Harry swallowed. I know. Talia moved first, not giving them time to sit in it. Harry followed. A few minutes later, the corridor shifted again and the air changed. It smelled like pine and grass. Percy's shoulders eased a fraction. That's camp. Talia nodded. Door should be close. They rounded a bend. A crack in the stone wall waited there like a wound. It looked too much like the cabin crack. Harry's stomach flipped. Talia's voice went hard. Not that kind of crack. Percy pressed his palm to the stone and muttered a word. The wall shivered. The crack widened into a doorway. Warm air spilled in, carrying the sound of distant laughter and the faint clang of someone training with a sword. Harry stepped through and the labyrinth smell dropped away behind him like a bad memory. They were in the woods at Camp Half-Blood. Trees swayed above them. Leaves rustled. Sunlight filtered through branches. Harry's breath hitched, relief punching through his chest so hard it almost hurt. Then he saw the figures running toward them. Annabeth first, blonde hair pulled back, eyes wide and furious and scared all at once. She didn't slow down until she was right in front of Percy. Her gaze dropped to Percy's shoulder. She went pale. Percy, she snapped, voice shaking. What did you do? Percy tried to grin. Came out tired. Hey, wise girl. Annabeth smacked his chest. Not hard, but sharp enough that Percy hissed. Don't hey me. You're bleeding. Percy's face twisted. It's not that bad. Annabeth's eyes flashed. You say that every time and it's always bad. Then her gaze cut to Talia. Annabeth's face tightened. You went into the labyrinth. Talia's voice stayed flat. We had to. Annabeth's eyes flicked to Harry. They narrowed. Harry held still, wand tucked down by his thigh, sword sheathed again. He didn't know what Annabeth knew about him. He didn't know what rumors Percy told her. Annabeth's voice went cold. You're the wizard. Harry swallowed. Yeah. Annabeth took one step closer, not threatening but not friendly either. Where's the pouch? Harry's stomach dropped again. He looked away for a second, jaw tight. Luke took it. Annabeth went still. Percy's voice came rough. He used kids. He forced them. He had a wand. Annabeth's face didn't change much, but her eyes sharpened like a blade. A wand. Talia snapped. We need Chiron. Now. Annabeth nodded once. Quick. Yeah. You do. She grabbed Percy's arm and started dragging him toward camp like she'd decided she was done asking. Percy yelped. Ow, Annabeth. Annabeth didn't slow. Good. Stay awake. Percy shot Harry a look over his shoulder like he was silently begging for help. Harry didn't help him. Percy deserved it. Talia walked beside them, spear in hand, scanning the woods like she expected Luke to step out from behind a tree. Harry followed, heart still hammering. Camp looked normal. Kids running, satyrs laughing, a couple of campers sparring in the arena. The smell of food from the dining pavilion, normal on the surface. Harry felt like he didn't belong in it. They reached the big house fast, Annabeth basically dragging Percy up the steps. She shoved the door open and shouted, "Chiron!" Chiron's voice came from inside, calm but alert. Annabeth. They stepped into the main room. Chiron was there, in his wheelchair form, eyes sharp behind his glasses. Mr. D was on the couch with a can of Diet Coke, looking bored, like he wished all of them would disappear. Chiron's gaze went straight to Percy's shoulder. What happened? Percy opened his mouth. Annabeth cut him off. He got bitten. Hydra. Mr. D finally looked interested. Hydra. Again. You children have a talent for finding the worst options. Talia's voice went tight. Luke is moving through the labyrinth. He has wizard magic now. Mr. D sighed like someone said something inconvenient. Of course he does. Chiron's gaze flicked to Harry. Harry. Harry stiffened at hearing his name from Chiron. Sir. Chiron's voice stayed steady. Where is the pouch? Harry's jaw clenched. Gone. Luke stole it. Chiron closed his eyes for half a second, like he was taking the hit. When he opened them again, he looked older. Tell me everything. Annabeth shoved Percy into a chair and started pulling out ambrosia like she'd done it 1,000 times. Percy tried to protest. Annabeth ignored him. Harry kept his words short and direct. He told them about the labyrinth room, the controlled kids, the bronze wand, Luke at the doorway, and the pouch ripping out of his pocket like it was alive. While he spoke, Chiron watched him closely, not just listening. Watching for tells. Watching for fear. Harry hated that. He also understood it. When Harry finished, Annabeth's hands were shaking as she fed Percy small pieces of ambrosia. Percy's face pinched at the sweetness, but his color came back more. Talia's gaze stayed hard. Luke said someone from Harry's world paid him. Mr. D snorted. Wizards paying a Titan kid. This is getting creative. Chiron's voice went sharper. This is not a joke, Dionysus. Mr. D lifted both hands. I know. I'm just coping. Annabeth's eyes cut to Harry again. Who would pay Luke from your world? Harry's stomach twisted. He didn't want to say it. Saying it made it real. He swallowed. The ministry. Annabeth went still. Your government. Harry nodded, throat tight. They wanted me contained. They were scared. Now they want me back. Percy's voice came rough. They're working with Luke. Harry's voice went quiet. Luke said they paid. Chiron's gaze sharpened. Then we are dealing with a coalition. A Titan traitor and a wizard authority. Talia's grip tightened on her spear. And they want the mist broken. Mr. D finally sat up a little straighter. If someone breaks the mist completely, you will have mortals screaming in the streets when they see monsters. You will have panic. You will have war. Percy's jaw clenched. Luke would do it. Annabeth's voice went flat. Luke would do anything if it hurts the gods. Chiron's eyes stayed on Harry. And they want you. Harry forced a breath. Yeah. The room fell into a heavy silence. Then the shadows in the corner deepened. Harry's scar prickled cold. A figure stepped out of the darkness like it belonged there. Nico D'Angelo, pale as ever, black hair falling in his eyes, expression unreadable. He looked at Percy first, then at Talia, then at Harry. His gaze locked on Harry for a beat. Nico's voice was quiet. He stole it. Percy blinked. Nico, hi. Nico didn't look at Percy. I felt it. The pull changed. It's not near camp anymore. Annabeth's voice tightened. You can track it. Nico nodded once. Stiff. A little. Feels like the underworld, but wrong. Like it's mixed with something else. Harry swallowed. Wizard magic. Nico's eyes narrowed. Yeah. Talia's voice went hard. Where is it? Nico looked at the floor for a second like he was forcing himself to concentrate. West. Big city. Tall buildings. A river. Annabeth's eyes widened. Chicago, Percy muttered. Why is it always a big city? Mr. D leaned back. Because your enemies have taste. Chiron's voice went firm. Chicago aligns with the prophecy Annabeth brought me. Harry's stomach flipped. Prophecy. Annabeth looked at him, hesitated, then said it anyway. The oracle spoke. It was about you. About 3 of you. Harry's chest tightened. What did it say? Annabeth's jaw clenched. It said 3 must seek where bright towers crowd. 1 will betray with blood. 1 will fall so the mist can drown. And the dead will answer a broken oath. Harry went cold. Percy's voice went tight. Yeah. Not comforting. Talia's face didn't change. Bright towers. Chicago. Nico's gaze flicked to Talia, then away. Betray with blood. That sounds like Luke. Annabeth's voice turned sharp. Or someone else. Her eyes flicked to Harry again, and Harry felt the suspicion behind it. The fear that he might be the betrayal. Harry's stomach turned. He forced himself to speak. I'm not betraying you. Annabeth didn't answer right away. She looked like she wanted to say something cruel and smart. Instead she swallowed and said, Good. Don't. Percy's hand shifted toward Harry like he was going to reach out. Then he stopped himself. He looked too tired. Talia's voice cut through. We leave tonight. Chiron's eyes narrowed. Talia, you are injured. Talia's gaze stayed flat. I'm fine. Harry almost laughed. Almost. Chiron's voice stayed firm. We plan first. Annabeth, you will advise. Nico, you will help with a safe entrance. Percy, you will rest. Percy's mouth opened. Annabeth snapped. No. Percy shut up, jaw tight. Chiron looked at Harry. You will go with Percy and Talia. Harry nodded once. Okay, Mr. D sighed. I hate quests. Chiron's eyes went hard. Dionysus. Mr. D lifted a hand. Fine. Fine. I'll do the godly thing and be useless. Annabeth's voice went low. I want to go. Talia's eyes narrowed. No. Annabeth's face flashed with anger. You don't get to decide. Talia's voice went colder. The prophecy said 3. And you are the strategist we need alive at camp if everything goes wrong. Annabeth's jaw clenched. Percy can't even hold his shoulder right now. Percy muttered. I can hear you. Annabeth ignored him. And Harry is new. Talia, this is reckless. Talia stepped closer, eyes hard. It's always reckless. That's why it's a quest. Annabeth stared at her, breathing fast, then forced herself to nod like she hated it. Fine. Then you listen to me. Both of you. Percy raised a hand. I always listen to you. Annabeth glared. No you don't. Percy shut up again. Harry stood there, feeling like a weapon on a table that everyone was arguing over. Chiron's voice softened slightly. Harry, come with me for a moment. Harry's stomach tightened. Okay. Chiron rolled his wheelchair toward the side room. Harry followed. The door shut behind them. Chiron looked at him for a long second. You did well to bring them back alive. Harry's throat tightened. I didn't. I lost the pouch. Chiron's eyes stayed steady. You survived an ambush engineered by Luke. That is not a small thing. Harry swallowed. He knew my name. Chiron's expression tightened. Then your world is bleeding into ours more than we feared. Harry's voice went rough. They won't stop. Chiron nodded once. No. They won't. Harry hesitated. Chiron, if the ministry comes here. Chiron's voice stayed calm, but it had steel under it. Then we will defend our home. Harry's chest tightened. I don't want camp to die because of me. Chiron's gaze sharpened. Harry, the gods have dragged demigods into war for thousands of years. Camp has survived monsters, titans, giants. You did not cause this. You are caught in it. Harry forced a breath. I'm still the bait. Chiron didn't deny it. Yes. Harry's hands clenched. Then I should go alone. Chiron's eyes went hard. No. You are powerful, but you are also injured in ways you do not admit. You need allies who can pull you back. Harry's stomach flipped. Talia. Chiron's voice softened. Talia is stubborn. Percy is stubborn. Annabeth is brilliant. Nico is dangerous when threatened. You are not alone here, Harry. Harry swallowed hard. I don't know how to be not alone. Chiron looked at him like that hurt to hear. Then you learn. one step at a time. Harry nodded, even though it felt impossible. Chiron's voice went quieter. And Harry, if you feel your power slipping, you tell them. You do not hide it. Harry's voice came rough. If I tell them, they'll fear me. Chiron's eyes stayed steady. Some already do. That does not mean they will abandon you. Harry didn't answer. Chiron opened the door again and rolled back into the main room. Annabeth was already in full planning mode, pulling out paper and drawing quickly. Percy sat there with his arms crossed, glaring at the floor. Talia stood like a statue, spear resting against her shoulder. Nico leaned against the wall, arms folded, gaze flicking between them. Annabeth pointed at her sketch. If Luke is in Chicago, he'll use a place with easy access to the river and the city grid. He likes escape routes. He likes control. Percy muttered. So a building? Annabeth glared. Yes, Percy. A building. Talia asked. What building? Annabeth tapped the paper. A skyscraper near the river. There's a cluster of them. The mist will hide weird stuff easier in a crowded place. Nico's voice was quiet. And the labyrinth can open under it. It likes old foundations. Annabeth nodded. Exactly. Harry's stomach tightened. How do we get in? Annabeth's eyes flicked to him. Stealth. You have that cloak. Harry stiffened. How do you know? Percy's mouth twisted. I told her you have a magic blanket. Harry shot him a look. It's not a blanket. Annabeth didn't smile. Bring it. It will help. Also bring anything else you have that can block tracking. If Luke's wizard friends can do spells, you need counters. Harry nodded, mind already racing. Annabeth's voice went sharper. Also, no hero moves. If you see Luke, you don't chase him down a hallway like an idiot. Percy's face went offended. I never do that. Annabeth stared at him. Percy sighed. Okay, I do that. Talia's mouth twitched like she almost smiled. Good. Then don't. Annabeth leaned closer to Harry, voice lowering. If we're right, this is not just Luke. This is someone from your world who knows how to control magic. Someone official. Harry's stomach turned. Yeah. Annabeth hesitated, then said it anyway. Do you have friends who would help them? Harry's chest tightened. He thought of Hermione. Ron. The way Hermione's eyes looked when she was scared but trying to be brave. The way Ron tried to joke through terror. He swallowed hard. No. Annabeth's eyes held his for a beat. Okay, then Nico spoke, voice flat. That's not true. Harry's head snapped toward Nico. What? Nico's eyes were cold. It's not about wanting to help them. It's about fear. Fear makes people do stupid things. Harry's stomach dropped. Percy frowned. Nico. Nico didn't look away. I'm not wrong. Harry's throat tightened. I don't want to talk about this. Talia's voice cut in. Enough. We move tonight. Chiron nodded once. Be ready by sundown. Annabeth's voice went firm. And Percy, I'm coming to the woods entrance. I want to see you step into the labyrinth alive. Percy sighed. You're dramatic. Annabeth stared. Percy swallowed. Fine. I like that you care. Annabeth's face softened for half a second. Then she caught herself and shoved a packet at him. Eat more ambrosia later. And don't lie to me about pain. Percy muttered. Yes, ma'am. Harry looked away so they didn't see his expression. He didn't know what it felt like, having someone care like that without conditions. It made his chest hurt. By sundown, the sky over camp was turning orange. Harry stood at the edge of the woods with Percy and Talia, his bag on his shoulder. Inside it, the invisibility cloak was folded tight. His wand sat in an inner pocket. His Stygian iron sword hung at his side. Percy rolled his shoulder and hissed softly. Annabeth watched him like a hawk. She stepped closer and adjusted the strap of Percy's backpack like she couldn't help herself. If you die, I'm going to kill you. Percy tried to grin. That's fair. Annabeth's eyes flicked to Talia. Bring him back. Talia's voice stayed flat. I will. Annabeth's gaze shifted to Harry. She held his eyes for a long moment. And you, if you feel yourself slipping, tell them. Don't be proud. Harry swallowed. Okay. Annabeth nodded once like that was all she could give him. Nico stood a few feet away, hands in his pockets, face unreadable. He didn't look at Harry until the last second. Then he said quiet, Do not let him take you. Harry's throat tightened. I won't. Nico's eyes narrowed. Good. Percy pressed his palm to the ground and muttered the opening word again. The earth shivered. A crack formed. The labyrinth door opened. Cold air spilled out. Annabeth grabbed Percy's arm and kissed him. Quick and fierce. Percy went still. Then his face softened, and he kissed her back for half a second before he pulled away, breathing hard. Annabeth's voice shook. Go. Percy nodded once. We'll be back. Talia didn't look at Annabeth. She stepped into the door without hesitation. Percy followed. Harry hesitated for half a heartbeat, then stepped in. The world tilted. Stone swallowed the light. The labyrinth stank of damp and old dust again. They moved fast, not wasting words. Percy led. Talia watched the back. Harry stayed between them. Time didn't feel right inside the maze. Minutes felt long. Then suddenly everything shifted and the air changed. The smell of the river hit them. Percy stopped. His eyes narrowed. We're close. Talia's voice went low. Door. Nico had told them how to find a stable exit. Old foundations. Heavy stone. A place the labyrinth liked. Percy pressed his palm to the wall. The stone shivered. A door opened. Noise blasted through. Car horns. People shouting. The distant rumble of trains. City air, cold and sharp. They stepped out into a dark maintenance room that smelled like oil and rust. Percy blinked hard. Chicago. Talia's gaze flicked to the door behind them. We leave it open or it moves. Harry's voice was tight. Close it. Percy looked at him. You sure? Harry nodded. If Luke finds our door, we die. Percy muttered. Fair. He shut the door. The stone sealed like it had never opened. Harry's chest tightened. No easy escape now. Talia moved to the cracked window and looked out. They were in the lower levels of a building. Through the window, Harry saw a stretch of river and tall glass towers. People moved like ants far below. Bright towers crowd. The prophecy hit him in the gut. Talia's voice went low. That one, she pointed. Across the street, one tower stood slightly apart, taller, darker glass, security lights moving along its base. Harry stared at it. Luke's stronghold. Percy's jaw clenched. Yeah. Harry's hand tightened around his wand inside his pocket. Talia turned. Cloak. Now. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak out and shook it open. Percy stared at it like he still couldn't believe it was real. That is creepy. Harry shot him a look. You have a magic pen. Percy muttered. Fair. Talia stepped under the cloak first, then grabbed Percy's wrist and yanked him under with her. Percy yelped. Ow. Careful. Talia hissed. Quiet. Harry stepped under last, pulling the cloak down over them. The world dimmed. The fabric smelled faintly like old cloth and dust and something clean underneath it. Like home. Harry's chest tightened. Talia's voice was right beside his ear, low. Stay close. Don't trip. Harry swallowed. Okay. They moved out of the maintenance room into a service hallway. A security guard walked past, talking into a radio. He didn't look at them. The mist probably made him see nothing, or see 3 bored employees. Harry kept his breathing slow. He felt Percy's shoulder brush his. He felt Talia's hand grip his sleeve briefly to keep them together. They slipped through a stairwell and out into the street level. Chicago hit Harry like a punch. Cold wind, exhaust, the smell of food from somewhere nearby. People moved around them without seeing them. Percy muttered, barely audible, I hate crowds. Talia whispered, focus. They crossed the street with the flow of pedestrians. Harry's heart hammered hard when a woman walked straight through the edge of the cloak and shivered like she felt something. But she kept walking. They reached the tower. 2 security guards stood at the front doors. Cameras watched every angle. Percy's voice went quiet. How do we get past that? Talia's hand tightened on Percy's wrist. We don't use the front. They moved around the side, sticking close to the building's shadow. Harry's scar prickled cold. He hated how the shadows felt thicker here, like the tower had been soaked in something wrong. Talia stopped near a service entrance. The keypad blinked red. Harry's throat tightened. Locked, Percy muttered. Can you do wizard stuff? Harry swallowed. Yeah. He slipped his wand out, keeping it hidden under the cloak, and pointed at the lock. Alohomora, the lock clicked softly. Talia didn't waste a second. She pushed the door open and guided them in. Inside, the tower smelled sterile. Clean. Too clean. Like a hospital. Harry's stomach rolled. Percy whispered, "This place gives me a bad feeling." Talia's voice was flat. "Good. Listen to it." They moved down a hallway lined with white walls and bright lights. Too bright. Harry's eyes stung. Then the sound hit him. A muffled scream. Not loud but real. Harry froze under the cloak. Percy went rigid too. Talia's grip tightened. That way, they followed the sound, moving faster now, still careful. They reached a door with a small window. Harry leaned close and looked through. His stomach dropped. Inside was a room that looked like a lab. Metal tables. Glass tanks. Tubes. Machines humming. And people. Not monsters. Not demigods. Wizards. Harry knew the robes. He knew the way they held themselves, that stiff official posture. One of them wore pink. Harry went cold. Dolores Umbridge stood by a table, clipboard in hand, smiling like she was watching a lesson. Harry's breath caught. Percy's voice was a whisper. "Who is that?" Harry's throat tightened. "A monster." Talia's voice went low. "Wizard monster." On the table in front of Umbridge, a teenage boy was strapped down. Harry didn't recognize him at first. Then he saw the camp shirt under the restraints. Orange. The boy's face was bruised, eyes wide with pain. A demigod. A needle was in his arm, a vial filled with dark red blood. The boy screamed again, muffled by a gag. Umbridge tooted and patted his cheek like he was being rude. Harry's hands started shaking. His chest tightened hard. "No panic." Talia's voice was right in his ear. "Harry, breathe." Harry forced a breath in. Forced it out. Percy's voice was tight. "We have to get him out." Talia nodded once. "We will." Harry stared harder into the room. He saw more. A row of vials on a tray, each one labeled with neat handwriting. Cabin names. Ares, Apollo, Demeter, Hermes. Harry's stomach turned. They'd been taking blood from demigods. Then Harry's gaze slid to the far corner. Two more figures stood there under guard. A girl with messy brown hair pulled back, face pale, eyes fierce even while trembling. A boy with red hair, freckles, fists clenched like he wanted to punch the world. Harry's throat locked. "Hermione, Ron." Harry's vision blurred. Percy whispered, "Those are your friends." Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. Hermione looked thinner. Her wrists had faint marks like cuffs had been there. Ron had a bruise on his jaw and a cut on his lip. They were standing close, shoulders touching, like it was the only way to stay upright. Hermione's gaze was fixed on the demigod boy on the table, horror in her eyes. Ron looked like he wanted to kill someone. Umbridge turned slightly, and Harry saw the way Hermione flinched. Fear, not of the lab, of her. Harry's stomach dropped lower. Percy's voice went tight. "Harry." Harry swallowed so hard it hurt. "They're here." Talia's voice was flat. "We get them out too." Harry nodded, but his body felt wrong, like he'd stepped into a nightmare that didn't end when he woke up. Talia's hand slid down and squeezed Harry's forearm through the cloak, brief and firm. Harry's breathing steadied a fraction. Talia whispered, "Plan." Percy's voice came low. "We rush." Talia's voice went sharp. "No, we take Umbridge first. She looks like the brain." Harry's jaw clenched. "She is." Percy swallowed. "Okay. How?" Harry forced his mind practical. "I can stun the guards." Percy, "Cut the restraints." Talia, "Take Umbridge." Talia nodded once. "Do it." Harry's wand lifted under the cloak. He pushed the door open. They slipped inside. Harry pointed his wand at the nearest guard. Stupefy. Red light hit the guard in the chest. He dropped, limp. Percy moved fast, sword flashing, slamming the flat of the blade into another guard's head. The guard crumpled. Talia was on Umbridge in a second, spear tip pressing to her throat. Umbridge froze, eyes wide. Then her mouth curved into a smile like she'd been waiting for this. "Miss Grace," Umbridge said, voice syrupy. "What a delight." Talia's voice was cold. "Move and I put this through you." Umbridge's eyes flicked to the spear, then to Harry, and her smile widened. "And there he is," Umbridge said softly. "Harry Potter." Harry's stomach clenched. Hermione's head snapped up. Her eyes locked on Harry. For a second, she looked like she'd been punched. Then she stumbled forward, choking on a sound, and Ron grabbed her arm to keep her steady. "Harry," Hermione whispered, voice breaking. Harry's throat tightened. "Hermione." Percy was already at the DemiGod boy, slicing restraints carefully, jaw clenched. The boy's eyes were wild with fear, but Percy's voice was low and steady. "Hey, it's okay. We've got you." The boy's gag came off and he gasped, coughing. "Camp. They took me. They took others." Percy's face went hard. "Who?" The boy swallowed, shaking. "I don't know. Monsters. Then men. Then her." His eyes flicked to Umbridge like she was poison. Talia pressed the spear harder. "Where is Luke?" Umbridge chuckled, soft. "So direct. Hunters always are." Harry's hands were shaking so hard his wand wobbled. Hermione took another step forward, eyes full of panic. "Harry, please. We didn't know. We didn't know they were doing this." Harry's chest tightened. Percy glanced at Harry, confused. "What is she talking about?" Ron's voice came rough. "We thought we were helping him." Harry felt sick. Talia's voice went sharp. "Explain." Hermione's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't look away from Harry. "The ministry told us you were gone, that you'd been taken, that you were mixed up with something dark and they couldn't reach you. They said you were changing." Harry's stomach clenched. Umbridge's smile stayed bright. "We were concerned, dear. Deeply." Hermione flinched at Umbridge's voice, then forced herself to keep talking. "They said the only way to pull you back was to anchor you, to make a link. We refused at first. We fought. We argued. We tried to get Kingsley, but they blocked us. They said it was urgent." Ron's jaw clenched. "They threatened our families." Harry's breath hitched. Hermione swallowed hard. "They made us help build a tracking charm. We thought it would help find you and bring you home. We thought it would stop them from doing worse." Harry's vision blurred. "You tracked me." Hermione's face crumpled. "Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would lead to this. I didn't know Luke. I didn't know demigods. I didn't know they were taking blood." Harry's throat locked. His hands shook. Percy's voice was tight. "They used you," Ron snapped. "We know that, mate." Percy blinked. "Mate." Talia's spear stayed steady at Umbridge's throat. Her voice was low. "Where is the tracking charm?" Hermione's eyes darted to Harry's wand. Harry went cold. He looked down at his wand like he might see it glowing. Harry's voice came out rough. "My wand." Hermione nodded, tears sliding down her cheeks. "We put it in the core lining. It was meant to resonate with you, with your magic, so they could locate you if you crossed boundaries." Harry felt like he couldn't breathe. Percy stared at the wand. "That's why Luke found us." Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. "That's why." Hermione shook her head fast. "Harry, please, I didn't know. I swear I didn't know." Harry's mouth was dry. He couldn't even find anger yet. Just shock and a deep ache that made him feel hollow. Talia's voice cut through, sharp. "We can't keep him like this. They can track him." Umbridge's smile widened. "Yes, Miss Grace. We can." Then Umbridge's eyes flicked past Talia, just slightly, like she was looking at someone behind them. Harry felt it a split second before it happened. A pressure in the air. A shift. The lab lights flickered. The shadows under the tables deepened. Harry's scar burned cold. Percy spun, sword up. "What now?" The wall at the far side of the room cracked open like stone was soft. A labyrinth door. Split wider. Luke stepped through like he was walking into his own bedroom. He wore the same hoodie as before, blonde hair messy, expression calm. In his hand he held Harry's pouch. The coins clinked softly. Harry's stomach dropped. Luke's eyes flicked to Percy, then Talia, then landed on Harry. His mouth curved into a small smile. "You found us," Percy snarled. "Luke." Luke's gaze slid to Umbridge. "You let them in." Umbridge looked offended. "Excuse you. I was busy." Luke sighed like they were co-workers arguing. "Fine. We do it the loud way." Talia's spear pressed harder. "Drop the pouch." Luke's eyes didn't even flick to the spear. If you move, the maiden dies. Harry went cold. What? Talia snapped. Luke nodded toward the ceiling. I have people above. Ritual room. Chains ready. Percy's jaw clenched. You're bluffing. Luke's smile thinned. Try me. Then the lab doors behind them slammed open. Two Dracena rushed in, hissing, armed with spears and nets. And between them, forced forward, hands bound, face bruised, was a girl with silver eyes and a torn hunter cloak. A hunter, not Talia, a younger one. Her face was streaked with blood. She looked at Talia, eyes wide with fear and shame. My lady, I'm sorry. Talia's face went hard. No. Luke's voice stayed calm. We already took one. If you want her alive, you come upstairs. Harry's stomach turned. Percy's grip tightened on his sword. You're using hunters now. Luke shrugged. I use what works. Umbridge cleared her throat like she wanted attention. Luke, we must not damage the specimen. Harry's head snapped toward her. His voice came out low and dangerous. Specimen. Umbridge smiled at him. Yes, Harry. You're fascinating. Hermione flinched and looked like she might throw up. Ron stepped forward, fists clenched. Don't talk to him. Umbridge's smile stayed sweet. Silence, Mr. Weasley. Talia's spear trembled. Not fear, rage. Harry, Percy. We move. Percy's voice was tight. We can't leave them. Talia's eyes flicked to Hermione and Ron, then back to Luke. We don't. But we don't fight in this room. He wants us boxed in. Luke tilted his head. She's smart. Talia's voice went cold. Shut up. Harry's mind raced. The wand was tracked. The cloak was here. The pouch was here. Hermione and Ron were here, scared and guilty and trapped. And Luke was holding Talia's fate over his head like a blade. Harry's chest tightened. No panic. He forced his voice steady. Percy, get Hermione and Ron under the cloak. Percy blinked. What? Harry snapped. Do it. Percy moved. Quick. Grabbing Hermione's wrist gently but firm, pulling her toward him. Hermione stumbled, eyes never leaving Harry. Ron hesitated, then followed, jaw tight. Harry yanked the cloak wider with his free hand, covering them as best as he could. Talia's spear still pressed into Umbridge's throat. Move, she hissed at Umbridge. Umbridge's eyes glittered. You can't kill me, dear. I'm protected. Talia snarled. We'll see. Luke's voice cut in. Upstairs. Now. Harry's stomach twisted. The Dracena shoved the hunter girl forward. She stumbled, nearly falling. Talia's face went white with rage. Leave her. Luke's eyes were cold. Then move. Harry's grip tightened on the cloak. He leaned close to Percy, voice low. If they track my wand, they track all of us. Stay under the cloak. Stay close. Don't do anything stupid, Percy muttered. That's my line. Harry didn't smile. Talia shoved Umbridge forward, spear still at her throat. Walk. Umbridge walked, still smiling, like she was enjoying it. Luke turned and stepped out of the lab, and the Dracena dragged the hunter girl after him. Talia moved. Harry followed. Percy followed under the cloak with Hermione and Ron, keeping them hidden. They moved through white corridors, up a stairwell, past the security door that opened when Luke pressed the pouch against it like it was a key. Harry's stomach turned harder. The coins weren't just currency. They were access. They reached a wide floor near the top. The air was colder here. The lights were dimmer. Harry's scar burned cold again, stronger. They stepped into a huge open room that used to be some kind of office space. Now it was a ritual chamber. Runes carved into the floor in a massive circle. Greek letters mixed with wizard runes. Candles burning with blue flame. Bowls of blood on metal stands. Chains hung from the ceiling. And in the center of the circle, on a raised slab of stone, was Talia's spear. Not in her hand. Pinned there like a warning. Talia went still. Luke's voice was calm behind the ritual circle. Put the weapon down. Talia's grip tightened on her spear. Harry's breath hitched when he realized it wasn't her spear. It was her spear's twin. Another hunter's spear. That meant more than one hunter had been taken. Talia's jaw clenched so hard it looked like it hurt. Luke stepped forward a little, still outside the circle. He held the pouch loosely, like he wasn't worried about losing it. Umbridge stood beside him, smoothing her skirt like she was at a tea party. On the far side of the room, a figure sat in the shadow, chained to a chair. A man, older, his head hung. Harry's stomach flipped. He recognized the posture before he recognized the face. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry's breath caught. Ron made a strangled sound under the cloak. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth, eyes wide with horror. Percy whispered, "Who is that?" Harry's voice came out rough. "An Or. A good one." Umbridge smiled brightly. "Yes, he was inconvenient." Harry felt sick. Luke's eyes flicked toward the cloak area like he could sense them. "I know you're there, Percy. You're loud even when you're invisible." Percy's jaw clenched. Talia snapped, "Where is Artemis?" Luke's smile thinned. "Not here. She doesn't answer screams fast enough." Talia's voice shook with rage. "You took my hunters." Luke shrugged. "I took what I needed." Harry's throat tightened. "And what do you need?" Luke's gaze slid to Harry, slow. "You. And her." He nodded toward the chains. Talia's spine went stiff. Luke's voice stayed calm. "A maiden of Artemis. Her blood. Her vow. Its old power. Pure. Can tear holes in the mist if you cut it in the right place." Harry went cold. Percy's voice was tight. "That's sick." Umbridge sighed. "You demigods are so emotional." Talia's spear tip trembled, lightning flickering at her fingertips. "Touch her and I will burn this tower down." Luke smiled. "You can try." Then he lifted the pouch. The coins clinked. The ritual circle hummed. Harry felt the pull in his chest yanking hard again. The shadows in the room thickened. Harry's scar burned cold so sharply he almost doubled over. Percy grabbed his arm under the cloak, steadying him. "Harry!" Harry forced himself upright. Talia's eyes flicked to him, sharp. "Harry, stay with me." Harry swallowed hard. "I'm here." Luke's voice went smooth. "Bring him into the circle." The Dracaena moved. They lunged toward the cloak. Percy reacted first, sword flashing out from under the fabric, slashing at the nearest Dracaena's spear shaft. Wood snapped. The Dracaena hissed and jumped back. The cloak fell back, revealing Percy, Hermione, Ron. Luke's smile widened. "There they are." Hermione's face went pale when she realized Luke was looking at her. Luke's gaze flicked to her and Ron for half a second, then back to Harry. "I like your friends. They're useful." Ron snapped, furious. "You used us." Luke shrugged. "Yeah." Hermione's voice shook. "Harry, I'm sorry." Harry's throat tightened. "Not now." Umbridge clapped softly like she was proud. "Excellent. The entire set is present." Talia snarled and shoved Umbridge hard. "Shut up." Umbridge stumbled, then straightened, eyes glittering. "You cannot intimidate me, dear." Talia's spear tip pressed into Umbridge's chest. "Watch me." Luke sighed. "Enough." He lifted his hand. The ritual circle flared. Chains snapped from the ceiling like snakes, fast and brutal. One wrapped around Talia's wrist before she could dodge. Another wrapped around her ankle. Then another. Talia slammed lightning into the chain. The chain didn't break. It absorbed it. Talia's eyes widened. Luke's voice stayed calm. "Wizard runes. Cute trick, right?" Talia yanked hard, muscles straining, breath sharp. "You planned this." Luke smiled. "Of course." Percy lunged forward, sword raised. The floor inside the circle flashed and Percy hit an invisible barrier like he'd slammed into glass. Percy staggered back, swearing. His shoulder jerked and he hissed in pain. Harry's chest tightened. Talia fought, pulling, twisting, trying to get free. The chains tightened, dragging her toward the stone slab in the center. Talia's voice went sharp, for the first time not controlled. "Percy!" Percy roared and slammed his sword into the barrier again. It didn't break. Luke watched like he was bored. Umbridge stepped closer to the circle and raised her wand. Harry's stomach dropped when he saw her wand. Not her old one, a bronze wand, Greek runes carved into it. Umbridge smiled at Harry. "Do you like it? It responds beautifully in this world." Harry's hands shook. Hermione's voice broke. "You made that." Umbridge laughed softly. "No, you did. Your little tracking charm gave us the template." Hermione looked like she'd been slapped. Ron's face twisted with rage. You awful cow. Umbridge's smile stayed sweet. Language, Mr. Weasley. Harry's throat was tight. Let her go. Luke's eyes stayed on him. Give me what I want first. Harry's jaw clenched. You already took it. Luke held up the pouch. This is a tool. You're the key. Harry felt sick. Talia's chains yanked her down onto the stone slab. She hit hard. Breath knocked out of her. Luke stepped closer with a thin celestial bronze dagger in his hand. Percy's voice went ragged. Luke, don't. Luke didn't even glance at him. He looked at Talia, calm. You never should have come back from that pine tree. Talia's eyes went wide with fury. Go to hell. Luke smiled slightly. That's the plan. He raised the dagger. Harry's chest went cold. Something inside him snapped. Not a clean break. A crack. A drop. His breathing went short. His hands shook harder. Percy grabbed his arm. Harry, stay with me. Harry didn't look at Percy. He looked at Talia on the slab. Her face bruised. Her breath ragged. Her eyes still angry even while chained. And the memory hit him sharp and ugly. Being strapped down. Hands on him. Metal biting into his skin. People saying it was for his safety. Harry's stomach twisted. His voice came out low, wrong. Stop. Luke paused, dagger hovering. He looked at Harry like he was curious. Or what? Harry's scar burned cold. The shadows in the room surged. The lights flickered. The temperature dropped. Not a little. Enough that Percy sucked in a breath and his skin prickled. Ron whispered, terrified. What is happening? Hermione's eyes were wide. Harry. Harry didn't answer. He raised his wand. The tracking charm in it hummed like a living thing. Harry didn't care. He pointed it at the circle. And he didn't cast a spell Percy would recognize. He whispered a word that tasted like the river. Rise. The floor around the ritual circle cracked. Stone split. Not from magic blasts. From something pushing up. Hands broke through first. Gray hands. Dead hands. Then arms. Then shoulders. Bodies dragged themselves out of the earth like the earth was spitting them out. They weren't skeletons. They were not clean. They were dead soldiers in old uniforms. Faces pale and wrong. Mouths open like they were still trying to breathe. They clawed at the stone, pulling themselves up, eyes empty. Umbridge stumbled back, her smile finally dropping. What is this? Percy went still. His face went pale. He looked at Harry like he didn't recognize him. Harry's voice was flat. Move away from her. Luke's eyes narrowed. You can do that. Harry didn't blink. Yes, the dead kept rising. More than a few. Dozens. The room filled with the sound of stone cracking and dead fingers scraping. The cold got worse. Breath turned visible. Hermione started shaking. Ron grabbed her hand, squeezing hard. Hermione, look at me. Hermione's eyes stayed on Harry. Tears spilled down her face. Harry, please. Harry didn't look at her. His eyes were locked on Talia. Luke's grip tightened on his dagger. Kill him. The Dracaena lunged at Harry. Harry didn't step back. The shadows at his feet moved like a wave. They surged forward and wrapped around the Dracaena's legs. The monsters screamed as the shadow squeezed and pulled. Their bodies hit the floor, pinned, thrashing. Percy's voice went rough. Harry. Harry finally spoke, but it wasn't to Percy. Let her go. Luke's jaw clenched. He flicked his wrist. The chains tightened on Talia. Talia gasped, body jerking, breath tearing out of her. Harry's eyes went darker. The dead moved. They lurched toward the ritual circle, hands out, nails scraping. Umbridge lifted her bronze wand and shouted, Incendio! Fire blasted out. The flame hit a dead soldier's chest. It didn't burn like normal. The dead body kept moving, charred and smoking, still reaching. Umbridge's face twisted. Why won't you die? Harry's voice was low. Because they already did. Percy swallowed, throat working, and Harry saw real fear in Percy's eyes. Not fear of Luke. Fear of him. Harry didn't blame him. The dead reached the barrier at the edge of the circle. They pressed their hands against it. The barrier flickered. The dead didn't care about pain. They didn't care about force. They just pushed. The barrier cracked. Percy stared. They're breaking it. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes. Luke's eyes widened slightly. the first real crack in his calm. Stop! Harry took one step forward. The cold deepened. Luke's breath showed. Harry's wand lifted again. Defendo, the cutting curse wasn't aimed at Luke. It was aimed at the chains. The spell hit the runed links. For a second the chains held. Then they screamed. Not a sound like metal. A sound like something alive dying. The links snapped. Talia's arms jerked free. She rolled off the slab, coughing, shaking, fury burning in her eyes. Luke cursed and moved to grab her. Talia slammed her knee into his stomach. Luke staggered back, breath knocked out. Talia snatched up the dagger and threw it across the room. Clattered on the floor. Percy surged forward toward Talia. The barrier was cracked now. He slammed through it, sword up, water rising from the air around him like the room itself was sweating. Luke backed up fast, eyes wild. Harry didn't chase. The dead did. They poured through the cracked barrier like a flood. Hands out, grabbing at Luke's legs. Luke slashed at them with his sword. Celestial bronze cut through dead flesh. But it didn't stop them. A dead soldier grabbed his ankle. Luke kicked hard, face twisting. Umbridge shouted, "Luke, move!" Luke lunged back, ripping free, breathing hard. Talia staggered toward Harry, still shaking, eyes locked on him like she was checking if he was still himself. Harry's chest heaved. His hands shook. The shadows kept moving without him telling them now, like they tasted freedom. They surged toward Umbridge. Umbridge screamed and fired curse after curse, sparks lighting up the room. The shadows wrapped around her wand arm. Her wand dropped. She tried to step back. The dead grabbed her ankles. Umbridge shrieked, real panic now. "Unhand me!" Harry's voice was low. "You called me a specimen." Umbridge's eyes snapped to him, terrified. "Harry dear, listen. We can fix you." Harry's stomach turned. Fix you? Like he was broken. Like he was a thing. Harry lifted his wand. His hand shook. For a second, he wanted to do something he hadn't done in a long time. Something final. Percy's voice cut in, sharp and scared. "Harry, stop." Harry didn't look at him. Talia grabbed Harry's wrist. Her grip was strong. Her voice was right in his ear, low and rough. "Harry, look at me." Harry's breathing hitched. Talia tightened her grip. "Look at me." Harry's eyes snapped to hers. Talia's eyes were wide, fierce, scared. Not scared of Luke. Scared of losing him. Talia's voice broke slightly. "You're here. You're with me. Don't go away." Harry's throat tightened. The cold in the room pulsed. The shadows hesitated. Harry's hands shook harder. His stomach rolled. His voice came out ragged. "She hurt me." Talia's grip didn't loosen. "I know." Harry swallowed hard. "They tracked me." Talia's voice went rough. "I know." Harry's breathing went short. "I can't stop it." Talia leaned closer, forehead almost touching his. "Yes, you can. Breathe. Now." Harry sucked in air. It shook. He let it out. It shook. Talia breathed with him, slow and steady. The shadows eased, not gone, but less hungry. Harry's chest heaved. His stomach twisted and he gagged. He turned and vomited onto the stone floor, harsh and ugly. Percy flinched, then moved closer anyway. Sword still up, eyes still scared, but not backing away. Hermione was sobbing quietly behind Ron, shaking. Ron's face was pale as chalk. Talia kept her grip on Harry's wrist. "That's it. Stay." Harry's eyes burned. "I'm trying." Luke's voice snapped, furious. "Enough." Harry looked up. Luke had backed to the edge of the room near another crack in the wall. Another labyrinth door. He still held the pouch. His face was twisted with rage now, calm gone. Umbridge was still on the floor, dead hands grabbing her, shadows pressing down. Her voice was a shriek. "Luke, help me." Luke didn't even look at her. He looked at Harry. His eyes were cold. "You're worse than I thought." Harry's voice was rough. "Give it back." Luke smiled, thin. "No." He stepped toward the labyrinth door. Percy lunged. Luke flicked the pouch up. The coins clinked. The air split. A pulse hit the room like a wave. Percy stumbled like his body suddenly felt heavier. Talia's grip tightened on Harry again, bracing. Hermione screamed. Ron grabbed her and held on. Harry's scar burned cold so sharply he saw stars. The ritual circle flared again. The runes on the floor lit up. Not fully broken. Not stopped. Harry's stomach dropped. Luke's voice was low, satisfied again. You broke the chains. Good. It still works. Talia's eyes widened. What did you do? Luke stepped through the labyrinth door, pouch in hand. See you soon. Percy roared and tried to chase. The labyrinth door snapped shut in his face. Percy slammed his fist into the stone, swearing, shoulder screaming. Harry stumbled, dizzy. The runes on the floor hummed. The air tasted wrong, like metal, like storm. The mist. Harry felt it. A thin veil over the world. It shivered, cracked, not shattered, but hurt. Outside the tower, far below, Harry heard distant screams. Faint. Like people saw something they weren't supposed to see for half a second. Talia's face went pale. He damaged it. Percy's voice shook with rage and fear. He's making holes. Hermione's voice was broken. Harry, I'm sorry. Harry looked at her. Really looked. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand. Ron held her like he was the only thing keeping her from collapsing. Kingsley was still chained in the corner, barely conscious, head lifting slowly as if he just heard Luke leave. Harry's throat tightened, and then the shadows in the room surged again, without Harry calling them. Not toward Umbridge, toward the ritual circle. The cracked barrier pulsed. The runes flared brighter. Something in the circle moved. Not dead hands, not Dracaena. A shape in the center, low and hunched, like a body forming out of smoke and blood. It lifted its head. Its eyes opened. They were gray. Not storm gray, dead gray. It looked at Harry like it knew him, and it smiled. Harry's chest went cold. Percy whispered, voice shaking. What is that? The thing's voice was soft and wrong. He made me. Talia's grip tightened on Harry. Harry couldn't look away. The Grey King breathed in like it was tasting the air for the first time. Then it said Harry's name like a promise. Harry Potter. The fire alarm was dead. But the building still screamed. Not with sound, with pressure. The mist kept trying to smooth everything over, and it kept failing. Harry felt it like a headache behind his eyes. Percy shoved the stairwell door open with his shoulder. His shirt was ripped at the collar and there was dried blood on his jaw. He didn't look at Harry for long, like staring might make the shadows move again. You good? Percy asked, voice rough. Harry's hand shook around his wand. He hated that Percy even had to ask. No, but I'm upright. That's my standard. Love that for you, Percy muttered. He wiped sweat off his forehead and it just smeared grime. Okay, same plan. We get her. We leave. Harry didn't answer. His stomach turned, cold and tight, like the moment before a Dementor got close. Except this wasn't a Dementor. This was a god thing, a ritual thing. He could feel it pulling at his blood. They pushed into a wide corridor with glass walls. Chicago skyline outside, black and glittering. Inside, the lights flickered. The floor was marked with chalk circles that were not wizard chalk and not DemiGod carving either. It looked like both, mashed together by someone who didn't care what broke. Percy's grip tightened on Riptide. I hate this place. Harry's sword hung low in his left hand. Stygian iron. It felt heavy in a way his wand never did. His wand was thought and intent. The sword was a promise. A door ahead was half open. Warm light spilled out, wrong and orange, like a bonfire inside a bank. From behind it, chanting, Percy leaned in, breathing hard. On 3, Harry stared at the sliver of light and tried to keep his mind practical. Door. Room. Hostels. Talia. 1, Percy whispered. Harry's pulse hammered. His hands were damp. The shadows at his feet twitched like they wanted to run ahead. 2, Percy's eyes flicked to him. Hey, Potter. Don't do the thing. Harry swallowed. Define the thing. You know what I mean. Fine, Harry said. And even he could hear how thin it sounded. 3, Percy kicked the door in. The room beyond used to be a fancy conference hall. Now it looked like a war zone that someone tried to decorate. Long tables snapped in half. Chairs piled against the windows. Candles everywhere. But the flame color was wrong, too pale. A circle of runes cut into the marble floor, shining faintly, and at the center was a stone altar. Talia was chained to it. Her head snapped up as the door slammed. Her hair was a mess, her face bruised, and there was a line of blood at her lip. Her eyes were still sharp, though, even with exhaustion dragging at them. "Percy," she rasped. Then her gaze landed on Harry. For 1 second, something in her expression softened. Not happy, not relief, just this small, stupid human flicker like she couldn't believe he actually came. Harry's chest clenched. "Hi!" A laugh cut across the room. Cold, pleased, like someone enjoying a show. Near the altar stood a boy about their age with dark hair and a calm face that didn't match the chaos. He wore a gray cloak that looked like it had been dragged through smoke. In his hand was a staff that was too straight and too clean to be a normal weapon. Not a wand, not a spear. Something in between. Beside him was Rodolphus Lestrange. Harry knew him from the war. Older, cruel, eyes that looked empty even when he smiled. His clothes were wrong for this place, robes that should have stayed in Britain, and he held a wand like he'd never stopped. "Look who crawled back from the grave," Rodolphus said. "The little savior. And he's brought friends." Percy took 1 step forward. "You're kidding." Rodolphus tilted his head. "That's a sword, isn't it? How adorable. You Americans and your pointy sticks." Percy's jaw clenched. "I'm going to drown you in your own lungs." "Charming," Rodolphus said, still smiling. The boy in gray lifted his staff a fraction. His voice was quieter than Rodolphus, and it carried anyway. "Talia Grace, Lieutenant of Artemis, Maiden of the Hunt, the last piece. I expected the Sea Prince and the Underworld Stray. I did not expect you to arrive together." Talia tugged at her chains. They clinked. Celestial bronze mixed with something darker. "Alabaster," she spat. Percy's eyes narrowed. "Oh, that name rings a bell." Harry didn't take his eyes off the boy. "You're a child of Hecate." Alabaster's expression barely changed. "And you are a child of Hades who pretended to be only a wizard. You hid in a castle and called it a life." Harry felt the words like a slap because some part of him agreed. He kept his voice flat. "You've got my blood in your chalk. That's disgusting." Alabaster's mouth twitched. "It worked. Your world handed it to me. They were so desperate to fix you." Percy looked sharply at Harry. "Your world what?" Harry didn't look away from Alabaster. His throat burned. Later, Rodolphus made a little tutang sound. No, let them enjoy it. The clever girl, the red-haired boy, all of them panicking. "We need the sample," they said. "We need to know what's happening to him," they said. And I said, "Oh yes, of course. I'll take it somewhere safe." Talia's eyes shut for a second, like she was holding back something ugly. Then she opened them and stared at Harry. "Harry, it's fine," Harry lied. Because what else was he supposed to say in front of her? "We're here." Alabaster lifted his staff higher. The runes in the floor brightened. "You are late, but you came. That's what matters. The mist will crack tonight. Wizards will see what they hid from the gods. Demigods will see the small, cowardly men who thought they could build a separate world." Rodolphus spread his free hand. "And we will rule what's left." Percy's voice went sharp. "Over my dead body." Alabaster's gaze slid to Percy like he was bored already. "That can be arranged." Harry's shadows surged without him telling them to. The temperature in the room dipped. Candle flames stuttered. Percy hissed. "Harry." Harry forced his breath in and out. He looked at Talia. Her chains were anchored to the altar. If he blasted them, he could hit her. If he ran straight in, he'd get cut down by whatever they'd built into the runes. Talia's eyes flicked, just once, toward the right side of the room. A support column, a crack in the floor near it. Something, a hint. She was still thinking. Even chained up, she was still fighting. Harry gave the smallest nod. Percy stepped forward, blade up. "Hey Hecate kid, you want to do a speech, or are we doing the part where I punch you?" Alabaster's calm finally broke into something like irritation. "You don't understand the scale." Percy grinned, and it was all teeth. "Yeah, I get that a lot." Rodolphus lifted his wand. Avada! Harry moved. He didn't even think. His body took over. He yanked his wand up and snapped. Protego! The green flash hit the shield and scattered, sparks raining across the floor. Harry's knees buckled from the impact. He tasted metal. Percy swore and launched himself forward. The room exploded into motion. From the shadows near the windows, 3 figures rushed out. Demigods, but wrong. They wore half armor, half robes. One had a wand in one hand and an imperial gold dagger in the other. Their eyes were too bright, like the mist had been burned out of them. Percy met the first one head-on. Riptide flashed. The demigod blocked with the dagger, metal ringing. Then the wand hand snapped and a jet of fire shot at Percy's face. Percy twisted, water bursting from the air around him like a slap, knocking the flame aside. Seriously, Harry sprinted left, toward the column Talia hinted at. A spell hit the floor near his feet and the marble burst upward, chunks flying. He ducked, grit stinging his cheeks, and his sword arm tensed. A demigod wizard stepped into his path and jabbed a wand at his chest. Petrificus. Harry drove forward anyway, shoulder first. The spell hit his side like a cold punch. His muscles locked for half a second. He gritted his teeth and shoved through it, shadows snapping around his ribs, tearing the effect loose. The demigod wizard's eyes widened. What? Harry hit him with the flat of his sword, hard. The boy stumbled back, choking. Harry didn't waste time. He slashed low, not to kill, just to drop him. Stygian iron cut through armor like it wasn't there. The boy fell with a shout, clutching his leg. Harry's stomach lurched. Not guilt, not yet. Just awareness. He was getting used to hurting people again. Another spell screamed past his ear. He flinched, hair lifting from the heat. He rolled behind the column. Percy was shouting somewhere. Get away from him, Talia yelled. Raw. Percy. Left. Harry risked a glance. Percy was fighting 2 of them at once, water and steel, slipping like he was made of it. But he was slowing. His shoulders sagged between swings. He was tired, and Harry had done that to him. Not with spells. With fear. With being the thing Percy didn't trust. Rodolphus cackled, throwing curses at anything that moved. A purple spell hit a chair and turned it into a swarm of biting snakes. Harry's skin crawled. He hated snakes, and he hated that his body still reacted like it was 12. Alabaster stood near the altar, staff planted, chanting again. The runes glowed brighter. The air in the center of the circle rippled, like heat above a road. A tear started to form in the space above the altar. Not wide yet, just a thin split, black and wrong. Talia strained against her chains. Harry, do not let that open. Harry's throat tightened. He leaned out from behind the column, wand up. Confringo. The blast hit the floor near Alabaster. The marble cracked. Dust and heat burst upward. Alabaster didn't even flinch. The spell slid off an invisible barrier, and the runes pulsed like they were laughing at him. Alabaster looked straight at Harry. Wizard tricks. You will need more than that. Rodolphus whipped his wand toward the column. Reducto. Harry threw himself aside. The column exploded where he had been, stone shards tearing through the air. One slammed into his shoulder. Pain flared. He hit the ground hard, wind knocked out. His wand skittered a foot away. For a second all he could hear was ringing. Then Talia screamed his name. Harry's head snapped up. Talia was arched against her chains, lightning crawling across her skin like it wanted out. Her eyes were bright blue, furious, and she looked like she was about to tear the altar apart with her teeth. Alabaster stepped close to her. Calm again. Stop resisting. It will be easier if you accept it. Talia spat blood at his boots. Percy roared and tried to get to her, but the demigod wizards blocked him, pressing him back with a wall of heat and sharp metal. Harry pushed up on one elbow, lungs burning. His wand was out of reach. His sword was still in his hand. He stared at the tear in the air above the altar. It widened another inch. A cold wind came through it. It smelled like iron and old graves. Something inside Harry answered it. Something that had been waiting since birth. His shadows surged up the walls, crawling like living smoke. The candle flames went pale, then dimmed. Rodolphus faltered, laughing less. Oh no. No, no, no. Percy turned his head, eyes wide. Harry, seriously, man. Harry stood. His legs shook, but he stood. He didn't pick up his wand. He didn't need it for this part. He walked forward, sword low, shadows gathering around his shoulders like a cloak. The floor under his boots frosted. Talia stared at him like she was scared and relieved at the same time. Harry's voice came out quiet. Let her go. Alabaster lifted his staff slightly. Or what? Harry took another step. The air around him tightened. The tear above the altar fluttered, like it recognized him. Harry looked at Alabaster and felt something cold and old settle into his bones. Not rage, not pure, just a judgment. You don't get to talk to me like I'm a tool, Harry said. You don't get to use her like a battery. Rodolphus pointed his wand at Harry again. Face twisted. Kill him. The demigod wizards turned toward Harry, and their eyes had the same empty brightness. They rushed him. Harry moved like a blur. He shadow-traveled, not far, just enough to break their line. Cold slammed into his skin. His stomach flipped. He reappeared behind them, and for a second they looked confused, like their brains lagged behind their bodies. Harry cut. He sliced through the first one's shoulder, the Stygian iron biting deep. The boy screamed and dropped his wand. Harry kicked it away. The second one swung an imperial gold dagger at Harry's ribs. Harry caught his wrist, fingers numb from cold, and squeezed. Bone shifted under his grip. The boy's face went white. Harry shoved him down and put the sword tip at his throat. The boy froze, shaking. Please. Harry's eyes burned. His mouth tasted like ash. Don't. He slammed the pommel into the boy's temple instead. The boy went limp. Percy stared at him from across the room, breathing hard, water dripping off his hair like sweat. That was. Harry didn't let Percy finish. He turned, shadows ripping across the floor like a wave, and ran straight at the altar. Rodolphus shouted another curse. It hit Harry's back like a hammer. Pain flashed white. Harry stumbled, caught himself, kept going. Talia strained. Harry, stop, you're going to get. Yeah, Harry panted. I know. Alabaster raised his staff. The runes flared. A wall of light slammed up between Harry and the altar, bright enough to hurt. Harry didn't stop. He drove his sword into the floor and snarled, Defindo! The spell cut through the air like a blade. The wall split, flickering. Harry grabbed his sword and stepped through the gap. Alabaster's calm finally cracked. His voice sharpened. You cannot touch the circle. It is anchored to your blood. Harry laughed once, short and ugly. Then that's your mistake. He slammed his palm onto the rune line. Cold surged into him. Pain followed, like his veins were being filled with ice and broken glass. His vision blurred. He tasted blood. He didn't pull away. He pushed. Shadows poured out of his hand and into the rune line, flooding it, drowning the glow. The tear above the altar wobbled, shrinking a fraction, then snapping wider again like it was fighting back. Alabaster's eyes went wide. Stop! Rodolphus screamed. Kill him now! Percy sprinted, cutting down the last demigod wizard in his way, and slammed his shoulder into Rodolphus. They crashed into a pile of chairs. Rodolphus's wand flew. Percy grabbed Rodolphus by the collar. You're not even supposed to be in my country, Rodolphus snarled, spitting. You think you can keep your little camp safe? The gods don't care about you. Percy's eyes went flat. Yeah, I noticed. He punched Rodolphus in the face. Rodolphus's head snapped sideways. Blood sprayed. He laughed anyway, teeth red. That's it. Hit me. See if it fixes you. Percy's hand trembled, and for a second he looked like he wanted to do something worse. Talia shouted, Percy, focus! Percy blinked hard, like that word pulled him back. He yanked Rodolphus up and shoved him against the wall. If you move again, I'll break your legs. Rodolphus coughed, grinning. You'd enjoy it. Percy looked sick at that, like it hit something in him. At the altar, Alabaster swung his staff down at Harry's head. Harry ducked, but the staff caught his shoulder anyway. Pain ripped through him. He almost blacked out. He kept his hand on the rune line, fingers numb. Alabaster hissed. You have no idea what you are. You are a door. A walking breach. Harry's voice came out low. I know. He shadow traveled again. A half step, just enough to get behind Alabaster. He grabbed the back of Alabaster's cloak and slammed him face first into the altar. Alabaster grunted, stunned. Harry didn't let go. He leaned in, breath shaking, and said, Release her. Alabaster spat blood onto the stone. Make me. Harry's shadows wrapped around Alabaster's wrists like restraints. They tightened. Alabaster tried to chant, tried to call the runes back to him. Harry cut that off with a single, sharp word. Silencio. Alabaster's mouth opened. No sound came out. Harry's hand trembled. He hated doing that. He hated that it felt easy. Talia's chains started to glow brighter, reacting to the tear above. The tear widened again, now a full jagged opening, big enough to see into. There was nothing in it. Not darkness, just absence. Like someone had ripped a hole in reality and left it bleeding. A wind sucked toward it, dragging papers off the broken table, dragging dust and candle smoke. Talia's body jerked as the pull caught her hair and clothes. She gritted her teeth and held on against the chains. Harry's stomach dropped. Percy! Percy looked up, eyes wide. That's not good. No, Harry snapped. It's not. He shoved Alabaster aside and grabbed the chains at Talia's wrists. The metal burned his palms. He bit back a shout. Hold still. Talia glared at him like she could still fight him even now. I'm chained to a rock. I'm holding still. Harry managed a breath that almost sounded like a laugh. He lifted his wandless hand and tried to focus. The chain links were a mix, celestial bronze and something else, something that didn't belong. A spell might break the wrong part. He needed brute force. He slammed the Stygian iron sword against the anchor point. The blade bit. The metal screamed. Sparks flew. Talia sucked in a breath. Harry, I've got you, Harry said, voice tight. He hit it again. And again. The tear above them pulsed wider. Percy shouted, We need to close it now. Harry's hands were slick with blood. Either his or the chain burn. He slammed the sword down one more time and the anchor snapped. Talia's chains went slack. Harry grabbed her and yanked her off the altar. She stumbled, legs weak, and immediately tried to stand upright like she wasn't shaking. Harry didn't let go of her arm. You're hurt. I've been better, Talia said, voice rough. She looked at the tear. Her eyes narrowed. That's the real plan. That thing opens and the mist dies. Alabaster, silent, crawled toward his staff. His eyes were wild now, panic breaking through the calm. Percy ran to them, still holding Rodolphus by the collar with one hand. Rodolphus was laughing under his breath, bleeding, breathing hard. Percy shoved Rodolphus to the ground and stepped on his wrist. Rodolphus hissed. Percy pointed at the tear. Harry, can you seal it with your shadow thing? Harry stared at it. Cold rolled off it in waves. His teeth chattered. He could feel it tugging at him like the underworld calling, except wrong. I can't just patch it, Harry said. His voice went hoarse. It's anchored to me, to my blood, to her, to all of it. Talia wiped blood off her mouth with the back of her hand. Then we cut the anchor. Percy's eyes flicked between them. How? Harry felt his chest tighten. He already knew. He hated that he knew. He looked at Talia. She met his gaze instantly. She understood too fast. Her jaw tensed. No, she said. Harry tried to keep his voice calm. It needs to be closed from inside. The rune line is feeding it. If I go in, I can pull the anchor and collapse it. Percy stared. You mean jump into the void hole? Harry shrugged, a small, tired motion. Yeah. Talia grabbed his shirt. Her fingers shook. No, you are not doing that. Harry looked down at her hand gripping him and then back at her face. She was pale under the dirt. Her eyes were bright with anger, fear, and something else that made his throat burn. It's me, Harry said. It follows me. This started because of what I am. Let me fix it. Talia's voice cracked, just a little. You fix it by staying alive. Percy swallowed, looking caught. Harry, Harry cut him off sharper than he meant. Don't do the speech. Percy shut his mouth. He nodded once, tight. The tear pulsed again, and the pull got stronger. A chair lifted off the floor and slid toward it. Talia's grip tightened. There has to be another way. Harry's laugh came out broken. We've tried other ways. That's how we got here. Alabaster reached his staff. He grabbed it and tried to speak, but the silence spell held. He slammed the staff on the floor anyway. The runes flared, bright again. Harry's shadows lashed out and wrapped around Alabaster's ankles, yanking him flat. Alabaster hit the marble with a grunt, still silent, eyes furious. Percy jerked his chin toward him. Should we kill him? Harry's stomach twisted. Percy saying that, Percy of all people. It made Harry feel colder than the tear. Talia's eyes flashed. No, we stop the portal. Then we deal with him. Harry nodded. He stared at the tear and tried to ignore how his body wanted to step toward it like it belonged to him. He took Talia's hand. She went still. Her fingers were warm, calloused, human. Her eyes snapped to his, shocked. What are you doing? Harry's voice dropped. I'm not going in there alone. Talia's face went hard. Yes, you are. Harry squeezed her hand. No. Listen. Lightning and death. If we overload it, it collapses faster. If I go alone, it might hold long enough to drag more of this building, or half the city, or both. Talia stared at him like she wanted to hit him. Then she looked at the tear again, and her throat bobbed. Percy's voice came rough. Talia. Talia didn't look away from Harry. If I do this, Artemis. Harry swallowed. I know. Talia's lips pressed together. Her eyes flicked down to their hands like she hated that she didn't pull away. Then she said low, You'd better not make me regret this. Harry's throat tightened. Same. Percy stepped closer, face tense. Okay, so what? You two hold hands and jump into nightmare space. Talia gave him a sharp look. That is one way to phrase it. Percy lifted both hands. Hey, I'm coping. Harry looked at Percy. Keep him down. He nodded toward Rodolphus. Percy's jaw clenched. Gladly. Harry looked at Talia again. Ready. Talia swallowed. No. Harry managed a small, tired smile. Me neither. The pull from the tear yanked harder, dragging dust and loose paper straight into it. The air stung Harry's eyes. His breathing came short. His skin felt too tight. Talia stepped closer to him. Her voice dropped. Harry. He leaned in because he couldn't help it. Yeah. She hesitated, then kissed him. It wasn't slow. It wasn't perfect. It was a sharp, desperate press of her mouth against his, like she was trying to prove he was real and not some death thing the world threw at her. Harry froze for half a second. Then his hand tightened around hers like it was the only thing keeping him upright. Talia pulled back fast, cheeks flushed, eyes furious at herself. Do not talk about that later. Harry's voice came out rough. Wasn't planning to. Percy made a noise like he didn't know where to look. Okay, that's wow. We are doing feelings right now. Talia snapped. Percy. Sorry. Percy said. Hands up. Just, try not to die. Harry nodded once. We'll try. He and Talia ran straight at the tear. The cold hit them before they reached it. Harry's lungs seized. Talia's grip tightened, lightning crawling over her skin, sparking at her fingertips. They jumped. The world turned inside out. Harry felt himself get pulled through something that didn't have space or time. His stomach flipped. His skin burned, then went numb. He heard Talia gasp, a short, sharp sound, and he clung to her hand like a lifeline. Then there was nothing under his feet. No floor, no air, just pressure and cold. Harry's eyes adjusted, but there wasn't much to see. The tier behind them was a jagged mouth of light, showing the room, Percy's silhouette, the runes flaring. Everything else was empty. Talia's breathing was harsh. This is disgusting. Harry tried to laugh and it came out as a choke. Welcome to my life. The pull tried to rip them apart. Like the void wanted Talia gone and Harry kept. Harry's arm screamed. He tightened his grip. Talia's teeth clenched. Do it. Now. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the anchor. He didn't think in big concepts. He thought in simple things. Blood, Rune. Door. He grabbed the connection the way he'd grabbed the rune line outside. It hurt like hooking his fingers into his own ribs. He pulled. The void fought back. Cold slammed into him. His heart stuttered. His vision went white at the edges. Talia's lightning cracked, bright and loud even in this emptiness. The sound hurt. It also helped. It cut through the cold, gave Harry something real to hold on to. Harry forced his eyes open. More. Talia's face was tight with pain. Lightning crawled up her arms, dancing over her hair. I'm doing it, idiot. Harry tried to pull again and his arms shook. His stomach lurched. He gagged, spit freezing in the cold. He didn't let go. He felt the anchor strain. It was there. A knot. He looked at it and knew what it was. Him. Not just his blood. His identity. His death mark. The part of him that always survived when he shouldn't. Master of death. Son of Hades. The worlds had built him into a key. Harry swallowed hard. Okay. Talia's voice went harsh. Harry, don't you dare. Harry didn't have time to explain. He couldn't do a speech in here anyway. The void ate words. He did the only thing he knew how to do when something tried to own him. He refused. Harry shoved his will into the knot and snapped it like he'd snapped his wand in the war. Like he'd snapped every chain that ever tried to keep him in place. The anchor broke. The void screamed without sound. The tier behind them buckled, folding inward like paper catching fire. The cold went wild, then cracked. Talia's lightning surged, and Harry's shadows surged with it. Mixing, clashing, filling the emptiness with raw power that didn't care what either world wanted. Harry's lungs burned. His vision blurred. His body started to fall like gravity remembered him again. Talia yanked him closer. Hold on, I am, Harry rasped. The void collapsed. They slammed back into the room like they got thrown out of a storm. Harry hit the marble hard. Pain flashed through his ribs. He rolled onto his side and threw up, stomach heaving, bile and blood, shaking so hard his teeth clicked. Talia landed on her knees, one hand on the floor, panting like she'd run miles. Smoke rose from her fingertips. Percy was there immediately, grabbing Talia's shoulder to steady her, then looking at Harry like he didn't know if he was allowed to touch him. The tear above the altar shrank, and snapped shut with a sound like glass breaking. The runes went dark. For half a second, the room was silent except for breathing. Then Alabaster screamed. The silence spell had broken when the portal collapsed. He thrashed against the shadows holding him. You ruined everything. Percy kicked the staff out of his reach. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Rodolphus coughed, laughing even while he bled. You think this ends it? The ministry will come. They always come. Harry pushed himself up on his elbows, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. His skin felt too cold. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Talia staggered to her feet and went to him without thinking. She crouched, eyes scanning him like she was checking damage on a weapon. Her voice dropped. Look at me. Harry blinked up at her. I'm fine. Talia's glare could have cracked stone. That was the worst lie you've ever told. Percy let out a breath that sounded like a laugh and almost a sob. I hate you guys. I hate this whole night. Harry's head spun. He tried to stand and almost fell. Talia grabbed his arm. Sit. Harry sat because for once he didn't have the energy to argue. Percy tightened his grip on Rodolphus's wrist. He said the ministry will come. Harry's stomach tightened again. Not from the void. From memory. Cold tiles. Fake smiles. Hermione not meeting his eyes. Talia's voice went flat. Let them come. A ripple ran through the air near the broken door. Not missed this time. Something cleaner. Controlled. A portal opened. Not a Greek one. A wizard one. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped through, wand raised, eyes sharp. 2 Aurors followed. One of them looked like he was about to be sick. Kingsley's gaze swept the room and landed on Harry. Harry felt the old reflex kick in. Stand. Explain. Defend yourself. He didn't. He stayed sitting on the floor, blood on his mouth, sword across his lap. Shadows pooled at his feet like something patient. Kingsley's face tightened. Harry. Percy moved instantly. He stepped between Kingsley and Harry, blade up. Nope, one oar snapped. Move, boy. Percy's smile was sharp. You just called me boy. That's brave. Talia rose too, posture rigid, eyes cold. She stood beside Percy, like it was automatic. Kingsley's voice stayed calm, but there was strain in it. This is British ministry business. Harry let out a short laugh that hurt his ribs. Is it? Kingsley's eyes flicked to the altar, the runes, the unconscious demigod wizard, Rodolphus bleeding on the floor. What happened here? Percy said. Your guy happened. He nudged Rodolphus with his foot. And your other guy with the staff happened. And a portal to nothingness happened. Fun night. Kingsley's gaze sharpened on Rodolphus. Less strange. Rodolphus grinned, mouth red. Hello, minister. Kingsley's jaw clenched. I am not the minister. Rodolphus laughed. Not yet. Kingsley took one step forward. Percy's blade lifted higher. Kingsley stopped, eyes flicking to Percy's sword like he was calculating. Harry, you need to come with me. Harry stared up at him. His hands still shook, but his voice came out steady. No. One oar's eyes widened. Harry didn't look at the oar. He looked at Kingsley. You tried to contain me. You let them take my blood. You told yourself it was for my safety. Kingsley's face flashed with something like shame. We were afraid. Harry nodded once. Yeah, I noticed. Kingsley's voice went low. Hermione Granger has been trying to find you. She wants to speak to you. Harry's throat tightened. He kept his face blank. She can write a letter. Kingsley took a breath like he was forcing himself to stay calm. You are still a British citizen. You are still subject to ministry law. Percy snorted. He's also a demigod. Welcome to America. Talia's eyes flicked to Kingsley. You are on sacred ground, wizard. Kingsley's gaze met hers. For a second, he looked tired. And you are a child playing soldier. Talia's expression didn't change. Try me. Harry lifted his hand slightly. Not a command, just a quiet stop. Talia's jaw tightened, but she listened. Harry looked at Kingsley again. I died to save my world once. I did it. I paid the price. And then you decided I was a problem to manage. Kingsley's shoulders stiffened. That's not what. Harry cut him off. It is what happened. I'm done. The oars shifted, nervous. Their wands stayed up, but their eyes kept darting to Percy's sword, to Talia's lightning scars, to the shadows that didn't behave like any spell they knew. Kingsley's voice went quiet. Harry, you can't stay here. You don't understand what you are. Harry's laugh came out flat. You don't understand what I am. This place does. They didn't try to lock me in a room because they got scared of a ghost following me. Percy muttered. Okay. That's fair. Harry kept going, voice firm now. Tell the ministry this. If you come for me again, I won't run. And I won't be gentle. Kingsley's eyes tightened. Is that a threat? Harry stared at him. It's a boundary. Talia's mouth twitched, like she approved even if she'd never say it. Kingsley held Harry's gaze for a long moment. Then he lowered his wand a fraction. Take Lestrange, Kingsley said to the oars. And take the boy with the staff. Alabaster thrashed. You can't take me. Kingsley's eyes cut to him cold. You are standing in a building full of evidence. You will be grateful we are taking you anywhere other than straight to the gods. Percy raised an eyebrow. He's not wrong. The oars hauled Rodolphus up. Rodolphus winced, still grinning. You'll see, Potter. They always come back for you. Harry didn't answer. He watched them drag Rodolphus toward the portal. Kingsley stepped closer, not past Percy and Talia, just close enough that Harry could hear him without raising his voice. Kingsley's tone softened. I am sorry. Harry looked at him, exhausted down to the bone. I believe you. Kingsley blinked like he didn't expect that. Harry's voice stayed calm. And it changes nothing. Kingsley held his gaze, then nodded once. Sharp. If you ever need. Harry shook his head. Don't. Kingsley didn't argue. He stepped back. The oars pulled the prisoners through the portal. Kingsley followed, eyes on Harry until the last second. Then the portal snapped shut. The room felt too big without it. Percy let out a shaky breath. Okay, that was a thing. Talia sank down beside Harry, shoulders sagging now that adrenaline was fading. She stared at the floor like she was trying not to think. Harry's stomach rolled again. He swallowed hard. We should get out of here. Percy pointed at Alabaster's dropped staff. That stays. Harry nodded. Burn it. Percy hesitated, then looked at Harry. You okay with me holding you up? Harry's mouth twitched. Tired. Please. My legs hate me. Percy stepped in and hauled him up, arm around his back. Harry stiffened out of reflex, then forced himself to relax. Percy's grip was solid. Not scared. Not gentle either. Just there. Talia stood too, wobbling slightly, then straightened like she was offended by the concept of weakness. Percy glanced at her. You good? Talia shot him a look. Don't start. Percy sighed. Right. Sorry. Trauma response. They left the building before the cops could show up and before the mist could start lying to everyone again. The night air outside was cold, and it felt normal in the best way. Harry bent over near the curb and threw up again, hard, shaking, one hand on his knee. Percy stood behind him like a guard. Talia crouched in front of him, eyes sharp, watching his face. When Harry finally spat and wiped his mouth, Talia said, quieter. You scared me. Harry's laugh came out weak. Join the club. Talia's fingers brushed his wrist. Quick. Like she was checking he was still there. Then she pulled back like she didn't mean to. Percy looked away, pointedly staring at a streetlight. So, Camp Half-Blood. Please. I want a bed and I want to not see cult vibes for at least a week. Harry managed. Yeah. Talia's voice went flat again. But there was something tired under it. We need to talk to Artemis. Percy's mouth twisted. About the portal. Or about you kissing him. Talia's head snapped. Percy. Percy lifted both hands again. I am not judging. I am just stating reality. Also, I am never letting either of you forget that. Harry groaned. Brilliant. Percy grinned, and it looked like him again. Welcome to friendship. It's annoying. Back at Camp Half-Blood, the lights in the cabins looked warm from a distance. The smell of smoke and pine hit Harry as soon as they crossed the boundary. He hated how much relief he felt from something as simple as that. Chiron met them near the big house, looking like he'd aged 5 years in one night. Annabeth was there too, hair messy, eyes fierce, a dagger in her hand like she'd been waiting to stab the universe. She ran to Percy first, grabbed his face, checked him for injuries with quick hands. Percy let her, eyes soft. Annabeth's gaze flicked to Harry, then to Talia. She froze for half a second, like she caught something in the air. Talia lifted her chin, daring. Annabeth's mouth twitched. Later, she said, and it somehow sounded like both a warning and a promise. Chiron's eyes swept over Harry, taking in the pale skin, the shaking hands, the blood. Inside. Now. Harry almost argued out of habit. Then he didn't because he couldn't be bothered. Percy and Talia got him into the big house, onto a couch. The cushions smelled like old wood and strawberries. Nico appeared from the shadows near the stairs like he'd been there the whole time. His expression was tense, but his eyes softened when he saw Harry upright. You look like trash, Nico said. Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh. Missed you too. Nico stepped closer and shoved a bottle of water into Harry's hands. Drink. Harry drank. His hands shook so badly the bottle rattled against his teeth. Talia paced near the fireplace, restless, energy still crackling in her posture even when she was exhausted. Percy sat on the floor with his back against the couch, like he wasn't ready to be alone with his thoughts. Annabeth crouched beside him, one hand on his shoulder. Chiron moved around them, calm but sharp. Tell me everything. Percy opened his mouth, then shut it again, eyes flicking to Harry and Talia. Harry should say it. It's his mess. Harry swallowed water, wiped his mouth, then stared at the fire. His voice came out tired. My world got scared. Someone used that fear. They tried to rip the mist apart. They needed Talia to do it. Talia's jaw clenched. Percy's hand tightened on the carpet. Chiron's face went grim. And the portal. Harry nodded. Gone. Nico's gaze sharpened. How? Harry looked at his hands. They were still shaking but slower now. We broke the anchor. Silence settled for a second. Annabeth's eyes narrowed, calculating. We, Percy cleared his throat. We as in Harry and Talia. Talia didn't look at anyone. It was tactical. Annabeth stared at her for a long moment, then looked at Harry. You two are going to be a problem. Harry's mouth twitched. I get that a lot. Chiron exhaled slowly. We will speak to the gods in the morning. Talia's head lifted. No. Now. Chiron hesitated, then nodded. Very well. Talia's shoulders stiffened as if she was putting armor back on. She looked at Harry once. Not soft this time. Just real. You're coming. Harry blinked. Why? Talia's voice went flat. Because I'm not doing that alone either. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded. The woods behind the cabins were quiet. The moon was bright. The air smelled like pine and cold dirt. It felt almost normal, which made everything that happened tonight feel more insane. Artemis appeared without warning, like she stepped out of moonlight itself. Her silver eyes took in Talia first, then Harry. For a second, the goddess's gaze lingered on Talia's bruised mouth. Then her eyes cut to Harry, sharp. You survived, Artemis said. Harry's voice came out rough. Yeah. Talia stepped forward, posture straight despite exhaustion. The ritual is stopped. The portal is closed. Artemis's eyes narrowed. And the price? Talia's jaw clenched. Harry felt Talia's hand brush his. Quick. Like an accidental touch. He didn't move away. Artemis noticed anyway. Of course she did. Talia's voice went tight. I did what I had to. Artemis studied her for a long moment. The silence stretched. Then Artemis spoke, calm and cold. You are my lieutenant. You have carried my banner with honor. Tonight, you chose a path that risks your oath. Talia's throat bobbed. I know. Artemis's gaze shifted to Harry. And you, son of Hades, walking breach. You bring death and trouble wherever you go. Harry's laugh was short and tired. I'm aware. Artemis's eyes didn't soften, but her voice changed slightly, like she acknowledged something. You also brought my lieutenant back. Harry swallowed. I didn't do it alone. Talia's shoulders tensed like she wanted to argue. She didn't. Artemis looked at Talia again. You will not leave the hunt tonight. Talia's eyes flickered. Something like relief, then frustration. Then what? Artemis's voice stayed even. You will take a special assignment. You will act as liaison between my hunters and Camp Half-Blood. You will remain under my authority. You will also remain close enough that I can watch you. Talia's jaw tightened. That's not subtle. Artemis's eyes glinted. It is not meant to be. Talia nodded once. Stiff. Understood. Artemis's gaze flicked to Harry one last time. Do not make me regret mercy. Harry met her eyes. His voice came out steady, quiet. I don't want your mercy. I want to be left alone. Artemis held his gaze. Then she vanished, leaving cold air behind. Talia exhaled hard, like she'd been holding her breath the entire time. Harry's hands shook again, smaller now. Adrenaline leaving, reality settling in. Talia looked at him, eyes tired. You're shaking. Harry tried to shrug and it came out stiff. Yeah, it's a hobby. Talia's mouth twitched, then fell back into seriousness. She stepped closer, voice low. About earlier. Harry cut her off quickly. We're not talking about it. Talia stared at him. That was my line. Harry managed a small, tired smile. Then we agree. Talia's expression softened, just for a second. Then she looked away like she hated that it happened. They walked back toward the cabins in silence. The camp was quiet. Somewhere, a dryad laughed in her sleep. Crickets chirped. Harry felt his chest ache in a way that wasn't injury. It was something worse. It was the absence of constant threat, the moment when your body realizes you're allowed to stop. At the arena the next day, kids gathered with swords and shields. Some looked at him like he was a legend. Some looked at him like he was a monster. Harry didn't care as much as he thought he would. He stood with a practice wand in one hand and his sword strapped at his side. He watched a Hermes cabin kid swing too wide and nearly faceplant. Harry called out, "Stop doing that. You're going to break your own wrist." The kid blinked. "You sound like my mum." Harry shrugged. "Good. Your mum sounds smart." Percy leaned on the fence nearby, arms crossed. looking like he wanted to nap standing up. Annabeth stood beside him, watching with that sharp focus that made people behave without knowing why. Talia sat on the top rail of the fence, boots hooked, pretending she wasn't watching Harry. Her eyes tracked every movement anyway. Nico wandered up behind Harry with a bored expression. "You're teaching now." Harry glanced at him. Apparently, Nico's mouth twitched. "That's terrifying," Harry snorted. "Yeah, you should be scared." Nico looked toward Talia, then back at Harry, voice quieter. "You staying?" Harry's chest tightened. He nodded once. "Yeah." Nico gave a small nod back, like that was enough. "Good." Harry turned back to the campers. He lifted his wand and said, "Right, again. And if you try to be flashy, I will personally make you run laps until you hate yourself." A few kids groaned. Percy laughed. Talia shook her head, but the corner of her mouth lifted. Harry felt tired. He felt scarred. He felt like he'd been ripped apart and stitched back together wrong. But when he looked at the arena, the trees, the people who stayed, it didn't feel like exile anymore. It felt like home.